Midnight, a novel by Chapters and Honey. For everyone who was told to hide the brightest part of themselves, for the ones who came back anyway. The city does not forget what you are, it never did. It was waiting the whole time for you to remember it too. Prologue: What the city remembers. There is a city that breathes. Not metaphorically, not the way poets mean when they say a place has a heartbeat, that a city is alive in the way that crowds and commerce and noise constitute a living thing. No, midnight breathes the way lungs breathe, the way ancient wood expands and contracts with damp, the way stone, given enough centuries, learns to move. Midnight breathes, and when it does, the gas lamps flicker, the underground rivers shift, the moss on the older cathedral walls, the cathedral that no one uses anymore, the one on the corner of Vesper Street and the lane that has no name, darkens and lightens in a rhythm that is, if you measure it long enough, perfectly synchronized with something like sleep. The city has been awake for a very long time. 243 years ago, the people who built midnight's deepest foundations, witches, blood drinkers, seers, and spirit talkers, all of them working together in a way that has never been repeated since, drove iron and bone and collective screaming will into the bedrock and sealed something there. Something that had no name in any living language. Something that had burned through 7 cities before midnight, reducing each of them to ash and silence, and would have burned through 700 more. They called it the Purifier. They buried it alive. They built a city on top of its grave. For 243 years, midnight has been the cage, and for 243 years the seal has held. But seals are not permanent. Seals are promises made by people who are now dead, and promises erode the way coastlines erode, slowly, invisibly, and then all at once. The city knows this. The city has been afraid for a long time. This is what midnight knows, in the deep seismic intelligence of old stone and older magic. A boy is coming home. He has his mother's sharp eyes and his grandmother's stubbornness, and something else entirely in the white stripe that runs through the dark center of his hair, something that has not walked the city streets in 22 years, something the city has been missing the way a body misses a removed organ, aching in the phantom space where the thing used to be. The city knows his name. It has been whispering it into the underground. Abriel, Abriel, come home. And beneath the city, in the dark where the seal is cracking, where hairline fractures run through the compacted layers of witch blood and vampire bone and psychic grief that comprise the lock on the world's most dangerous door, something else is listening too. It has been patient. It has been patient for 243 years. It can be patient a little longer. Part 1: The Return. Chapter 1: The Train into Midnight. The train arrived at 11:47 p.m. Abriel Goodwill knew because he'd been watching the clock on his phone with the focused desperation of someone trying to think about anything other than what was happening. 11:39, 11:41, 11:44. The numbers moved with insulting slowness while outside the window, the landscape did what it had been doing for the last 40 minutes, changing. He noticed it somewhere around the city limits, where the suburbs thinned and the industrial districts began. The sky went from the flat purple-grey of a late November night to something darker and more specific, the kind of dark that has texture to it. Depth. The train moved through a tunnel, not the kind on maps, not an official tunnel. He'd checked the route and there was no tunnel here. And when it emerged on the other side, the city that appeared beyond the window was not the one that should have been there. It was midnight. Of course it was midnight. That was where he was going. He had a one-way ticket and a duffel bag and a folded piece of paper with an address in his jacket pocket, and he'd known for the last 6 hours of travel exactly where he was headed. But seeing it was different from knowing it. Seeing it hit him in the chest like something physical. The city was beautiful. He hated that it was beautiful. He'd been preparing for this the way you prepare for something you dread, by building it into something manageable. In his head, midnight had become a grey place, practical and grim, the kind of city a person fled for good reason. But what was spread below the elevated train tracks was... The buildings were old, older than the city had any right to be, stone-faced and wrought-iron balconied, rising in irregular heights that should have looked chaotic but instead felt intentional, like the skyline was a sentence the city was still composing. There were spires. Churches of a denomination he couldn't identify, their windows lit from within in colors that were slightly wrong, slightly too deep, too saturated, purples that were almost black and golds that were almost green. The gas lamps had been kept, the old ones, converted to electricity inside but kept in their antique iron housings, and they threw warm circles of light onto cobblestone streets that were, at this hour, crowded. People moved through midnight at midnight, the way they moved through other cities at noon. Abriel pressed his fingers to the cold glass and watched them. This is where you're from, he thought, and the thought felt like a key turning in a very old lock. He was 12 when his mother packed them up in the middle of the night. Literally the middle of the night, 2 a.m., no explanation, just Abriel get dressed, take what matters, leave the rest, and drove them out of midnight without looking back. He'd asked for years afterward why they'd left. He'd gotten different answers at different ages, none of them satisfying. When he was 12, it wasn't safe. When he was 15, people there knew things about our family that I didn't want them to know. When he was 18, some cities eat people like us. When he was 20, silence. A look across the dinner table that meant stop asking. He'd stopped asking, but he'd never stopped feeling the pull of the place. A low, continuous magnetic tug somewhere behind his sternum, the way you feel the ocean before you can see it, a pressure change, a salt in the air. At 22, with his mother temporarily in the hospital, recovering from a minor surgery that had become less minor, she was stable, she was fine, she'd be home in 3 weeks. The surgeon had been reassuring and Abriel had believed him mostly but not entirely. He'd found the box. In the back of the hall closet, behind the winter coats and his old lacrosse stick, and 4 pairs of shoes no one had worn in a decade, there was a box. Wooden, old, sealed with something that wasn't a lock. That didn't have a mechanism he could identify, but that opened for him when he put his hand on it, as naturally as a door opens for the person who lives in the house. Inside, photographs, letters in languages he didn't speak but somehow, disturbingly, half understood. A map of a city that was unmistakably midnight, the streets labeled in ink that had faded to brown. A leather-bound journal written in his grandmother's handwriting, his grandmother who had died before he was born, whose face he knew only from a single photograph on his mother's dresser. And beneath the journal, at the very bottom of the box, a sealed envelope with his name on it, in his grandmother's hand, in ink that had not faded at all. Abriel, it read, "When you are ready." He'd sat on the closet floor for a very long time. Then he'd opened the envelope. He hadn't called his mother. She was in the hospital and she was recovering and she didn't need this right now, and also he knew, in the way he knew things he didn't want to know, that she would tell him not to go. That she would say, "Wait, please wait, don't go there, don't go yet." And he didn't want to fight with her, and he didn't want to wait. The letter was 3 pages long, and he'd read it 7 times in the last 24 hours, and he still wasn't sure he fully understood it. His grandmother wrote the way people wrote when they were afraid, and in a hurry, and trying to compress enormous things into small spaces. But certain phrases had lodged in him with the precision of hooks. You will feel the city before you see it. Don't be afraid of that feeling. It is not the city reaching for you. It is you recognizing what you already are. The stripe in your hair is not a flaw. It is a signature. Every girl in our line who was born with it died knowing she was exactly what the world needed her to be. Don't let them make you small. There is a man in midnight who has been waiting for you. I don't know his name. I have only seen him in my visions, dark-eyed, old in a way that doesn't show on his face, exhausted down to his bones. He will know more than he tells you at first. Be patient with him. He is afraid of what you mean. And Abriel, the city is in trouble. I don't know if you will be able to fix it. I don't know if you should try. But I know that you will feel it, the moment you cross the city limits, the way you feel a fever breaking, the moment of relief, the moment the city exhales. That is not the city being saved. That is the city recognizing its last chance. I love you more than you will ever know. I'm sorry I won't be there to see what you become. Abriel Goodwill. The train was slowing. Midnight Central Station was a cathedral of iron and glass, Victorian-era architecture that had never been torn down or modernized in any meaningful way. The clock tower at its center read 11:47. There were too many people on the platform for this hour, and they were wrong slightly in the specific way that people in midnight were apparently wrong. Too still in some moments and too fluid in others. Shadows that didn't quite align with bodies. Eyes that caught the light in non-human ways. Abriel had grown up in a household with one supernatural person. His mother, who had the blood but not the power, who could not do more than occasionally sense strong emotions in a room, and once, in a moment she never spoke of afterward, predicted the outcome of a car accident 3 minutes before it happened. He was not naive about what supernatural actually meant. He'd spent his whole life knowing he was part of something larger and stranger than ordinary life. But knowing and seeing were different things. He adjusted the strap of his duffel bag. He touched the folded paper in his jacket pocket, the address his mother's cousin had provided when he'd called her to say he was coming, his cousin Delia, who'd never left midnight, who'd said, "Oh, thank God," in a voice like she'd been waiting for this call for years. He stood up as the train slowed. The white streak in his hair caught the overhead light. He hadn't dyed it in 11 months. It had grown in, it grew fast, faster than the rest, like it was in a hurry, and now it ran from his left temple back through the dark, a clean bright line like a brushstroke, like lightning preserved in hair. For the first time in his life, he wasn't looking for a hat. He walked to the door as the train stopped. He stepped onto the platform. The city hit him like a wave. Not a metaphorical wave, a physical sensation of pressure and warmth, and something that was almost sound, but was more like the absence of a sound he'd been hearing his whole life, the cessation of a low, continuous static that he'd become so accustomed to that he hadn't known it was there until it stopped. He staggered. He caught himself on a pillar and stood there for a moment, breathing. A woman nearby, young, with a shaved head and a leather jacket, and the two bright eyes of someone whose supernatural nature was entirely obvious, glanced at him, looked at the stripe in his hair, and went still in a way that was not casual. Abriel looked at her. "First time back?" she asked. He thought of saying "I grew up here," technically, but instead he just said, "Something like that." She nodded slowly, and the look on her face was something between awe and wariness, like someone who has just seen a rare animal step out of the trees. "Welcome home," she said. "The city's been waiting." He didn't know what to say to that, so he said nothing. He straightened up, adjusted the strap of his bag again, and walked into midnight. Behind him, the train pulled away into the dark. His cousin Delia lived on Hawthorne Street, in the older part of the city where the buildings were narrowest, and the streets curved in ways that didn't correspond to any logical grid. Abriel had the address memorized, but he didn't need it. Didn't need the map app that kept glitching on his phone, rerouting itself to streets that weren't labeled, because he knew with a certainty that bypassed thought entirely exactly where he was going. He turned when he needed to turn. He crossed when he needed to cross. The city arranged itself cooperatively around him, not obviously, not magically in any overt way, but in the small, insistent way of a host who knows the guest is tired and wants them to find their room. Hawthorne Street was lit by gas lamps that were still actual gas, actually burning. There were herbs drying in window boxes. A cat with luminous copper eyes watched him from a stoop. Music was coming from somewhere below street level, not the thump of a club but something older, violin and percussion in an arrangement that kept shifting time signatures in a way that made his pulse adjust to match it. Number 14 was a tall, narrow townhouse with herbs in the window box and a brass door knocker in the shape of a hand. Before he could use it, the door opened. Abriel Goodwill was 43 short, with close-cropped natural hair and his grandmother's cheekbones and reading glasses pushed up on her forehead that she kept forgetting were there. She looked at him for a full 3 seconds before she pulled him into a hug so fierce he dropped his bag. "There you are," she said into his shoulder. "Oh, there you are." He hadn't expected to feel anything. He barely knew Delia, had met her twice in his childhood, but something in him responded to the ferocity of her certainty. He hugged her back. He was taller than her by about 8 inches, and she was gripping his shoulders like she was checking to make sure he was real. "Come inside," she said, pulling back and looking at him with the sharp eyes of a woman who had learned to see clearly. She clocked the stripe in his hair and her expression did something complicated. "You let it grow out." "Stopped fighting it," he said. "Good," she picked up his bag. "Good, come inside. I'll make tea. We need to talk." The inside of Delia's house was the inside of a home that took its nature seriously. Herbs hanging from the kitchen ceiling, a library that dominated the entire second floor, candles in various states of combustion, a cat different from the one outside, and an organized chaos of notes, books, and dried plants that covered every horizontal surface. She had an altar in the corner of the living room, small, respectful, the kind maintained by someone who had been doing this long enough not to need it to be impressive. A photograph of his grandmother was on it, a photograph of a woman he didn't recognize. "Who is she?" he asked, nodding at the second photograph. Delia glanced over from the kitchen doorway. "Your great-aunt, your grandmother's sister. She died in midnight about 15 years ago." A pause. She had the stripe too. Abriel looked at the woman in the photograph. She was beautiful, sharp-featured, with something wild in her eyes even in the stillness of a photograph. A white stripe ran through her dark hair in exactly the placement of his own. "How did she die?" Delia's pause was slightly too long. "I'll explain everything. Tea first. Sit." He sat. The cat climbed into his lap with the invasive confidence of a cat that has decided someone is acceptable, and he put his hand on its back and let it knead his thigh. And he thought about his grandmother's letter, and he thought about the woman on the train platform who'd looked at his hair with wariness, and he thought about the sensation of walking into the city, that wave of home and danger, and something is very wrong here all tangled up together. "Delia," he said when she came back with 2 mugs. I know, she said. She sat across from him, wrapped both hands around her mug and looked at him directly. I know you have questions. I know your mother kept you from all of this. I know you found the box. I felt it actually the moment you opened it. It's keyed to the bloodline and I've been waiting years for it to. She stopped herself. Start, ask, I'll tell you what I know. The stripe, he said. Tell me what it actually means. Delia took a long drink of tea. How much did the letter say? Some, not enough. Right, she set down the mug. Okay, from the beginning. She told him. He listened. By the end, the tea was cold, and the cat had abandoned him, and outside the gas lamps had begun the slow shift toward the particular quality of light that preceded midnight's version of dawn. Warmer, more amber, slower, and Abriel was sitting very still with his hands clasped, and his mind doing the thing it did when it was processing too much, retreating into a kind of crystalline quiet, organizing and filing, refusing to feel until it had finished thinking. The stripe, Delia explained, was a genetic marker, but not just genetic. It was a magically reinforced inheritance, tied to a specific bloodline through a ritual performed by his ancestors 2.5 centuries ago. The ritual bound their bloodline to the seal beneath midnight, the one holding back the thing they'd buried there, the thing no one named if they could help it. Every generation, one child was born with the marker. That child carried, somewhere in their magical structure, the resonance frequency of the original seal. It didn't make them more powerful, exactly. It made them specific. It made them the key. Key to what? He'd asked. The seal can be renewed, Delia said. The original witches who made it knew it wouldn't last forever. They designed it like a lock that can be rekeyed. Every few generations, when it starts to weaken, the bloodline heir can reinforce it, renew the binding. It requires blood magic and a significant amount of pain, and I don't know all the specifics of how it's done. Nobody does now. The knowledge was supposed to be passed down, But my mother fled the city. Before she could be trained. He'd absorbed this. And now the seal is weakening, he said. Delia looked at her tea. The seal has been weakening for about 2 years. Things have been unbalanced. Spirits are slipping through. Some of the older vampires have been unstable. There have been disappearances. She looked up, and dreams. What kind of dreams? Citywide, people here have been reporting the same kinds of dreams for months. Visions of fire, of something rising, of a light that is not warm. She paused. Have you been dreaming? He thought of the man in his dreams. The man he'd been seeing for 6 months now, clear as daylight, urgent as alarm, standing in streets he now recognized as midnight streets, reaching for him with eyes like dark water, saying, I need you, please, I've been looking for you. Yes, he said, I've been dreaming. Delia's expression sharpened. Tell me. A man, he said, dark eyes, maybe 35, 40, olive skin, he paused because the image was always so clear, vivid in the specific way that felt less like dream and more like memory. He wears expensive clothes, he always looks exhausted. He says, he stops. He always says, find me before it's too late. Delia was very still. What? He said. She picked up her tea, found it cold, set it back down. I think, she said carefully, that you should meet the mayor. Chapter 2, The Mayor of Midnight. He dreamed again that night. The room Delia gave him was small and clean, with a window that looked out over the narrow back garden, and a bed piled with quilts that smelled like dried lavender. He'd lain down fully clothed, planning to rest for 20 minutes, and fallen into sleep the way you fall into deep water, fast, complete, with no shore visible anywhere. The man was there immediately. That was new. Usually the dream took time to find him, a long preamble of midnight streets, of walking through the city in a version of itself that was on fire but coldly, the way things burn in nightmares without heat before the man appeared. But tonight he was there at the threshold, waiting, as if he'd been standing there for hours and had finally heard the door. He looked exactly as Abriel had always seen him, tallish, broad-shouldered without being built in the obvious way, dressed in dark clothes that were clearly expensive, the kind of expensive that doesn't announce itself. Dark eyes that were probably brown in daylight but in the dream appeared nearly black, lit from behind by something that was not human in origin. Olive skin. A face that had stopped in its 30s. Fine-boned, commanding, the kind of face that expected to be listened to and had spent long enough being listened to that the expectation had become invisible. Deep lines around his eyes. Lines around his mouth too, but the lines were wrong. They were the lines of someone very old, not someone 35. He looked at Abriel with an expression that did something Abriel wasn't prepared for. He looked relieved. You're here, the man said. His voice was low and careful, the voice of someone who had learned that careless words were dangerous. You're actually here, you came back. I literally just arrived, Abriel said. Dream logic made this feel like a reasonable response. I know, I felt it. He moved closer. Not invasively, there was something almost formal in the way he carried himself, even in dreams, even clearly feeling what appeared to be relief so profound it had its own weight. I've been waiting a long time. For me specifically. For you specifically. He stopped a few feet away. Up close, the exhaustion was even more apparent. It lived in him at a structural level, beneath the composure, beneath the controlled authority of his bearing. He looked like someone who had been holding something very heavy for a very long time and was trying not to let anyone see it. You have your grandmother's face, he said, and her stripe. I knew you would, but he seemed to catch himself. Recalibrate, there's very little time. You need to know. Who are you? Abriel asked. The man blinked. It was such a small human gesture, in a face that had been perfectly controlled, that it felt like a window cracking open. You don't know, he said. I just got here, I don't know anything. He held the man's gaze, which wasn't easy. There was something in those eyes that made him want to look away, not from unpleasantness, but from the opposite, from a pull that felt too specific. So, who are you? The man looked at him for a long moment. Then, with the formality of someone who had spent centuries knowing exactly who he was and treating it with appropriate weight, he said, My name is Orion Lightbringer, and the city you arrived in tonight is dying. And you, he stopped, his jaw tightened, you are the only reason I think that might not be inevitable. He reached out, his hand, cold, steady, touched Abriel's face. A thumb at his cheekbone, the way you'd check if someone was real. Wake up, he said softly. Come find me, I'll be waiting. Abriel woke up with the dream still vivid behind his eyes, his heart beating too fast, and the distinct impression that a hand had just been on his face. He lay there in the dark for a long moment. Then he sat up, turned on the lamp, and said to the empty room, Okay then. Delia made breakfast with the efficiency of someone who had more to tell him and was using cooking as a way to organize her thoughts. Eggs, toast, something she called a morning brew that tasted like black tea but moved through him differently, settling somewhere near his breastbone and clarifying things. I had the dream again, he said. Same man. He told me his name, Orion Lightbringer. He watched her face. She wasn't surprised. She was something else, careful and worried, and working through something he hadn't been told yet. She turned back to the eggs. You know him, he said. Everyone in Midnight knows Orion Lightbringer, she said. He's the mayor. A silence. The mayor, Abriel repeated. The mayor has been officially for about 40 years. He rotates the position, holds it under different names, then steps back for a decade or so before circumstances arrange themselves so he can resume it. Unofficially, she took the eggs off the heat, plated them, brought them to the table and sat down. Unofficially, he's been the de facto leader of Midnight for well over a century. He runs the Night Assembly, the Vampire Council. He maintains the political relationships between the supernatural factions. He is, she looked at him, he is one of the most powerful and most feared people in this city. Not because he's cruel, because he's old and because he's controlled and because he has made it clear, over and over again, that he will do whatever is necessary for Midnight to survive. He's a vampire, Abriel said. He's an ancient vampire, Delia corrected. There's a difference. Ancient vampires are, she paused, choosing words. The old ones are not like the stories, they're not ravenous, they're contained, everything is controlled, everything has purpose. But that kind of control over that much power, maintained over that much time, it has a cost. She picked up her fork. He's been dreaming about you. He said that. He mentioned it publicly, or she hesitated. In the Night Assembly he mentioned it, which is not the same as publicly, but nothing said in the Night Assembly stays private for long. He said some months ago that he believed the bloodline heir had returned, that he'd been in contact through dreams. She looked at him. Most people thought it was wishful thinking, or worse, there is a faction in the Night Assembly that believes. She stopped. We'll get to the politics, eat first. He ate. He thought about Orion Lightbringer's hands on his face in the dream, cold and steady, and about the look in his eyes when he'd said you're here. When you say he's been dreaming about me, Abriel said, how long? Delia's expression did the careful thing again. He mentioned it first, officially in any documented way, about 2 years ago, when the seal started weakening. A pause, but I have heard privately from people I trust that it started earlier than that, much earlier. How much earlier? She met his eyes. Years, she said. I think he's been dreaming about you since before you were born. He thought about that. He ate his eggs. The morning brew sat warm in his chest and clarified nothing at all. I need to meet him, he said. I know, she said, and I think he knows you've arrived. Whatever he's been sensing through the dreams, I'd be surprised if he didn't feel you the moment you crossed the city limits. She stood and took her plate to the sink. I can make arrangements, but first, there's someone else I want you to meet. It's who? Her name is Alessina, Delia said. She's a psychic, the most powerful in the city, which is saying something because Midnight doesn't take that title lightly. She's been asking about you for months. She turned off the water and dried her hands and looked at him with the focused attention of someone deciding how much to say. She will tell you things I can't, and things she tells you will be frightening. I want you to be, she paused, ready for difficult truths. Abriel thought about his grandmother's letter, about the seal, about the man with old eyes and a careful voice in his dreams who had been waiting for him for years. I'm already not ready, he said, but I don't think that's going to matter. Delia smiled briefly with an expression that held grief in it. No, she said, I don't think it is. Midnight in daylight was different. Not different in the way that nighttime cities become different places when the sun rises, not just that the threatening becomes mundane, the mysterious becomes ordinary. Midnight in daylight was still midnight. The gas lamps were off, but you could see their housings, ornate and old, everywhere. The buildings in the older districts were clearly, specifically architecturally strange, proportions that were slightly too tall or wide, windows in placements that didn't serve ventilation, carved details in the stonework that were not decorative in any tradition he recognized. The streets curved. Not all of them, but enough, and in ways that made navigation feel like a memory exercise rather than a spatial one. People moved through the daylight city, and some of them were obviously human, and some of them were not. Not in a dramatic way. Mostly you could only tell by the eyes, by the quality of someone's attention, by the angle of a too-still person at a cafe table, by the woman who walked past him and whose shadow moved half a second behind her body. He was being watched. Not aggressively, not the way threat feels, but he was aware, with the uncomfortable precision of someone who had spent years wishing his instincts were quieter, that people were noticing him, glancing at him from doorways and windows and the corners of eyes. The stripe in his hair was impossible to miss, and it was clearly communicating something to everyone who saw it. Alessina's address was a shop on the street called The Long Way Round. He didn't have this address, had only a name and a general direction that Delia had given him along with a look that suggested trust it, and he found it without looking for it. The shop materialized from around a corner he hadn't known was there, sandwiched between a baker's and a place that sold candles in colors that had no names, with a hand-painted sign that read, Alessina's Books, Remedies, Consultations, by appointment or by fate. The door opened before he knocked. Come in, said a voice from inside. I've been waiting for your generation to finally show up. Alessina was 63 years old, 5'2", and wore her grey-streaked hair in 2 long braids that she'd wrapped around her head in a crown. She was broad-shouldered and deliberate in her movements, with hands that he suspected had performed extraordinary things and showed no evidence of it. Her eyes were dark and sharp and slightly unfocused in the specific way of someone whose primary sight wasn't actually looking at what was in front of them. She was sitting at a round table in the back of the shop, which was packed with exactly the kind of organized accumulation you expected from a person who had been doing serious work for a long time. Shelves of books, jars of labeled things, photographs on the walls in patterns that weren't decorative, notes and correspondence pinned to a board that filled one entire wall. A kettle on the counter behind her was already releasing steam. She looked at him, really looked, the focused way of someone reading more than faces. Abriel Goodwill, she said, her voice was warm and specific. Sit down, child. You've had a long night and you're going to have a longer day. Sit. He sat. She poured tea different from Delia's, more complex with a smoky undertone, and handed him a cup and looked at him over hers. Before you ask questions, she said, let me tell you what I see, then you can ask. Okay, he said. You arrived last night, the city felt you. The seal, the binding beneath midnight, responded to your presence, which tells me the blood connection is strong enough to work. Whether it's strong enough to do what needs to be done, she tilted her head, that I can't see clearly yet. The vision is blocked in places. Things are happening faster than I expected. The seal weakening, he said. Yes, but also, she paused, set down her cup, her expression shifted to something more careful. Someone is helping it weaken, deliberately. This is not simply entropy. This is, she stopped herself. I want to be precise. I see deliberate interference. I see hands where there should not be hands. I see a door being pulled open from the inside. A cold discomfort moved through him. Who? He asked. I can't see who yet. The vision is, she touched her temple briefly, obscured. Someone with significant power has taken measures to obscure it. What I can see is the result if they succeed. She looked at him steadily. Everything that was sealed beneath this city wakes up, and everything currently living in Midnight dies. He thought about that. The systematic, clinical way his mind organized terrible information was something he'd always been vaguely ashamed of, the way he tended to retreat into structure when things were overwhelming. But right now he was grateful for it. "What can I do?" he asked. Alessina looked at him for a moment with an expression that held a kind of weighted tenderness. "You are very young," she said, "for what is about to be asked of you." "I know, what can I do?" "The seal is key to your bloodline. Your presence strengthens it, even just being in the city is helping. I felt the pressure stabilize slightly last night when you arrived," but she paused. "Stabilization and renewal are different things. Renewal requires knowledge we've lost and a ritual I don't have a complete record of. We would need," she stopped, looked at him, "you need to meet Orion Lightbringer." "That's the second time someone said that to me today," he said. "He was there," Alessina said. "In the original sealing. He was one of the vampires who participated. He carries the memory of it." She picked up her tea again, watching him over the rim. "What has he told you in the dreams?" Abriel stopped, looked at her. "How do you know about the dreams?" "I know about the dreams because I sent some of them," she said, entirely without embarrassment. "The ones where you saw the city clearly, the architectural details, the specific streets, those were mine. The ones with Orion," she shook her head, "those are his. He absorbed this. He's been deliberately dreaming at me." Psychic contact through dreams is a vampire ability that develops with age. It requires a connection, a blood link usually, or a strong emotional resonance. The fact that he could reach you from this far, she paused, that is itself information. It tells us the connection between him and your bloodline is very old. He didn't entirely like the sound of that. What kind of connection? Alessina looked at him with the particular gentleness of someone about to say something that will complicate a life. "When your ancestor performed the original sealing ritual," she said, "she wasn't alone. She worked with several vampires. One of them donated blood to the binding, which means a piece of his essence is woven into the seal. Which means the seal and everyone tied to it through bloodline carries a," she searched for the word, "a thread, a resonance. It is not possession. It is not control. It is more like," she seemed to consider, "more like tuning. When your grandmother was alive and in the city, he could find her in dreams. Hers was a weaker connection because she didn't have the marker, but still. And before her, he has been reaching for your bloodline in this way for 2 centuries. Abriel felt something large and strange settle over him. Not threatening, just enormous. The way the sky is enormous at night when you actually look at it. "He's been dreaming about us for 200 years, he said. "Not always, not continuously. Only when the seal weakens, only when the need becomes urgent." She looked at him. "The fact that he's been reaching for you so strongly, so persistently, for so long, this is the most dire the need has ever been." He sat with that. Alessina refilled his cup without asking. "I need to warn you about something," she said, and her voice changed, less informational, more careful, more personal. He looked at her. "What I'm about to tell you is not from formal knowledge or written history," she said. "This is from vision, and vision," she touched her temple again, that same unconscious gesture. "Vision is not perfect. I see things clearly and then sometimes I lose them. The more I see, the more I lose. This is the cost of what I can do." She held his gaze. "But I need to tell you this even if it costs me something to say it." "Tell me," he said. "Someone close to you will betray you," she said. "I don't know who, I can't see their face, I've tried." Her expression was frustrated in the specific way of someone who is used to seeing clearly. "But I see the shape of it. The betrayal doesn't come from malice, it comes from desperation. From someone who loves Midnight or loves you and has concluded that sacrifice is necessary." She paused. "I need you to be careful of everyone who seems to want to help you. Not because help is dangerous, but because someone helping me is the cover," he said. "Yes," she looked at him. "The city is watching you, Abriel. I say that literally, not poetically. Midnight itself is aware of you in a way it isn't aware of most people. As the air, you are visible to it, which means you are visible to everything that is connected to the city, including the thing in the ground." The thing in the ground. He thought of his grandmother's letter, the moment of relief, the moment the city exhales. That is not the city being saved. That is the city recognizing its last chance. "I need to meet Orion Lightbringer," he said. "Tonight," Alessina said. "I'll arrange it. He's been," a brief pause, something like humor in her eyes. "He's been impatiently waiting for me to arrange it since about 3 months ago. I wanted to wait until you arrived. He was not pleased about that." "Is he generally not pleased about things?" "He is the most patient man I have ever met," Alessina said, "in the way that very powerful people are patient, as a choice, not a temperament. Beneath that patience is," she seemed to look for a word, A great deal. She looked at him steadily. He will want to protect you. From the moment he meets you in real life, his instinct will be to shield you from information he thinks will hurt you. Do not allow this. I'm not easy to shield, he said. The corner of her mouth moved. No, she said, looking at the stripe in his hair. I imagine you're not. Chapter 3, Blood Club. The arrangement, when it came in the form of a note. He was back at Delia's house in the late afternoon, sitting in the library on the second floor with a stack of his great-aunt's journals that Delia had produced with the focused energy of someone who had been curating them for years, waiting for this moment. The journals were dense, written in a hand that was difficult to parse, full of abbreviations and references he didn't have context for. But he could read enough of them to understand, in fragments, what his great-aunt had known and what she'd feared and what she'd tried to do about it. Tried and failed, apparently, given that she was dead. He was deep in a passage about the original sealing ritual, his great-aunt describing, in her compressed shorthand, what she'd been able to reconstruct from the oral history of their family, when Delia knocked on the doorframe. Delivery, she said. She held out a sealed envelope. No stamp, no return address. Just his name, written in handwriting he'd never seen but somehow recognized anyway. Controlled, precise, with a slight leftward lean that suggested someone who'd learned to write in a century when penmanship was formal. Inside was a single card, heavy cream stock. Mr. Goodwill, I understand you have arrived. I will be at the Nocturne tonight from 10 p.m. I would be grateful for the opportunity to speak with you. I am aware that I have asked much of you already through means that were unconventional and not fully consented to. I apologize for the intrusion. Please know that every contact was made with urgency and not with any intention to cause distress. I look forward to meeting you in circumstances we are both actually awake for. Oh, Lightbringer. Abriel read it twice. Then he read it a third time, because it had the quality of a thing that revealed more on rereading. He looked up at Delia. What is the Nocturne? She seemed to search for a characterization. It's a club, underground. Literally underground, it's beneath the old Vellum Hotel basement level. The night assembly uses it for political events, business, the private rooms upstairs. She stopped. It is also in parts of it that are not the part you will be going to, a blood club. A blood club, he repeated. There are humans who seek out vampires voluntarily, she said, with the tone of someone offering information without editorial comment. For the experience. The Nocturne's upper rooms facilitate that, consensually. There's a whole regulatory framework, the night assembly oversees it. She paused. The bar level is more mixed. Everyone goes to the Nocturne bar. It's neutral ground. The political stuff happens in private rooms on the lower floor. And Orion Lightbringer will be at the bar level. I would assume so. He tends to choose visible spaces for first meetings. It's a deliberate choice. It says something about trust. She tilted her head. He's not hiding you. He's making himself visible while meeting you, in the night assembly's home ground. Which is politically significant. Everything in Midnight is politically significant. She looked at him. You can say no. I can reply and say. I'm not saying no. He looked down at the card in his hand, the controlled, precise handwriting, the careful apology. I'll go. Delia nodded, and she looked at him with an expression that was partly relief and partly the specific grief of someone who loves a person they're handing into the current of something they can't stop. Wear the hair, she said. Don't cover it. He touched the white streak without thinking. Old habit, checking for a hat he'd stopped wearing. I wasn't going to, he said. The Nocturne was exactly what he'd expected, and not at all what he'd expected. He'd expected underground, and it was. You entered through a narrow door on Vellum Street and descended a long staircase that went farther down than the building above it had any right to permit, and when you emerged at the bottom, you were in a space that felt genuinely enormous. High ceilings for a basement, but not artificially high. They were stone, the natural ceiling of a space carved into the bedrock of the city. The lighting was low and warm, and came from sources that weren't all electrical. Clusters of thick candles, iron chandeliers that held actual flame, the occasional burst of cold phosphorescent light from something biological or magical that he didn't identify. The bar was the length of one entire wall, dark wood and dark stone and brass fittings. The barkeep, tall, pale, with the specific quality of someone who was not fully alive and knew it, moved with efficiency that verged on performance. The bottles behind the bar were illuminated from within by whatever they contained. One shelf of them glowed deep red, another pulsed with a bioluminescent green-blue. People, a great variety of them, in clothes that ranged from formal to deliberately casual, in a way that suggested the deliberately casual was as considered as the formal. conversations in low voices, the ambient sound of a string quartet somewhere out of sight, playing something contemporary with an arrangement that made it sound centuries old. He was aware, immediately, of being noticed. Not dramatically, not everyone turning to look, but the awareness moved through the room like a current, a glance, a slight shift, conversations that paused and resumed. He'd worn his good jacket, dark green, well-fitted, and left the stripe fully visible, not styled away from it but almost toward it, and the effect was apparently pronounced. He went to the bar. The barkeep was in front of him before he'd finished settling onto the stool. "What will you have?" The voice was exactly the voice you'd give a person like this in a story. Low, gender-ambiguous, not unkind. "What's the one in the middle?" he asked, nodding at the shelf of glowing bottles. The one he indicated was a deep amber, almost orange, lit from within. The barkeep glanced at it. "That's the Harvest, spiced rum base, honey and clove," with a slight pause. "A minor metabolic effect. It clarifies, makes things vivid, not recommended for first-timers to the city." "Put it in something with ice," he said. The barkeep didn't question this. He watched the drink being made, the pour of amber liquid, the ice, a single herb leaf that was not mint placed on the surface. It was handed to him, and he wrapped his hand around the glass and took a sip. Vivid was accurate. The flavor hit first, warm and deep and sweet in a way that had complexity behind it, and then something else, something that was less taste and more the clarification the barkeep had mentioned. The room sharpening, the edges coming into definition. The ambient magic of the nocturne, which he'd felt but not seen clearly, becoming visible at the corners of his perception. He could see faintly the pathways of the ventilation magic. The warding along the walls. The subtle compulsions woven into the floor that kept the energy of the room below a certain pitch. He could feel the white streak in his hair warm slightly, like a tuning fork responding to a nearby note. "That," said a voice beside him, "is an unusual choice for someone who hasn't been to midnight in 10 years. He turned. The man from his dreams was standing there. In real life he was more in all directions, taller than the dreams had suggested, which surprised him because the dreams had been clear. More present, the quality of his physical presence had a weight to it that dreams couldn't fully render. The exhaustion he'd always seen in the dreams was there, but better hidden, more controlled. In person, Orion Lightbringer wore his state the way politicians wore their composure, as a layer between the inner thing and the world. He was wearing a dark jacket over a dark shirt, the collar slightly open at the throat. His hands were at his sides, relaxed, and there was a drink in neither of them, which Abriel registered as deliberate. The expression on his face when he looked at Abriel. The expression was complicated. It was relief, but held tightly. Recognition and something more personal than it had any right to be. Restraint over the top of something that was not restrained. "You're actually here," Orion said, very quietly. "You keep saying that," Abriel said, both in dreams and apparently now. Something moved across Orion's face. Not quite a smile, more than a flicker, less than something that committed. "May I?" He indicated the stool beside Abriel. "Sit." "Please," Abriel said. Orion sat. He sat the way he moved, carefully, with full intention, the way someone moved when they'd learned that careless movement was dangerous. He signaled the barkeep with a small gesture, was given something that poured dark and barely lit, and he wrapped his hand around the glass without drinking from it. Up close, the eyes were darker than dreams had managed. Dark brown, nearly black, with a quality behind them that he'd only seen before in very old photographs of people who'd survived extraordinary things. A depth that wasn't emptiness but was something close to it, the deep pools that form from absence. "I owe you an apology," Orion said, and he said it with the weight of someone who didn't say it often and meant it fully when he did. "The dreams, the contact through," he paused. "It was invasive. I know it was invasive. I want you to understand that I tried not to for a long time, but the situation." "A listener explained the mechanism," Abriel said, "the blood tie to the seal." A slight pause. "Did she tell you everything?" "Probably not. She told me enough to be here." He looked at Orion directly, something he'd been doing since the man sat down, deliberately, as a choice not to be averted. "She told me the seal is weakening and that you were there when it was made and that you carry the memory of it, and she told me," he stopped, considered how to say the next part. "She told me that you've been reaching out to my bloodline for a very long time, not just since the seal started weakening." Orion was very still. "Yes," he said. "How long?" "Since your grandmother," Orion said. "Since I realized, after she died, after the thread went quiet, that the bloodline had left the city and the seal would feel the absence." He looked at his glass. "And before that, in the years before she died, I dreamed of her occasionally, before I knew what the connection was, before I understood what it meant." He looked up. I should say clearly, it was not. These dreams are not intimate. They're not. I'm not intruding in that way. It is more like hearing a specific voice across a distance, like being tuned to a particular frequency. I know what the dreams were, Abriel said. I'm not, he stopped, sorted through what he was and wasn't. I'm not angry about the dreams, or not primarily angry. I want to understand them. What were you trying to tell me? Orion set his glass on the bar and turned to face him fully, which required a slight shift in his posture, and the shift was careful in the specific way of someone who was very aware of their size and the effect it had. That midnight is dying, he said simply. That the seal is cracking and I have tried everything I know. I have thrown every resource the Night Assembly has at this. I have consulted every practitioner in this city and several outside it, and none of it has been enough. The control in his voice was extraordinary. Underneath, it was something that the harvest drink had made visible to Abriel in a way it might not have been otherwise, a terrible weight. An exhaustion that went down to the structural level. A person who had spent a very long time being the last line between a city and catastrophe and was starting to feel, for the first time, that the line might not hold. Your bloodline, he continued, is not an option. It is the only option, Abriel finished. He felt something settle in him. Not acceptance, not quite, but the particular resignation of a decision already made. You could have led with that in the dreams. I tried, Orion said. You weren't ready to hear it. This was probably true. He didn't say so. Tell me what you need, he said instead. All of it, no filtering, no deciding what I can handle. Orion looked at him for a long moment. In the candlelight of the nocturne, with the harvest drink making the ambient magic visible, he looked exactly like what he was. Something very old, something that had given up too many things to count, something that was sitting across from the one possibility that remained, and was trying very hard not to grip it so tightly that it broke. The renewal ritual, Orion said. I know the shape of it. Some of the specifics I know. I was there, I remember the original, but critical elements were documented by the witches involved, and those documents were in the possession of your family, and they disappeared when your mother left the city. The box, Abriel said quietly, my grandmother's things. Orion blinked. A box. There was a box in my mother's closet. I found it before I came here. I took it with me. He watched Orion's face go through something complicated and controlled. There are journals, old ones, my great-aunt's, and older things than that. I haven't been through all of it yet. Your great-aunt, Orion said. He looked down at his glass, a pause. I knew her. She came back to Midnight, briefly 15 years ago. She was trying to do what you're here to do. He stopped. She died, Abriel said. Delia told me. She didn't say how. A silence that was weighted. Not from the ritual, Orion said carefully. She was killed before she could attempt it. Someone, his jaw tightened. I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't paying sufficient attention to the signs. And by the time I understood what was happening, he stopped. I have been trying to understand ever since who was responsible. I have not been able to determine it with certainty. You think whoever killed her is still here? Yes. The nocturne moved around them, full of people and low conversation and the distant string quartet, and Abriel sat with this for a moment. The shape of the danger, the fact that someone had killed a woman for trying to do what he was here to do, and felt the specific way his mind organized it. Threat, real, not theoretical, historical precedent, act accordingly. A listener told me someone close to me will betray me, he said. Orion looked at him sharply. She said she can't see who. Abriel met his gaze. I'm telling you because I need the people I'm working with to know, and because if it's someone in the Night Assembly, you need to know too. Orion held his gaze for a moment, then he said, I know. You already knew. I have suspected for some months that someone in the Night Assembly is interfering with the seal, deliberately. His voice was very controlled. I don't know who. My assistant has been running an investigation. We have suspects, nothing certain. Your assistant, Abriel said. Who is that? Lev Crane, Orion said. He's been with me for, he paused, 30 years, I trust him. But a listener said someone close, Abriel said carefully. Orion said nothing for a moment. Then, I know. He looked at his glass. He picked it up and finally drank, and Abriel watched him and thought about the controlled exhaustion and the 200 years of careful management, and the man from his dreams who always reached for him, with the urgency of someone who had been searching for a long time. I need to read the journals, Abriel said. All of them, and I need whatever you have from the original ritual, whatever you remember. We can start tomorrow, Orion said. Tonight, Abriel said. I'd like to start tonight. Another one of those pauses that went through several states of something. The nocturne moved, the candles burned, the distant quartet played something that was half waltz and half something more ancient. Tonight, Orion said finally, yes, all right. He stood, he picked up the dark drink and finally finished it, and he set the glass down with the care of a person who is perpetually careful about such things, and he held out a hand. Welcome to midnight, he said. Formally, I'm sorry it's in such poor condition. Abriel looked at the offered hand for a moment. Then he took it. Orion's grip was cool and dry and precise, and when their hands met there was a moment, brief, electric, more specific than a handshake between two people who have just met had any right to be, in which Abriel felt the thread that a listener had described, the resonance, the tuning. He felt it in the white stripe of his hair first, a warmth like recognition. Then in his chest, in the place where his magic lived when it was quiet. Orion's hand was very still in his. His expression did not change in any overt way, but something in it went quiet, the way a person goes quiet when they've been waiting a long time for something, and it has finally arrived. Come, Orion said, and let go. I'll take you to the archive. Chapter 4, The Archive. The Night Assembly's archive was not in any location that appeared on any official map of the city. This was, Orion explained, by design. The archive had existed for longer than the Night Assembly itself, and its location had been changed 3 times in 200 years, not because it was under threat, but because the city shifted, and the archive needed to stay in a location where the city's lee lines could stabilize its contents. Magical documents required certain environmental conditions. Certain kinds of information wanted to be in certain kinds of darkness. They walked through corridors that Abriel was fairly sure did not exist in any straightforward architectural sense. Not a trick of the layout, he had a reasonable sense of direction, and he knew when he was being folded, but corridors that were simply in midnight without being of it, accessible through doors in the nocturne's lower level that required a specific kind of key. Orion's key was his palm, pressed to a panel of black stone. The stone read him, and the door opened. Blood key, Abriel said, watching. Quite old technology by now. The Night Assembly was less subtle in some respects 2 centuries ago. Orion held the door and they passed through into a staircase going down. The archive was a long room, maybe 60 feet in length, with shelving on both walls floor to ceiling and a central table of dark wood. The lighting was that phosphorescent biological glow again, housed in glass vessels at intervals along the shelves, steady and greenish-white. The temperature was noticeably lower than the corridor, and dry in a way that wasn't quite natural. The shelves were extraordinary. He stood at the entrance for a moment just looking. Books obviously in various states of age and condition, but also sealed tubes of rolled documents, flat cases of what appeared to be photographic plates, boxes whose labels were handwritten in ink that had gone to brown, objects that were clearly not documents, small sealed jars, folded cloths, things bound in leather and wire. Everything the Night Assembly has ever documented, Orion said from beside him, and some things that predate the Night Assembly. The oldest material in this room is, he paused, difficult to date, older than this building, possibly older than the city. Abriel walked to the nearest shelf and tilted his head to read a spine. The title was in 3 languages simultaneously, each one visible only at a slight different angle, and he caught only fragments of the binding, blood and bedrock, when the door was. His hand moved before he could think about it. Careful, Orion said, from very close behind him. Abriel's hand stopped a half-inch from the spine. Some of the older material is, a pause, sensitive to touch in various ways. Abriel lowered his hand. He turned and found Orion closer than he'd expected, not uncomfortably close, but close, the way a person stands when they're used to rooms being larger than the people in them and haven't calibrated. He took a step back. Sensitive how? He said. Some of it retains energy, particularly the material related to the original sealing. It's been in contact with an enormous amount of concentrated blood magic for 2 centuries. Some of it is reactive, particularly to members of the bloodline who have the marker. He looked at the white streak, and the look was direct and specific. I suspect your presence will affect some of it. I want to be careful about what you touch before we understand exactly what you are. Something about the phrase what you are lodged in him, in a not entirely comfortable way. What I am's, he repeated. Orion registered the edge in it. I mean what you are capable of. I don't mean it as a, he stopped, looked at him. I mean it in the most respectful possible sense. You are the bloodline heir with the marker. That is not a small thing. I don't know exactly what contact between you and the archived material of the original ritual will do. Would you be able to stop it, if it became, he searched for the word. Too much, I believe so. A pause, I would try. He turned back to the shelves. He folded his arms and stood there looking at the accumulated record of 243 years of a city keeping a secret and fighting to keep a door shut. My great-aunt, he said, did she come here when she was in the city 15 years ago? Yes, Orion's voice behind him was careful. She spent 3 days in this room. Did she find what she was looking for? She made significant progress. She identified the key elements of the renewal ritual that had been missing from the commonly available record. A pause. She was supposed to come back. There was a step in the ritual that required a vampire, the same blood connection that I carry. We had agreed to attempt it together. She was killed the night before we were to begin. He said the last sentence with the specific flatness of someone who had controlled the feeling in it very thoroughly and for a very long time. You would have done the ritual with her, Abriel said, turned, and now you're asking me. I'm asking, Orion stopped. He looked at Abriel steadily. I am not asking you to do anything you have not agreed to do. I am asking you to be here, to look at what we have, to help me understand what we're working with, a beat, and then yes, to make a decision about what comes next, with full information which I should have been more forthcoming with before. You were going to tell me in stages, Abriel said. A listener warned me about that. A pause, she warned you specifically. She said you would want to protect me from information you thought would hurt me. He held Orion's gaze. She said not to allow it. That is very a listener of her, Orion said, and it sounded like something between exasperation and deep affection. She seems to know you well. A listener has been in Midnight longer than she'd like to admit. She was here before the night assembly. She was present at the periphery when the original sealing occurred. She is, he paused, one of the few people in this city I trust entirely. But she can't help you renew the seal. The ritual requires specific elements, a bloodline connection which only you have, a vampire blood bond which I carry, and a psychic anchor which a listener should be able to provide. It also requires, he stopped, looked at the shelves. Knowledge I don't entirely have. I know the shape of it. I was there, but the ritual was led by the witches. I was a participant, not the architect. The specific instructions were in your family's keeping. The box, Abriel said again, my grandmother's things. Yes. He thought about the box. He'd brought it with him. Of course he'd brought it, after what the letter said, and it was sitting in Delia's library. He thought about the journals he'd been reading, the dense, compressed shorthand of his great-aunt's observations. I want to read them here, he said, the family documents, whatever I brought with me and whatever is in this archive. I want to read them together and cross-reference them. That makes sense, Orion said. And he stopped, looked at Orion directly. I want you to tell me everything you remember about the original ritual, all of it, not what you think I can handle. Orion met his gaze. There was something in the stillness of him that reminded Abriel of a person who has spent so long controlling their responses that the control has become invisible, indistinguishable from the absence of feeling. But he'd been watching Orion for the length of a walk and a conversation and an archive, and he'd been dreaming about him for months, and he knew that the absence of visible feeling was not absence. All right, Orion said, all of it. He moved to the central table. He sat, and he reached inside his jacket and produced a small leather book. The kind of thing you'd call a notebook, but old, the cover worn to a texture that was almost skin, and he laid it on the table. Everything I remember about the original ritual, he said, is here, some in notes, some in, he paused. Memory that I transferred to paper in the years immediately afterward. He stopped. Memory across centuries is not reliable. It is one of the difficulties of the kind of life I have. The older memories are clearer than the intermediate ones, the very old and the very recent are clearest, but there are gaps. How old are you? Abriel asked. I was turned in 1782, Orion said. I was 35, I had been a physician. Abriel thought about that. 1782, 243 years. He tried to imagine what you looked like from the inside after that much time, what the architecture of memory became, what was kept and what eroded. He thought about the face in his dreams, the exhaustion in it. Sit down, he said, and pulled out the chair across from Orion. Tell me everything. Orion looked at him for a moment, at the stripe in his hair and the directness of his gaze and the particular quality of someone who has decided to be unafraid even if they're not entirely, and something in his expression did the thing it had done when they'd shaken hands, went quiet, settled. He opened the notebook. In 1780, he said, a witch named Cecilia Goodwill came to me with a problem. Chapter 5, The Original Sin. The story Orion told was not short. He told it the way a person tells a thing they've held for a very long time, with precision in the places where the emotion is sharpest, with the flatness of summary in the places where emotion has eroded to fact. He spoke for almost 2 hours. He didn't pace. He sat across the table and kept his hands still and his voice controlled, and he told Abriel Goodwill everything he knew about the beginning of midnight. Not the beginning the tourists were told, not the city's official history, the polished version that made midnight sound like an eccentric but charming anomaly in the urban landscape, the real beginning, the one that had happened in the dark. In 1780, a witch named Cecilia Goodwill, Abriel's ancestor, 6 generations removed, had come to Orion with information she'd received from a dying woman. The dying woman had been a spirit worker, had spent most of her life in close communion with the dead, which in midnight supernatural ecology meant the genuinely dead, spirits that hadn't crossed over, fragments of consciousness that clung to the living world for various reasons. In the last weeks of her life, this spirit worker had begun receiving communications from something that was not a spirit. Something that arrived in the channels she used for spirit communication, but was not a spirit, was older than spirits, older than death, operating on a frequency that she'd never encountered. It identified itself in the fragmented way that very old things communicated through very inadequate channels as the cleanser, the corrector, the thing that came when the world became too full of what it called contamination. It spoke of supernatural beings, witches, vampires, psychics, spirit workers, all of them, as errors, mistakes in the natural order, corruptions of what should have been clean. It said it had come to fix this. It had started already, in a city 200 miles away. That city was, by the time the spirit worker found Cecilia Goodwill, already ash. The spirit worker died before she could give Cecilia more, but she'd given enough, the nature of the thing, the direction it was moving, the approximate timeline. Cecilia had taken this information to everyone who would listen. Most people hadn't. Most people, this was 1780, and even in midnight the political factions distrusted each other in ways that made collective action essentially impossible, had been invested in their own concerns and their own enemies, and had not wanted to hear that something older and worse was coming. Orion had listened. He'd been a physician before he was a vampire, and he maintained the physician's habit of taking symptoms seriously regardless of how uncomfortable the diagnosis was. He'd listened to Cecilia Goodwill, and he'd believed her, and he'd said, "What do we need to do?" What they needed to do, it turned out, was almost impossible. The purifier, this was what they called it eventually, because it called itself the cleanser and the corrector, but those words were inadequate. Purifier captured both the intent and the horror better, was not a supernatural being in any recognizable category. It was not spirit, not flesh. It was something cosmic, something that predated the supernatural ecosystem entirely, something that had been dormant for millennia and had been woken by a sufficient concentration of supernatural activity in a single place. It could be bound, not killed. Killing was not an option they could identify, but bound, contained, imprisoned in bedrock under a city using a combination of blood magic and psychic anchoring, and something specific to the Goodwill bloodline that Cecilia called the celestial thread, the white streak, the inherited marker, the frequency that made the Goodwills specific. The binding ritual required 3 things: a Goodwill witch with the marker, performing the sealing in blood; a vampire who had made a blood bond with the Goodwill line, providing the living iron of supernatural endurance, because the seal needed to last, needed to be built from something that didn't age or die; and a psychic anchor, someone who could hold the collective intention of all participants in the space of pure consciousness, threading it through the seal. Cecilia Goodwill had the stripe. Orion had agreed to the blood bond. The psychic, whose name was not a lessener, but whose role a lessener now held in the city's ecosystem, had been the third. "The blood bond," Abriel said, when Orion reached this part. "Yes. You and my ancestor exchanged blood." Yes, the bond in the context of the ritual, it meant that a thread of her magic and a thread of he paused, searched, my essence, whatever I am, those things became entwined, in the seal and in the bloodline afterward. Each generation born with the marker carries that thread. "So I carry it." "You carry it, yes." Orion's voice was careful. His hands on the table were very still, which is part of why the dreams were possible. The connection runs both ways. When I reach through the seal's frequency, I find the bloodline, I find you. He paused. "I want to be clear about something. I have never fed from anyone in your bloodline. The bond from the original ritual is not the same as a feeding bond. It is older than that, different. It does not give me access to your mind or your memories. It gives me," he seemed to consider, "access to your existence at a distance, the way you might hear a bell from across a city." Abriel sat with this. He looked at the notebook on the table between them. Orion's record of memory, his careful preservation of what he could hold. You made a blood bond with my ancestor, he said, to seal something terrible beneath this city, and the seal is now failing, and you need a new. He stopped. Is the ritual the same for the renewal? Similar, Orion said. The structure is the same, the blood bond needs to be refreshed, Abriel said. A pause. Yes, Orion said. The words sat in the air between them. Abriel thought about what that meant. A blood bond between a Goodwill witch and Orion Lightbringer, refreshed, updated. He thought about what a listener had said about feeding, about the emotional intimacy it created, the memory sharing, the addictive bond. You've been dreaming about me for years, he said, and part of what you were dreaming about, even if you weren't fully aware of it, was, he stopped, working out how to ask me this. Orion looked at him. Something in his expression did a complicated thing. I have been dreaming about you, he said, for reasons that are not purely strategic. I want to be transparent about that. Abriel held his gaze. What other reasons? You are. A pause. The control in Orion's voice, always present, did something unusual. It maintained itself but showed the effort. The original blood bond created a resonance. Every generation born with the marker carries an echo of Cecilia Goodwill's magic. I have been aware of that resonance in the abstract for 2 centuries, but in you, he stopped. In you it is clearer than it has ever been, stronger, and a longer pause. I find when I try to be entirely honest about my motivations that I cannot separate the urgency of the need from what is personal. From what I feel, he stopped himself entirely. The silence lasted for a specific number of seconds, during which Abriel watched Orion Lightbringer decide not to say something. You feel something, Abriel said. I have been reaching for the frequency of this bloodline for over 2 centuries, Orion said precisely, and now you are sitting across from me and you are not what I expected. He looked at Abriel steadily. In the dreams I knew you were real, I knew you were specific. I did not expect. He stopped again. This is the part where you tell me what you didn't expect, Abriel said. A pause. Someone who does not flinch, Orion said finally. Someone who asks for all of it and means it. Abriel thought about his mother, who had spent his whole childhood trying to protect him from exactly what he was. He thought about 10 years of dyeing his hair, 10 years of hiding the marker, 10 years of tamping down the surges of magic that came at the worst moments, in arguments, in grief, in the inexplicable 3 a.m. alone in the dark kind of pain that doesn't have a source. He thought about the pull he'd felt toward midnight his whole life, and the relief of being here, in this city, which was terrible and dying, and apparently in need of things from him he didn't yet know how to give. I've spent 22 years being told not to be myself, he said. I'm tired of it. He looked at Orion across the table. Tell me the rest. Tell me what the ritual actually requires, and then tell me what you feel, in whatever order seems right. Orion looked at him for a long time. The archive was very quiet. The phosphorescent lights pulsed slowly. Outside, above them, midnight breathed. Ritual requires blood, Orion said. Yours and mine exchanged. The bond doesn't work at a distance, it requires direct contact, and the magic it will call up is, he stopped. Cecilia Goodwill was a powerful witch. What she did during the original sealing was extraordinary. The white streak in your hair is brighter than any I have seen in your line, including hers. The magic in you is stronger than it was in her. He held Abriel's gaze. I do not know exactly what it will do to you. I do not know what channeling 200 years of accumulated seal energy will cost. But you think I'll survive it? I think, he stopped. I think that if I could tell you with certainty that you would survive it, I would. I cannot, and I will not deceive you about the risk. My great-aunt didn't survive, Abriel said. Your great-aunt was killed before she could attempt the ritual, Orion said. She died because someone wanted to prevent it, not because the ritual itself killed her. But it might kill me. A pause. It might. His voice was very controlled. And this is where I have a conflict, he said, and the control slipped just slightly, just at the edges, between what midnight needs and what I want, for you. You've been looking for me for years, Abriel said, and now that you have me, you're afraid. Yes, Orion said. What are you afraid of? Orion looked at his hands on the table. He looked at the notebook, his own memories, preserved in careful ink. He looked at Abriel. I am afraid, he said, that I have spent 200 years keeping midnight alive, and the cost has been the kind of person I was before the vampire, before the assembly, before the weight of this city became the primary fact of my existence. I was, when I was young, a person who, he stopped, who felt things, whose specific feeling about specific people mattered to him, and I have spent 2 centuries deliberately, he searched for the word, reducing that because it is simpler. Because it is safer, because caring about individuals in a city, you are responsible for creating impossible situations. He looked at Abriel. And then you were in my dreams, he said, and you were specific. Every night you were specific, not an abstraction, not the bloodline. You, and now you're here and you are. He stopped. You are more specific than anything I have allowed myself to notice for a very long time. The archive, the cold, dry air, the phosphorescent light, midnight moving above them through its night. Abriel thought about the man in his dreams who had always looked relieved to see him, and had always reached for him with the urgency of someone who has been looking for a very long time. He thought about the exhaustion in those dark eyes, the weight that lived under the composure. He thought about what 243 years looked like from the inside. Then notice, he said, whatever it is, don't reduce it, not with me. He held Orion's gaze. I've spent my whole life being told that the parts of me that were too much needed to be hidden. I'm done with that. He picked up one of the books from the shelf he'd been able to reach without Orion's warning, a more recent one, clearly, from the 20th century based on the binding, and he set it on the table in front of him. Show me what you have, he said. Show me the ritual, and then, he paused, we'll deal with the rest, whatever it is. Orion looked at him for a moment, and then he reached into his jacket and produced a second notebook, older than the first, and placed it on the table beside the first. And then he reached over and moved the wrong book gently out of Abriel's reach and replaced it with the right one. His hand, as he moved things, brushed Abriel's wrist. Just briefly, just in passing. Neither of them mentioned it. But Abriel felt the white streak in his hair warm again, and Orion's hand stilled for just a moment, and then he drew it back and opened the older notebook and said, "The ritual begins at midnight. Obviously, everything in this city begins at midnight. And despite everything, despite the dying seal and the dead great-aunt, and the terrible thing in the ground and the betrayal a lessener had warned him of, Abriel almost smiled." Chapter 6, The Morning After Truth. He walked back to Delia's house at 4 a.m. The city was at its quietest at this hour, which in midnight meant it was not quiet at all, but quiet in the specific way of a living thing in light sleep. The gas lamps burned. A group of 3 young vampires passed him on Vellum Street, recognized the stripe in his hair, and went carefully polite in the way of people who are reconsidering the casualness of their path. He was carrying photocopies. Orion had a machine in the archive, clearly modern and clearly incongruous beside the centuries of material around it, of the key documents from his family's record, cross-referenced against Orion's notebooks. He was also carrying more questions than he'd arrived with, which wasn't surprising. The night's information organized itself as he walked. Item, the seal was cracking. This was a fact. Item, the renewal ritual required 3 things: his blood and Orion's, exchanged in a blood bond, his magic, channeled into the existing seal, and a psychic anchor, a lessener. Item, someone had killed his great-aunt to prevent the last attempt. Someone was apparently accelerating the seal's deterioration. This meant there was an active enemy, and the enemy was local. Item, Orion Lightbringer had been in his dreams for years, and this was because of a 2-century-old blood tie that lived in his genetic and magical inheritance. And also, Orion had said, because of something more specific, something personal. Orion had not elaborated on the personal, and Abriel had not pressed him because there had been ritual documents to get through, and the personal could wait, and also because he wasn't sure what he felt about it yet. The proximity of Orion was clarifying in the same uncomfortable way as the harvest drink. It showed him things about himself he'd been not looking at. Item, he might die doing the ritual. He turned this one over in his mind, the way you turn something hot and find it still hot on every surface. He had not been afraid in the archive. He wasn't sure if this was courage or just the absence of the ability to afford fear. If he let himself feel the fear, it would use up all available cognitive space, and he needed that space for the problem. He was aware that he was doing this. He suspected it was not entirely healthy. He let himself in with the key Delia had given him. The house was dark except for a light in the kitchen, Delia sitting up, which he'd expected. She had the look of someone who slept lightly when people she cared about were out in the city after midnight. She looked at the papers under his arm. She looked at his face. "How was he?" she asked. He thought about how to answer this. "Not what I expected," he said finally, "and exactly what I expected, simultaneously." Delia made a sound that was acknowledgement and amusement in equal parts. That tends to be how people describe Orion Lightbringer. She stood. "Tea. Please." He sat at the kitchen table and spread the photocopies in front of him and started organizing them while Delia made tea. The cat arrived and climbed onto the table, and he moved it to a chair without breaking concentration. "There's a blood bond involved," he said, "in the ritual." "I know," her voice was careful from the counter. "You know, I've been in this city my whole life, Abriel. I know what the renewal requires." She brought the tea and sat. Are you all right with it?" He looked at his great-aunt's documents. The handwriting, which he'd begun to be able to read with more fluency as the evening progressed, described the blood bond in terms that were specific, not clinical. His great-aunt had written about the original bond between Cecilia and Orion, with the particular intimacy of someone who had heard the story told as a family memory many times. She said it was like being known, his great-aunt had written. She said it was the most frightening and the most true she had ever felt. She said she understood after it was done why vampires were feared, not because they were monsters, because they could see you. "I don't know yet," he said honestly. "I need to think about it." "Orion is," Delia started. "Don't defend him to me," he said not harshly. "I know, or I'm starting to know. He stopped. Thought about the controlled exhaustion and the moments where the control slipped and the thing it slipped toward, which was not weakness but something much more complicated. He's careful," he said, "with everything, probably too careful. I suspect he's been too careful for a very long time and it's cost him things he didn't realize he was losing." Delia looked at him across the table. "That is a remarkably perceptive read for someone who just met him." "I've been dreaming about him for 6 months," he said, "and apparently he's been dreaming about me for longer than that." He wrapped his hands around his mug. "There's something there, I don't know what to call it. It might just be the bond, the inherited resonance from the original ritual, making it feel more than it is," Delia said. "I was going to say more immediate." He looked at her. "Is there a way to know whether what I'm feeling is the resonance or something real?" Delia was quiet for a moment. "I don't think there's a clean line," she said finally. "Magic isn't external to feeling. The resonance is real, which makes whatever it produces real. The question isn't whether the magic is causing it. The question is whether you want it." He thought about the archive, the low phosphorescent light. Orion across the table from him, saying you are more specific than anything I have allowed myself to notice for a very long time. "That," he said, "is a question I'm definitely not answering at 4 in the morning." Delia smiled. "Fair." She picked up her mug. "Go to sleep, tomorrow will be a lot." He gathered the papers and went upstairs. He lay in the lavender-smelling dark and looked at the ceiling and thought about the ritual and the seal and the thing in the ground and the enemy who had killed his great-aunt. And at some point all of this became something else, a warmth in his chest that was either the morning brew wearing off or something settling into place, and he slept. He didn't dream. Or rather, he dreamed, but not of midnight. He dreamed of nothing in particular, just a warm dark that breathed, and in the dream the breathing was the city, and it sounded like it was resting. Chapter 7: The Politics of Survival. The night assembly convened in a chamber beneath the nocturne that was not on the same level as the archive, deeper, more formal, with a table of black stone and chairs of a material he couldn't immediately identify. The ceiling was vaulted stone. The lighting was all candle. Abriel attended at Orion's invitation, which had arrived the following evening with a note that said only, "I think it is time they met you. Will you come?" He'd said yes. He sat, technically, in the observer's chair, a seat at the edge of the room that was distinct from the table's seats, but nobody in this room was treating him like an observer. There were 12 people at the table. Vampires, all of them, though he was learning to distinguish this better. There was a quality of controlled stillness, a particular way of holding the body that became increasingly legible to him in the same way that any vocabulary became legible with use. The night assembly's membership varied in age. Some of them were clearly more recent turns, with that not quite polished quality of someone still adjusting to what they were. Others had the deep stillness of the ancient ones, the stillness that had accumulated like geological layers. Orion sat at the head of the table. He had changed, or rather, the context had changed him. In the archive he'd been, not informal, but personal, specific. Here he was what 200 years of authority made a person. Contained, authoritative, readable as leader the way certain people are readable as their essential role when they occupy its proper space. He wore his composure like armor. Beside him sat a man Abriel didn't know yet but recognized from Orion's description as the assistant mayor. Lev Crane, 50 years of appearance, which meant anything in vampire terms. Dark, with a face that held good intentions on its surface, and something else below it, something Abriel couldn't quite read from across the room. Lev Crane looked at Abriel when he entered with the kind of interest that was too organized to be casual. Orion introduced him formally. Abriel Goodwill, bloodline heir, the marker, a brief gesture toward Abriel's hair, is, as you can see, present. A pause. He has agreed to work with us on the seal. Around the table, reactions varied. 2 members showed relief, 3 showed wariness, 2 showed something more political, the calculation of people who were considering angles. Lev Crane's expression was harder to read. He was too controlled for easy reading, which in Abriel's experience meant someone who had learned to control exactly what they showed. One member, oldest seeming, a woman with silver hair and the specific quality of someone who had been alive long enough to have seen every possible crisis and found most of them survivable, spoke first. "The last Goodwill heir who came to midnight was killed," she said. Her voice was flat and factual and did not go to cruelty. Before she was able to attempt anything, "We should discuss what we are doing differently this time." "Yes," said Orion, "we should." He looked around the table, which begins with identifying who interfered with the last attempt. A silence. "We've been over this," Lev said. His voice was careful, deliberate, the voice of someone managing a narrative. "We've identified no internal assembly involvement." "We've identified no documented internal assembly involvement," Orion said. "Those are different things." Another silence, this one edged. "The seal's deterioration has accelerated," the silver-haired woman said, moving the conversation forward with the precision of someone steering a boat. "In the last 3 months, what we were measuring as a gradual process has," she paused. "Something changed 3 months ago. The rate of decay doubled." Abriel looked at Orion. Orion was looking at Lev Crane. Lev Crane was looking at the table. Something cold moved through Abriel's chest, not the archive's cold, the structural, functional cold. The cold of a specific kind of attention, the kind your instincts produce when they're trying to tell you something. "I arrived last night," Abriel said from the observer's chair. Heads turned. 3 months ago," he said, "I found the box, my grandmother's things, the documents." He paused. "If someone has been watching for the heir to access family records, if the seal itself somehow registered that." "It would," Orion said quietly. "If the seal recognized the bloodline activating, it would send a signal through its deteriorating structure. Amplified distortion." He looked at Abriel with an expression that said, "I hadn't thought of that in the specific way of someone who has been too close to a problem to see it clearly." 3 months ago. When did you find the box?" 3 months ago," Abriel said, "almost to the day." Around the table, a rustling, calculations being performed. Lev Crane was still looking at the table. "This is conjecture," he said finally. "We shouldn't." "It's a data point," the silver-haired woman said. "We should treat it as one." She looked at Abriel. "What was in the box?" "Family records, letters, journals, a map of the city," he paused, "and instructions, incomplete but substantial, about the original ritual and what the renewal might require." "All in your possession?" "I brought it here, yes." A very specific quality of attention from the table. "Good," the silver-haired woman said. "Good. That material should not be accessible outside this room." She looked at Orion. "It should be archived." "It will be," Orion said. He looked at Abriel briefly, a look that was partly apology for the political inconvenience and partly something more focused. The meeting continued. Abriel listened and watched, which was what he was there to do. He watched Lev Crane in particular, because the cold feeling in his chest had not gone away, and because a listener's warning, "Someone close to you will betray you," had arranged itself around this man in a way he couldn't yet justify with evidence and didn't yet trust enough to act on. After, in the corridor outside the chamber, Orion fell into step beside him. "You watched Lev," Orion said quietly, not a question. "He didn't look at the documents in my hands the way people do when they're learning something," Abriel said, equally quiet. "He looked at them the way people do when they're confirming something." A pause. "I've had the same thought," Orion said, "for 2 months. But you haven't acted on it." "I have no proof. He has been my assistant for 30 years. And," a pause, "Lev Crane has a genuine love for this city. I have never doubted that. Whatever he might be doing, if he's doing anything, it will be because he believes it's necessary, not from malice." "That," Abriel said, "doesn't make it less dangerous." "No," Orion agreed, "it doesn't." They were walking the corridor of the lower level, moving toward the staircase. The city above them was breathing. "Tell me about what you think he believes," Abriel said. Orion was quiet for a moment. "Lev believes," he said carefully, "that the seal cannot be renewed. He has believed this for about a year. He believes," a pause, "he believes that Midnight has reached the end of its sustainable life, that we have been holding a door shut that should have been left open, and that the thing we've been afraid of is not what we should be afraid of." Abriel stopped walking. Orion stopped beside him. He thinks the purifier is what? A solution, he said. He thinks a controlled release, Orion said, might be preferable to collapse. He has said as much in certain private conversations that he did not know I was privy to. His voice was very careful. He believes the entity can be directed. Convinced to, he stopped, looked at the wall. He has been in contact, I believe, with someone who told him this is possible. Who? I don't know yet. A pause. There is a name, someone operating at the edges of the city, the kind of contact that is almost impossible to document. A spirit worker. Very old, very powerful. He paused. A woman who calls herself Curia. The name did something to the air. He felt it, the ambient magic of the corridor reacting, the way a room's atmosphere changes when certain words are spoken. Do you know her? Orion asked. I know the name, Abriel said. My great-aunt's journals mention it. She's old. She's been in and out of midnight for longer than anyone knows. She doesn't belong to any faction. He looked at Orion. My great-aunt called her the most dangerous person she'd ever heard of. Orion said nothing for a moment. Then we need to move faster than I planned, he said. If Lev is working with Curia, he stopped. The ritual, the renewal, we should attempt it within the week. I need to read the rest of the documents first, Abriel said. I'm not walking into a blood magic ritual without knowing exactly what I'm walking into. Of course, a pause. I want to be clear, I am not trying to rush you, I'm trying to. I know, Abriel said, I know what you're trying to do. He looked at Orion, at the controlled face and the exhausted eyes and the very careful hands. We're on the same side, I know that. Orion looked at him. Something in his expression shifted, the way it kept doing, toward something personal. Yes, he said quietly, we are. Chapter 8, What the City Whispers. On his fourth night in midnight, Abriel began to hear it. He was in the library at Delia's house, deep in his great-aunt's journals when it started, a low sound that was not quite sound, residing below the threshold of audible frequency, in the place where you feel rather than hear. Like a hum, like someone breathing slowly in the next room. He looked up. The room was empty. He put his hand on the table. The table was old, real wood, and under his palm it vibrated slightly, not with the hum of electricity or pipes, but with something else, something deeper. Abriel, the not-quite-sound, said. He wasn't afraid. He was interested and alert and not afraid, which he recognized as probably not the standard response to a city beginning to speak to you. I can hear you, he said to the empty room. The hum deepened, not words, not now, more like a tone of acknowledgement. Yes, we know. He could feel it in his hair, in the stripe, which had been warm since his arrival and was now actively, continuously present, like a finger of warmth running from his temple back through his dark hair. He went back to reading, but he kept a part of his attention turned toward the hum, learning its rhythm, letting it grow familiar. By morning, he could feel the ley lines. This was new. He'd always had a vague sense of magical geography, the way certain places felt more charged and others felt flat, but it had been imprecise, contextual, the way background sound becomes localized only when you actively listen. Now it was constant and specific. He could feel, with reasonable clarity, the pathways of concentrated magical energy that ran beneath Midnight's streets. The major lines, 4 of them, intersecting in the old market square at the center of the city, and the secondary lines branching from them, and the smaller nodes where magic had been actively worked for so many years that it had settled into the stone. And the seal. He could feel the seal. It was not comfortable feeling the seal. It was like feeling a wound from the inside, the awareness of damage, of disruption, of something that had been whole and was not. The cracks were visible to him in this new sense, the way hairline fractures are visible to the right kind of light. Fine, numerous, running through what had been solid in every direction. He went to find a lessener. She was at her shop, which was apparently always open for people who needed it, operating on the kind of hours that served those who moved at night as much as those who moved in day. She was in the back with a client when he arrived. He waited, which took 20 minutes, and when the client left, a young woman with a nervous face who glanced at his stripe and away again. A lessener looked at him with the sharp, knowing gaze of someone who could see more than he was saying. You can feel it, she said. The ley lines, the seal, he sat. I can hear the city. I know, she sat across from him. I felt it start last night. The city opened to you. It's accelerating, which is, she paused, both good and concerning. Good because it means the connection is strong. Concerning because it means the city is urgent. She looked at him. The seal is in worse condition than we thought. I know, he said. I can feel it. Tell me what you feel. He described it, the cracks, the way the damage had spread in a pattern that wasn't quite natural, not the even, slow spread of entropy, but clustered in certain places, as if something had been targeting specific points, Alessina said. Yes, he looked at her. Someone knows the architecture of the seal, well enough to attack its weak points specifically. Which means someone with access to detailed technical knowledge, Alessina said. She was very still. The original binding documents, the records of how the seal was constructed, which are in the archive, he said, or in my family's materials, which he stopped, which haven't been kept secure for 20 years. A silence. Lev Crane has been Orion's assistant for 30 years, Alessina said, careful. He has access to the archive. Yes, he held her gaze. Orion knows. I think he's known for longer than he's admitted. Alessina looked at her hands. Orion, she said quietly, has a particular difficulty with believing that people he cares about have betrayed him. Not because he is not naive, but because, she stopped. He has spent 2 centuries caring about very few things. The things he cares about he tends to hold, even when the evidence suggests he should let go. She looked up. Lev has been with him for 30 years. That is not nothing for someone in Orion's position. I know, he said. I'm not blaming him for it. No, I know you're not. She watched him. How are you sleeping? The shift was deliberate. She was checking something. He let it happen. Dreamlessly, he said. Since the first night, I think Orion has stopped reaching, now that I'm here. Yes, he would. She said this with the specificity of someone who knew exactly why. The dream contact was always about the urgency. Now that you're physically present, the urgency has found its form. She tilted her head. What is it like meeting him, in real life? He considered the question with the honesty it deserved. Complicated, he said. He's what you'd expect from the outside. Controlled, authoritative, very careful about everything he does and says. He paused, and then occasionally not. Occasionally something slips and he stopped. More than the mask, Alessina said. I wouldn't call it a mask. He's not performing control. He is controlled, but there's something behind it. He looked at his hands. The dreams, I thought I knew him from the dreams. And I do, but in person there's more, and I don't know what to do with more. Alessina looked at him with the particular warmth of someone very old, who has watched many people fall into things they hadn't planned. What do you think you should do with it? I think I should focus on the seal, he said. Yes, she said, in a tone that did not disagree and also did not agree. He looked at her. Don't. I'm not doing anything. You're doing the thing where you're aware of things you're not saying. That is, she said, my constant state. She refilled his cup. The ritual, tell me what you've read, tell me what you know. He told her. She listened with the focused attention of someone for whom listening was not passive. She asked questions, specific, targeted, aimed at the places where his account was incomplete. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. The psychic anchor, she said. In the original ritual, the anchor held the collective intention of everyone present, threaded it through the seal so that the magic was, she searched, cohesive, all pulling in the same direction. The seal is made of intention as much as it's made of blood. For the renewal, the anchor needs to do the same. You, he said. Yes, she said it without drama. I can do it. A pause. It will cost me something. The kind of working that, she touched her temple, that gesture again. I will lose some memories, significant ones. It is the cost of this kind of sustained vision work. I accepted it long ago. He looked at her. Something in him protested. The specific, fond, protective protest of someone who had just acquired a person who mattered. Alessina. I have been losing memories for 40 years, Abriel, she said gently. I have made my peace with it. What I lose, the city holds. I know that sounds like comfort, but it is actually quite literally true. The psychic history of this city is a kind of collective memory. Things I lose, the city preserves. She smiled at him. I will still be here. I will be somewhat different, as I have been somewhat different after every major working of my life, but here. He wanted to argue with this. He could see she wouldn't let him. Okay, he said. Good, she put her hands around her cup. Now, the part of the ritual that requires, she paused. The bond between you and Orion, the blood exchange. I want you to understand what that is before you commit to it. Orion explained. Orion explained the technical side, she said. I want to explain the other side. She looked at him steadily. When you exchange blood with a vampire, particularly one who carries an existing resonance with your bloodline, you will experience each other's memories. Not all of them, the most significant ones, the most emotionally charged. She paused. You will know things about him that he has never told anyone, and he will know things about you. She held his gaze. It is not controllable. It is not something you can prepare for or guard against. It is total. A silence. Total, he said. Yes, she watched him. Is there anything in you that you do not want him to see? He thought about this seriously. His mother's attempts to erase his nature, the years of hidden hair, the 3 a.m. moments of loneliness, the magic surges that had terrified him, the specific quality of feeling like a secret, like something that needed to be hidden for his entire remembered life. He thought about how he felt when Orion's controlled composure slipped. No, he said, there's nothing I need to hide. Alessina looked at him for a moment with something that was very close to tenderness. Good, she said, he needs that, more than you know. Chapter 9, The Weight of 2 Centuis. Orion's residence was in the city's oldest district, the part of Midnight where the architecture made no concessions to time, where the buildings were built to last in the specific way of things meant to outlast human memory. The house was narrow and tall and stone-faced, indistinguishable from its neighbors, except for the brass plate beside the door that read Lightbringer in letters that had been polished into illegibility from long use and then re-engraved. Abriel had been invited. He'd arrived at the time specified, 10 p.m., which in Midnight meant awake hours, and a woman had let him in, a human, he thought, or nearly, the housekeeper, clearly brisk and efficient, and shown him to a library that was not the archive. The library was personal, different from the archive's professional, documented organization. This was the library of someone who read for himself, where things were shelved by association rather than category, and where the evidence of actual use was everywhere. Markers in books, notes in margins, the particular disorder that comes from taking things down and not returning them and reading in several places at once. He was examining a shelf of what appeared to be medical texts, genuinely old, some of them predating most current practice by centuries, when Orion appeared in the doorway. He had apparently not come from a meeting this evening. He was in a dark sweater and trousers, without the formality of the jacket, and the effect was disconcerting in the specific way of finding that a person looks more like a person when you see them in their own space, without the professional architecture around them. Sorry, Orion said, not sounding particularly sorry. I lost track of time. He came into the room, came to where Abriel was standing at the shelf. He looked at what Abriel was examining. The medical texts, he said. From when I was still practicing, I haven't. He stopped. You kept them. You keep the things that were true before everything else, Orion said simply. He moved to a chair near the fire. There was a fire, real wood, banked and steady, and sat. Sit, please. Abriel sat in the chair across from him. The room was warm. The fire was genuine heat. Outside, Midnight moved through its evening. I want to tell you something, Orion said. He'd brought a drink, 2 drinks, actually. A glass of something amber for Abriel, and the dark thing Abriel had begun to understand was not alcohol in any human formulation. He handed Abriel his glass. About the dreams, all of it. Abriel took the glass. I'm listening. When I say I've been dreaming about you specifically, not the bloodline in the abstract, I need to tell you when that became true, because there is a difference between the early contact, which was, as I described, the frequency, the resonance, and what came later. He held his glass and looked at the fire. About 6 years ago, your grandmother's thread had been quiet for a long time. She died, the seal was relatively stable, the connection had gone dormant. And then he paused. There was a surge. A magical eruption, uncontrolled, the signature of someone who has significant power and doesn't know how to manage it. Abriel thought about being 16. He thought about the incident in his mother's kitchen, the one that had shattered every glass in the room and knocked the windows in and left him shaking on the floor for an hour while his mother looked at him with the specific expression she reserved for his magic, terror and love, in equal and incompatible parts. That was me, he said. Yes, it was, Orion looked at him. After that, the connection shifted. Instead of the distant resonance, instead of sensing the frequency from far away, I could find you, specifically. In dreams, I could reach you. He paused. You were 16. I did not. I was very careful about what I showed you, about the dreams I sent and how. You were too young for the full urgency of the situation. Another pause. And then you were older, and the urgency was, he stopped, controlled something. Increasing. You've been watching over me, Abriel said. Not quite an accusation. A statement being examined. Orion started. Yes, at a distance, through the connection. Not, I want to be clear again, I could not see you, I could feel the resonance, I could find you in the space of dream contact. But your actual life, your thoughts, your memories, none of that was accessible to me outside of direct dream contact, and I was careful about the contact. But you reached out when I was in trouble, Abriel said, instinctively. I don't know if it was instinct. A pause, or if the instinct is the result of 2 centuries of carrying this connection and what it means is not simple. He looked at Abriel directly. I am not trying to own you. I want to be very clear about that. The connection is real and it has history and I feel it acutely, but it does not give me any claim on you. You are a person making choices. That is yours. I know, Abriel said. He did know. The thing about Orion that had become clear, over the archive night, over the assembly meeting, over the fragments of contact that had accumulated into something legible, was that the caution was genuine. He was a man who was very aware of the power differential, who was trying, with careful effort, not to leverage it. Can I ask you something? Abriel said. Yes. The exhaustion. He watched Orion's face. It's not just the seal, it's you've been like this for a long time. The weight of the city isn't, it's not a recent development. Orion looked at him for a moment. No, he said, it's not. What was it like, the first century? A pause, the pause of someone going back to something very far away. I was a physician, Orion said. I treated patients. That was the structure of my life before. A problem, a solution, a clear exchange. Someone was ill, I tried to help, they either recovered or didn't. That was the measure of what I could do. He looked at the fire. When I became what I am, when I understood what the permanence of it meant, I tried to find the equivalent, the work of the equivalent of medicine for midnight. Keeping the city healthy, keeping it alive. He paused. The first century was, he searched, easier in some ways. The urgency was present and clear. We had just done the binding. The seal was strong. The work was concrete. And then it wasn't. The seal is strong for a generation and then begins to weaken. The work is cyclical. The second century was harder. The third, he looked at his glass. The fatigue of repetition is different from the fatigue of effort. It is harder to fight, harder to name. Because at some point, you can't remember what you're doing it for, Abriel said quietly. Orion looked at him sharply. What? Abriel said. Nothing, it's Orion stopped. You said it exactly. Yes, he looked at the fire. There have been periods, years, decades possibly, when the work became mechanical, when I could not locate why, the why of it. He paused. And then you were in my dreams, and you were a person, a specific person. A 16-year-old standing in a destroyed kitchen looking terrified and furious and determined not to show it. The corner of his mouth moved just slightly. And the why? He stopped himself. The fire burned. Outside, the city moved. Came back, Abriel said. Orion looked at him. The control was fully present, but the thing behind it was fully visible, and what Abriel saw was real, specific. A man who had been alone with an enormous weight for a very long time, and who had found, unexpectedly, something that reminded him of the person he'd been before the weight. Yes, Orion said quietly, it came back. The amber drink was good, complex, warm. Abriel turned it in his hands and looked at the fire and tried to be honest with himself about what he felt. Not the resonance, not the magical thread, what he felt, the specific human-scaled feeling of this moment. Something that was not simple. I don't know, he said quietly, how to be the thing someone has been waiting for. I am not, Orion started. You've been waiting, that's not a criticism. It's just, he looked at Orion. I've spent my whole life being hidden, made smaller, told that what I was needed to be covered up. And now I'm here and the city is saying finally and you're saying finally and I don't. He stopped. I don't know how to be the thing that was waited for without losing the thing I actually am. A silence that felt like it had weight to it. The thing you actually are, Orion said slowly, is from what I can see, someone who asks for full information and means it, who reads all night because they want to understand before they act, who walked into the nocturne alone and ordered a drink that experienced people avoid because they found it interesting. He paused. Someone who is watching the deputy mayor with justified suspicion while managing not to confront him before there is proof. A pause. And who is sitting here telling me things about being hidden that? He stopped. That what? Abriel asked. That I recognize, Orion said, differently but recognizably. He looked at the fire. I was turned because a vampire found me interesting. I did not choose it. I had decades afterward of being the thing I was before, physician, person, specific individual, and the thing I had become, trying to reconcile them. He paused. Eventually I stopped trying to reconcile them and became primarily the second. The vampire, the assembly, the city. He looked at Abriel. And it has been a very long time since anyone, he stopped again. Saw the first, Abriel said. Saw it and was interested in it, rather than uncomfortable with it. The fire, the dark outside the windows, midnight breathing. Tell me something about the person who was a physician, Abriel said. Orion looked at him for a moment, then with the specific quality of someone who is unused to the direction and is approaching it carefully. I had a garden, he said. I grew medicinal herbs. It was practical, but I found it calming, the growing of things. He paused. I have attempted it over the years, gardens, in various states of success. The problem with being what I am is that I can tend a garden for 30 years, and then circumstances require me to change location, and he made a small, controlled gesture. Things left behind. Do you have a garden now? There is one behind this house. A pause. It has been somewhat neglected. Can I see it? Another pause, longer, the kind that suggested the question had caught him without preparation. Now, he said. Whenever, Abriel looked at him. I want to see the things you keep when you're not keeping the city alive, that's all. Orion looked at him for a long moment. The controlled face did the thing again, the slipping, the thing behind it becoming visible, which was not weakness but its opposite, the specific courage of someone allowing themselves to be seen. Tomorrow evening, he said, come before the assembly meeting, I'll show you the garden. All right, Abriel said. They talked until nearly dawn, not about the seal, not about the ritual, not about politics or enemies or the thing in the ground. About medicine and the history of midnight, and about a series of spectacularly ill-advised situations the city's supernatural population had created for itself in the late 19th century. Orion told stories with a dry precision that was funnier for not trying to be funny. Abriel found himself laughing, genuinely, in the library of a 243-year-old building, while a vampire who had been dreaming about him since, before he was born, described a vampire council fistfight over the appropriate length of a mayoral term. When Abriel finally left, walking through the pre-dawn of midnight with the gas lamps at their lowest and the city in its deepest sleep, he was aware of something settling in his chest. Not certainty, not anything so clear as certainty, but the specific quality of something that is beginning. Chapter 10, The Garden. The garden was, as advertised, somewhat neglected, but in a way that had dignity to it, not the careless neglect of something abandoned, but the honest neglect of something prioritized below the necessary. The bones of it were excellent, a long, narrow space behind the house, walled in old stone, with a layout that was clearly designed by someone who knew what they were doing. Paths of pale stone, a central bed that had been formal and was now something wilder. Planting against the walls that was climbers, something with white flowers, dormant now in the November cold, trained with patience along the old stone. Clematis, Orion said, behind him, following his gaze to the wall climber, the small flowered kind. They're older than most people assume possible for a climber. How old? 60 years, he said it without drama. Tended continuously for 60 years, they've grown into the stone. Abriel walked to the central bed, crouched. The herbs were there dormant, most of them, but the structure of the plantings still clear. He recognized the layout from his grandmother's notes, medicinal, organized by use, wound treatment here, fever reduction, pain management. You still think like a physician, he said. Orion stood at the garden's edge, hands in his pockets. He was in a coat tonight, long, dark wool, and without the formality of the assembly he looked, less armored. Not vulnerable, not that, but present in a different way. The way people are present in their own outdoor spaces when the space reflects their actual self. I've never stopped thinking like a physician, he said. It's the frame is still there. I see problems medically. I see the city medically. He paused. I see you medically sometimes. As a problem to solve, Abriel asked. As a patient, Orion said carefully, not in the clinical sense, in the sense of someone to observe carefully, someone whose history matters, someone whose, he stopped. This is not coming out correctly. Someone you want to understand, Abriel said. Yes, Orion looked at him. Yes, exactly that. Abriel stood and brushed his hands on his jeans and looked at the garden. The white flowers on the wall would be extraordinary in spring, he thought, covering the stone entirely. What would you plant, Orion said, if this were your garden? He'd never had a garden. He'd never had a space that was his, exactly. He and his mother had moved 3 times in his childhood and twice since he'd been an adult, and nothing had been permanent enough to plant in. But he'd thought about it. He had obscurely for years. Jasmine, he said, for the smell and something that seeds itself, that you don't have to maintain, that just comes back every year without asking. He paused, something willful. Orion looked at him with the specific quality of someone filing something away. Come see the rest, he said. He showed Abriel the parts of the garden that were working well, a small greenhouse against the back wall where things that couldn't survive the city's cold were kept, and which was significantly warmer inside than physics alone could account for. Orchids, a lemon tree in a pot, things that needed tending, tended. "You come out here," Abriel said. "Most mornings," Orion said, "before a pause, before I am the mayor, before I am the other things. Here I am." He didn't finish the sentence. "The physician," Abriel said. "Something like that." They were in the greenhouse, close together in the small warm space, the lemon tree between them and the orchids along one wall, and the smell of growing things and damp earth, and the city outside, and everything that needed to happen before they could stop bracing for the next catastrophe. Abriel looked at him. Orion was looking at the orchids with the focused attention of someone who doesn't know they're being watched. "Orion," he said. Orion looked at him. "I want you to stop deciding what I can handle," he said. "About the ritual, about what it will do, about," he stopped, "about all of it. I am 22, not 12. I grew up hiding in plain sight and managing my own terrifying magic without anyone to teach me, and I crossed a city alone and walked into your assembly, and I am standing here agreeing to a blood magic ritual that might kill me with my eyes open." He met Orion's gaze. "Stop protecting me from things. Tell me the rest." A pause. "The rest," Orion said. "The part you're still not saying, the part that has you," he watched Orion's face, "that has you afraid in a way you're not showing me. The greenhouse, the warm damp air, the orchids." Orion looked at him for a long moment. The controlled expression was present, and the thing behind it was fully, entirely present also, and the thing behind it was. "When I drink your blood," Orion said with careful deliberateness, "and you drink mine as the bond requires, I will experience your memories, your most significant ones, your most painful ones." A pause. "This is standard blood bond. What is not standard is," he stopped, "the resonance, the thread from the original ritual. When we make the bond, both our most significant memories will surface, not just yours, mine." "And that frightens you," Abriel said. 2 centuries of significant memories," Orion said very quietly. He stopped. "I have made choices that I can live with in the abstract sense of living, but to have them experienced by someone," he looked at Abriel's face, "by someone who matters, yes, that frightens me." "I'm not going to judge you," Abriel said. "You don't know that. I know that I'm not the kind of person who judges people for surviving by the best means available." He held Orion's gaze. "I've read 243 years of Midnight's political history in the last 3 days. I know what you've managed, I know what it cost." He paused. "And I know what it looks like to be someone who did necessary things and can't let the necessity excuse it." Orion looked at him. "The bond goes both ways," Abriel said. "You'll see mine too, whatever I am." He paused. "And I'm not afraid of that, so." A silence that had the specific quality of a thing that has been built toward and has now arrived. "All right," Orion said quietly. "All right." A pause. "The meeting tonight. After, I'd like to begin reviewing the ritual documents together. All of them, if you're ready." "I'm ready," Abriel said. They stood in the greenhouse for a moment longer, in the warm and the growing smell, and then Orion opened the door and they went back inside, and the city moved around them, and everything that needed to happen had not yet happened, and there was still time. There was still time. Chapter 11, The Taste of Memory. The decision to attempt the bond, not the full ritual, not yet, but a test bond, a preliminary connection to understand what they were working with, came 3 days later. 3 days in which Abriel read everything he could find. 3 days in which the hearing the city intensified, the lee lines becoming visible to him in a different sense now, not the underground feel of them, but something approaching actual visual perception, a faint phosphorescent tracing along the streets when he walked at night. 3 days in which the crack in the seal, which he could feel now with distressing clarity, seemed to breathe, to move, as if something on the other side was pressing. 3 days in which he saw Orion every evening, at the archive or the library or the garden, and learned the shape of a person who had made himself smaller than he was for a very long time. The test bond was a listener's suggestion. "You need to understand what the full bond will feel like," she said, "before you go into the ritual with no experience of it. The full blood bond, the ritual version, will be significantly more intense than what you'd experience in a normal feeding. You need to be ready for that." A preliminary bond, a small exchange, Orion drinking from him, briefly, controlled, not the full depth of a feeding, a lesser exchange, enough to feel the resonance engage, enough to be prepared. It happened in the archive, because the archive was the most warded space available, and because the wards would contain any unexpected magical eruption. The 3 of them, Abriel, Orion, and a listener as witness. Alessina sat at the table with her hands flat on the wood, her eyes half closed, her attention divided between the room and something interior. "When you're ready," she said. Abriel stood. He'd been standing for a while actually, trying to identify what he felt, which was not afraid, not quite. Alert, very present. The stripe in his hair was warm, and the lee lines that had become visible to him in the last few days were very bright in the archive, running through the stone floor in patterns he could now read like a language becoming familiar. Orion stood across from him, very still, his hands at his sides, his dark eyes on Abriel's face with a quality of focused attention that was entirely his own. Not the assembly leader, not the mayor, something that had been a physician once and had lost everything since and had found in the last 3 days in the proximity of one specific person, something it had given up expecting to find. "I'll be careful," Orion said. "You control the pace, if you want to stop." "I'll say stop," Abriel said. "I know." Orion moved to him. He was careful, the same careful that was always present in him, except that here it was something else, something more specific, a carefulness that was not managerial but personal. He lifted a hand and touched Abriel's jaw, the same way he had in the dream, thumb at the cheekbone, and Abriel felt the warmth in his hair become heat. "All right?" Orion asked, very quietly. "All right," Abriel said. Orion tilted Abriel's head slightly. He lowered his head to his neck. The breath, cool, even touched the skin, and then... The bite was not what he'd expected. He'd expected pain or something like pain. He'd prepared himself for sharpness, for something that required management. What happened instead was a release, like pressure relieving, like tension he'd been holding for years suddenly having somewhere to go. He made a sound, small, involuntary, not pain, and put his hand on Orion's shoulder to stabilize himself, because his knees were not as stable as they had been a moment before. And then the memories hit. Not a flood, nothing like a flood. Mori-like, a series of doors opening, one at a time in quick succession, each one showing something lit and specific. His mother's kitchen after the accident, the broken glass on every surface, her face, the specific terror and love he'd spent his whole life navigating, his hands shaking, the feeling of too much, of wrong, something is wrong with me. The night he'd found the box in the closet, sitting on the floor, the letter in his grandmother's handwriting, the terrible and specific feeling of being known by someone who was no longer alive. Standing on the train platform in midnight, the city hitting him in the wave, the relief and the wrong and the home all tangled, and looking at his own hands, which had been shaking, and deciding he was not going to be afraid. The archive, Orion across the table, the controlled exhaustion, the slipping control. You are more specific than anything I have allowed myself to notice for a very long time. And then, flowing back from the other direction, Orion's memories, which arrived as a current moving through him in the opposite direction. A garden in 1782, very similar to the current garden. Hands in soil that were the same hands, unchanged by time. The particular grief of a man who has understood that he will not age while everything around him does. The original ceiling, the night of it not as a document, not as a record, but as a lived experience. Cold and fire and a woman with a white stripe in her hair who looked at him with the specific trust that you give someone when you are doing something impossible together. Cecilia Goodwill's face. She had the stripe and she had Abriel's cheekbones, and she looked at Orion with eyes that he had been looking for in various forms ever since. And then something more recent, not decades ago, not centuries. 6 years ago, feeling the surge of uncontrolled magic from across a distance and locating it, following the thread, finding. A 16-year-old in a destroyed kitchen with shaking hands and terrified, furious eyes, and the feeling, Orion's feeling, of something vast and specific clicking into place. Orion drew back. The archive, the quiet, a listener at the table with her eyes now open and very bright. Abriel put his hand to his own neck, reflex, nothing more, and Orion had already stepped back, giving him space, and was watching him with an expression that was beyond control. That was entirely, specifically open. "Are you?" Orion said. "Yes," Abriel said. "I saw." He stopped. He looked at Orion. "You recognized her, my ancestor. You recognized something in her that..." "Yes," Orion's voice was very quiet. "And you've been looking for it since." A pause, not consciously, not deliberately, but he stopped. "Yes." They looked at each other across the archive. Abriel's hand dropped from his neck. The warmth in his hair was subsiding, the bright lines of the lee lines fading back to their usual dimness. The bite, there was no wound, nothing visible. Vampires were apparently better at that than he'd expected. "The ritual," he said, "is going to be a lot." "Yes," Orion said, with what might have been understatement. But I'm not, he stopped, organized what he felt, which was complex and present, and nothing like what he'd expected, and everything he would have expected if he'd been honest with himself earlier. I'm not sorry we did this. Nor am I, Orion said. Are you all right? He tried to find the word, clarified. A listener from the table made a sound that was satisfaction and knew it, and was too wise to be smug. Good, she said, the anchor will function. The resonance is strong, very strong, stronger than I expected even from your bloodline. She looked at Abriel. You should know that the memories I saw from here, from the outside, they were clear, very clear. The bond is going to be, she paused, complete. I know, he said. He looked at Orion. Orion was very still. The stillness of someone who is processing something that has organized itself around feelings they've been managing carefully and has found those feelings larger than the management. Tomorrow, Abriel said, the documents, we should finish the preparation. Tomorrow, Orion agreed. But neither of them moved for another moment. The archive was warm, or warm in the relative sense of a cool stone room with living things in it, and outside midnight breathed. Chapter 12, What the Mother Kept. His mother called at midnight. Local time for her, 9 hours behind midnight, which made it early afternoon on a Thursday, the day she was apparently well enough to be navigating a hospital phone with her good hand. He answered on the second ring. Abriel, she said, and he knew from the single word that she knew. Mom, he was in the guest room of Delia's house, sitting on the window seat, looking out at the back garden where the herbs were dormant and dusted with the first frost of December. How are you feeling? Don't, her voice was not sharp. Sharp would have been easier. It was frightened, which was harder. Where are you? Midnight, he said. A silence. How long? She asked. A week. Abriel. I found the box, he said. I found Nana's letter. I had to, he stopped. I'm not calling to fight with you. I'm calling because I'm here and you should know, and because, he paused, because I have questions that only you can answer. Another silence. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. Something settling into it, not acceptance, not quite, but the specific quality of someone who has been dreading something for years and has found it less manageable to dread now that it has arrived. Are you safe? She asked. Mostly, he thought about the cracking seal and the enemy in the night assembly and the thing in the ground. Mostly, yes. You met him, she said, Orion Lightbringer. Yes. He's been, she stopped. He reached out to me once, years ago. I didn't respond. A pause. I didn't respond because I knew what he wanted and I couldn't send you into that. You were too young. I'm 22. I know, her voice did something complicated. I know you are. Mom, he looked at the frosted garden. Tell me about the stripe. Tell me what you know, all of it. She was quiet for a long time. And then she talked. She told him things she had never told him. Not in summary, not in the abbreviated protective versions she'd given him before, the real versions. She told him that she had grown up in midnight, knowing exactly what she was and exactly what the stripe in the Goodwill line meant. She told him that she'd watched her aunt, the great aunt in the journals, leave to try and do something about the seal and come back in a box. She told him that she'd spent the years before Abriel's birth convinced that the stripe would not come to him, that it had skipped a generation, that he would be safe, that she could live in midnight and raise him there without the weight of the bloodline falling on him. And then he was born and the stripe was there, white and bright, the clearest in the family's memory, and she had known, looking at it, that if she stayed in midnight he would never have a choice. I wanted you to have a choice, she said. I wanted you to grow up knowing what you were without it mattering, without the city needing you, without, her voice was very careful, without him finding you before you were ready. Orion, Abriel said. She stopped. He's very old, and he cares about the city in a way that is larger than individual people. He would not be cruel. He would not, but he would use you if he needed to. Not because he's a bad person, because midnight is the thing he cannot let go of. A pause, and I was afraid that if you met him before you were, she stopped. Before I was what? Yourself, she said, fully, before you knew who you were outside of what the bloodline means. I was afraid you'd just become the heir, become the function, without ever being a person first. He sat with this. He thought about the 10 years of dyeing his hair, the hiding, the be small, be normal, don't let anyone see. He thought about standing in the archive 3 days ago and saying, I am not afraid of what you will see in me. I understand, he said, why you did it. But, she said, knowing him. But he stopped, but it didn't work. Mom, hiding it didn't make me, he searched. It didn't make me anything other than what I was, it just made me ashamed of it. A pause, and midnight needed, he stopped. I might be the only person who can fix this, and I've been away for 10 years, and the seal. I know about the seal, she said quietly. I've been watching the signs from here. Her voice caught slightly. I've been watching and hopping it wasn't as bad as it looked. It's as bad as it looks, he said. I know, a pause. Abriel, I need to tell you something. About the journals, the ones in the box. I've been reading them. Not all of them, she said. There's a journal, the second from the bottom. Older, it belongs to the woman before your great-aunt, the one who died before any of us were born. She paused. She found something in the original binding records, something about what the ritual costs, not just the blood. She stopped. I read it when I was 17, I understood what it meant, and I left the city and I never went back because... Tell me, he said. The renewal ritual in the original, it was designed so that the heir survives, she said. That was the intention, but the power it channels, the magic involved, it changes people. The documentation says, she stopped. Every heir who has performed the ritual successfully has been different afterward. The power transforms you. Some of them are described as no longer fully human, no longer fully. Which, he said. More than which, she said. Something else, something larger. Her voice was frightened. I didn't want that for you. He thought about the city in his head, the Lee lines he could see now, the voices he could hear at 3 am that were not voices but were something close, the way the white streak was warm almost continuously now. Mom, he said, he stopped. I think it's already happening. I think the transformation started when I crossed the city limits. He paused. I think the ritual will finish it, not start it. A long silence. Are you afraid? She asked. He thought about it seriously, about the thing becoming in him, about the change already underway, about the strange rightness of it, and the way the city sounded when it spoke, and the way Orion looked at him across the archive table. No, he said, not of that. He paused. I'm afraid of other things. Tell me. That I won't be enough, he said quietly. That I'll try and it won't work, that someone will. He stopped. He thought of his great-aunt, that I won't get the chance to try. I should be there, his mother said. Her voice was different now. The fear was still there, but something else was in it too, something that had been put away and was being taken back out. I'm not strong enough to help with the ritual, my magic is too limited, but I should be there. When you're recovered, he said, 3 weeks. Abriel. I need 3 weeks, he said. I need to understand the ritual and I need to prepare and, he paused. And I want to do this right, not rushed. He looked at his hands. Also, Mom, he stopped. What? I love you, he said. I know you were afraid. I know you were trying to protect me. I'm not angry. She was quiet for a moment. I am, she said. I'm angry at myself for all of it. A pause. You should have grown up here. You should have known this all your life. I was selfish. I called it protection, but it was. Fear, he said. I know, he paused. I understand fear. I know you do, she said quietly. That's what I'm most sorry about. They talked for another hour, about practical things, mostly, what he'd found, who he'd met, what the plan was. She listened without interjecting, which was not her natural style. She was organizing something internally, the way she did when she was preparing for something difficult. Delia, she said at the end, she's been good to you. She's been, he thought of the tea and the journals and the cat and the fierce hug at the door. Yes, she's been good. Good, his mother said. She was always the one of us who was brave enough to stay. A pause. Tell her I said. She stopped. Tell her I'll be there in 3 weeks. I will, he said. After he hung up, he sat in the window seat for a long time. The frost on the garden, the city breathing, the stripe warm against his scalp. He thought about what his mother had kept from him and why, and about the journal she'd described, and about the woman before his great-aunt who had been changed by the ritual into something more than witch. He thought about Orion's face in the archive after the test bond, the open, unguarded face of someone who had let themselves be seen. He thought about what Alessina had told him. The city is watching you, Abriel. Midnight itself is aware of you. He picked up his phone and texted Delia. I need to read the second from bottom journal, the really old one. 3 minutes later, her reply, I'll have it on the table when you come down. I've been waiting for you to ask about that one. He almost laughed. He didn't quite. He went downstairs and read until morning. Chapter 13, Something Ching. The journal his mother had described belonged to a woman named Abriel Goodwill, who who had been born with the stripe in 1831 and had performed the seal renewal in 1868. She had lived until 1923, 92 years old, which was remarkable for the era, and more remarkable for what she was by the end of it. She'd written in a style that was the most direct of all the family records he'd read. Spare, precise, no editorializing. The entry dated 6 months after the ritual. The stripe has spread. It is no longer confined to its original position. It runs now from both temples to the crown, and there are threads of it through the rest, small, almost invisible in certain lights but visible. I look at myself and I see what I am becoming. I am not afraid. I was afraid before the ritual. I am not afraid now. The magic is different, larger, less mine in the personal sense and more mine in the other sense. The sense in which anything you carry for a long time becomes part of you. I carry midnight. I feel the city the way I feel my own blood. Orion sat with me through the night after the ritual. He did not speak much. He held my hand. I was grateful for his steadiness. He is the most constant thing I know, which is both reassuring and, I think, lonely. I think he is very lonely. I think he has been lonely for a very long time and does not know how to not be. I have changed, but I am still opaline. I want the record to show that. The magic is larger, but I am still myself. The transformation does not erase you. It adds to you. It is possible to be more without losing what you were. I hope whoever reads this after me understands that. He read this 3 times. He went to find Orion. The assembly meeting that evening was brief and tense. The silver-haired council member, whose name was Vera, he'd learned, who had been turned in 1891 and was among the oldest in the assembly, had received reports of 3 more disappearances in the human population of Midnight. 2 of them had been found, disoriented and missing memories, with the specific physiological markers of prolonged proximity to the entity beneath the city. 1 had not been found. The perimeter cracks are widening, Vera said. At this rate, she paused. At this rate, we have 4 to 6 weeks before the deterioration becomes, she stopped, before it becomes a collapse event. 4 to 6 weeks. He felt Orion beside him, not touching, not obviously, go very still in a specific way. The renewal attempt will happen within 3 weeks, Orion said. His voice was the assembly voice, controlled, authoritative, uninfluenced by anything personal. We have what we need. We have what we need, Lev Crane said from his position beside Orion. His voice was careful, precise in the way of someone choosing words with extreme deliberateness. The question is whether the attempt will be sufficient, whether the bloodline heir, he looked at Abriel, has the power required. That's not for this room to determine, Orion said. It's very much for this room to determine, Lev said. If the attempt fails, if the magic is insufficient or the heir, he stopped, looked at Abriel again, and the look was complicated, not hostile but something harder to read. I want to be clear that I'm not questioning capability. I'm questioning whether a single renewal attempt is our only available option. What other option are you proposing? The silver-haired Vera asked. Lev's pause was fractionally too long. Nothing I'm prepared to present in this forum, he said. Yet. The meeting ended shortly after. Abriel stayed as people filtered out. There was something he needed to see clearly, and the something was Lev Crane's face when the room emptied. What he saw was a man carrying something very heavy in a direction he'd already decided on. The weight of it was visible, in the set of his shoulders, in the quality of his focus, which was the focused quality of someone who has committed to something difficult. Not malice, not cruelty, something more like desperate love. Midnight. A man who loved the city the way Orion loved it, who had watched the seal deteriorating and the city suffering for 2 years, and who had, somewhere along the way, concluded that what he was doing was saving it. Desperate to save the city, a listener had said, someone who loves Midnight. He watched Lev Crane leave. Whatever he's planning, he said to Orion quietly, when they were the last 2 in the room, he's past the point of doubting it. Orion stood at the head of the empty table. He looked at the door Lev had gone through. I know. You need to stop him. I know, a pause, I need proof first. What I know is intuition. What I've observed is circumstantial. If I move against him without proof, it will. He stopped. He is respected in the assembly. There are members who share his doubts about the renewal. If I act without evidence, I create a division we can't afford. He looked at Abriel. We need 3 weeks. He needs to not take action for 3 weeks. He knows the timeline, Abriel said. Yes. So whatever he's planning, he'll move before we attempt the renewal. Probably, Orion's voice was controlled. Yes, probably. Abriel looked at the map of Midnight that was permanently displayed on the wall of the assembly chamber. a detailed city map with the ley lines marked and the seal indicated by a circle at the center, the oldest market square. He traced the lines with his eyes. He could feel them even here, the major ones, bright and slightly wrong at the edges, the way a song sounds when the instrument is slightly out of tune. "I want to walk the seal," he said. "Physically, I want to stand on it and see what I feel." He paused. "Tomorrow before dawn." Orion looked at him. "I'll come with you." "You don't have to." "I know," a pause, "I want to." They looked at each other across the assembly table, which was the length of a city block's relationship, made real months of dream contact, and a week of proximity, and a test bond that had rearranged the contents of his chest into something he hadn't had a name for before, and still didn't quite. He looked away first, picked up his coat. "Tomorrow," he said, 4 a.m. 4 a.m., Orion said. Chapter 14, What Lies Beneath. The market square was called the Old Market. It didn't look like what it was. This was, he understood now, Midnight's most consistent feature. The most significant things looked unremarkable. The Old Market was a cobblestone square maybe 50 meters across, surrounded by shops that were mostly closed at this hour, with a dry fountain at the center and gas lamps at the four corners. There were benches. There were in the spring and summer, apparently flowers. There was, at 4 am in early December, frost. They stood at the edge of the square. "Here," Orion said. "I can feel it," Abriel said. He'd felt it from half a block away, the specific density of the ley lines converging, the weight of the concentration, like standing near very large machinery, but also something that pulled at the warmth in his hair, the resonance, the thing that was his specifically, the thing the seal recognized. He stepped onto the cobblestones. It hit him immediately. Not pain, he'd been bracing for pain, and it wasn't that. It was more like recognition. The same wave that had hit him when he'd crossed the city limits, but more specific, more focused. Here. This is the source. The city's voice, which had been a low hum, became temporarily louder, not in the sense of volume, but in the sense of clarity, like a radio signal finding its frequency. He walked to the fountain at the center. Put his hand on the stone. Abriel, the city's voice, clearer than it had ever been. "You are here." "I'm here," he said, to the stone, to the square, to the 7 feet of bedrock beneath his feet and what was sealed beneath that. "I'm going to fix this." "Be careful," the city said, not in words, in tone, in the specific tone of a worried thing. "There are hands at the door." "I know." He stood up from the fountain and looked around the square. "Orion, come here." Orion came. He moved across the cobblestones with the controlled precision he brought to everything, but there was something in his face. He could feel the seal too. Abriel understood, because of the bond thread, because of what the blood connection meant. He stood beside Abriel at the fountain. "The cracks," Abriel said. "Can you feel them?" "Yes." Orion's voice was quiet. "The major fracture is," he paused. "Southeast," he pointed. "I see it," Abriel said. He could, with the new sense that had been developing, he could see the lines of structural damage in the seal the way you can see cracks in a surface under specific light. There are 3 major ones. The southeast is the deepest. "That's where it started," Orion said. 2 years ago, the first monitoring sign was. "The southeast corner," Abriel finished. "Someone started there." A silence. "Whoever is attacking the seal," Abriel said, knew where the oldest stress point was, the place most likely to fail first. He looked at the cobblestones. They knew the architecture. "Assembly access," Orion said, very quietly. "The detailed schematics are in the archive." "Which Lev Crane has access to?" Another silence. "I need proof," Orion said, with the specific effort of a man talking himself out of a conclusion he has already reached. "I know," Abriel said. He looked at the square, the gas lamps, the frost, the city breathing around them. "I need to try something." "Here." "I think," he put his hand on the fountain again, closed his eyes. "I think I can feel the interference. If someone has been working on the seal deliberately, they've left traces. Magic leaves traces, especially blood magic." He opened the part of himself that he'd spent 10 years trying to close. It was easier than he'd expected. In Midnight, everything was easier, the city amplified, refined, focused. He reached down through the fountain stone, through the cobblestones, through the compressed centuries of Midnight's history, through the ley lines to where they converged. The seal. It was vast, even damaged, even cracked and weakened and leaking. It was vast, built from such an enormous concentration of power and intention that it dwarfed everything he had a scale for. He held himself at the edge of it, not going in, just touching the edge. like putting a hand in water to feel the current. He felt the cracks, he felt the damage. And then he felt something else. Something recent, something that had a texture different from the seal's own ancient power, newer, intentional, applied from outside. A fingerprint, the specific signature of magic actively worked. He recognized it as blood magic. He recognized it as not his bloodlines, someone else's. He pulled back, opened his eyes. Orion was watching him with an expression of focused attention. "There's a signature," Abriel said. "Someone has been working blood magic on the seal. I don't know whose blood it is, but it's not the Goodwill line." He paused. "And it's not yours." "I'll need a listener," Orion said. "Yes," he looked at the square. "Tell her to bring her identifying tools, whatever she uses. I'll show her where in the seal to look. Tonight. If she'll come out at 5 a.m., yes." "She will," Orion said, "for this." They walked back through the sleeping city. The frost was heavy now, crystallizing on the cobblestones, and midnight was as quiet as it got, a low ambient sound of something that was not traffic, not human voices. Not anything he could name, just the continuous low note of the city existing. He walked and Orion walked beside him, not quite close enough to touch, and neither of them spoke for a long time. "What did it feel like?" Orion asked eventually. "The seal." He thought about how to describe it. He searched. Like touching something that was built by hands that knew exactly what they were doing, built with care, built with intention, and then seeing it damaged. He paused. It felt wrong, like damage to something that wasn't supposed to be damaged, like a wound, Orion said. "Yes, like a wound that someone made." They walked. "I'm going to fix it," Abriel said, not declaratively, not as bravado, as a statement of intent which felt different in his mouth, more serious, more committed. "I know what I am now. I know what the stripe means. I'm not hiding it anymore." He looked at Orion. "Tell me the ritual again, from the beginning. I want to know every step." Orion looked at him, in the gas lamp dark of a midnight street, in the early December frost, and something in his expression did the settling thing, the quiet, the specific quality of someone who has stopped being afraid of allowing something. "All right," he said, "from the beginning." He talked until they reached Delia's door. And when they got there, Abriel didn't go inside immediately. They stood on the step for a moment, in the cold, in the dark, and the city was around them, and everything that mattered was 3 weeks away and present in the space between them already. "Sleep," Orion said. "I'll arrange to meet a listener at the square this evening." "Okay." He didn't move. He looked at Orion's face, at the eyes that were dark in the dark, and the lines that were old, and the exhaustion that was structural, and the thing underneath all of it that was new, or not new but newly visible. "Orion." "Yes." "After the ritual," he said, "whatever comes after, he stopped. "I want there to be an after." A pause. "So do I," Orion said. His voice was very quiet and very controlled, and the thing behind it was not controlled at all. "More than I've wanted an after for a very long time." He went inside, he went upstairs. He lay in the dark and felt the city moving around him and thought about what was coming, and somewhere in the thinking he fell asleep. He didn't dream. He never dreamed anymore. The city had replaced the dreams. Chapter 15, The Reading. Alessina came to the old market at 5 am with a bag that clinked. She was fully awake in the way that some people are fully awake at 5 am, as if morning were not an imposition, but an aesthetic choice. She wore a coat that was enormous and dark and clearly very old, and she had her braids down her back instead of wrapped around her head, and she looked at the square with the focused gaze of someone reading something layered. "You found a signature," she said to Abriel. "In the southeast fracture. I'll show you where in the seal to look." He paused. "Can you find whose blood it is?" Blood identification within active magical structures is. She set down her bag and crouched to open it. Complicated, but yes, possibly. She took out a series of items, small, dense, clearly long used. She arranged them with the efficiency of someone who had done this many times in many urgent circumstances. "Give me a moment." Orion stood at the edge of the square, watching. He'd been watching Alessina since she arrived with the specific quality of someone who respected a thing enough to let it happen without interference. Alessina put her hand on the cobblestones. The working she did was silent. No words, no gestures, nothing overt. Just her hand on the stone and the quality of her attention, which was enormous and focused in a way that Abriel could feel from 2 feet away. He watched her and thought about what she'd said, that seeing cost her memories, that every major working took something she wouldn't get back. 3 minutes past 5. She sat back on her heels. She turned to look at them. The blood in the southeast fracture, she said, is not from a natural source. A pause, it's mixed. There's a human element, there's something older, and she stopped. Her expression was the specific expression of someone putting together information they don't want to be putting together. There's a spirit element, the specific kind that comes from prolonged spirit work, from someone who has spent a very long time working directly with crossing spirits. Curia, Orion said, very quietly. I think so, yes, Alessina stood. She looked at the square with an expression that was tired in a way that had nothing to do with the early hour. But not Curia alone. The human element, it's recent. And she looked at Orion. It's vampire adjacent. Someone who has been in extended contact with vampire blood without being turned. Someone who exists at the edge of. A vampire's donor, Orion said. Or an intimate associate. She looked at him steadily. Orion, tell me about Lev Crane's private relationships. A silence. Orion was very still. The kind of still that was not calm, but was the opposite of it, the contained quality of someone managing something very carefully. Lev has a human companion, he said slowly. A woman, has been with him for 6 years, I met her once. He paused. I didn't know her name, I should have, he stopped. Her name. I don't need her name, Alessina said. I need to know, does she have her own practice? Magical work of any kind? Orion's jaw tightened. He said she was a healer. A healer, Alessina said. A pause. A spirit healer, Orion said. That was the term he used, years ago. He looked at the square. I should have, he stopped. Something worked itself through his controlled expression. How long has she been? The signature I found has been there for at least 8 months, Alessina said. Possibly longer than I can trace from outside. 8 months of deliberate damage to the seal. 8 months of Lev Crane's companion, who practiced spirit healing, who had been in extended contact with Curia long enough to share her magical signature, working on the seal with the specific knowledge of someone who had access to the architectural records. He gave her the blueprints, Abriel said. Orion closed his eyes. One moment, just one of something slipping, then it was controlled again. Yes, he said, it appears so. You need to move against him now, Abriel said. We don't have time to build a formal case. I know, Orion's voice was flat and final, the specific flatness of a decision that has been made. I know, I'll speak with Vera and 2 other assembly members who can be trusted. He stopped. We'll contain him before he can, he stopped again. Before he can do something worse, Abriel said. Yes. He looked at Orion, at the face that was controlled, and the thing behind it that was the specific grief of someone who has been betrayed by someone they trusted, which is different from other grief. It has a particular quality, the grief of trusted betrayal, the quality of disorientation. I'm sorry, Abriel said. Orion looked at him. It's not, he stopped. I should have seen it sooner. You see it now, he held Orion's gaze. It's enough. They left the square as the first light began to change the sky, not sunrise, not dawn in any conventional sense, but the particular quality that presaged it, a thinning of the dark at the edges. Alessina went her direction with her bag. Orion turned toward the old district. He stopped, turned back to Abriel. I want to say something, he said. Say it. He started and stopped, something working itself through his composure in a direction that was not his usual direction. I have not allowed myself in a very long time to be afraid of losing a specific person, because allowing that fear means the person has become. He stopped, started again. When I drink from you, in the test bond, he paused. I saw you, specifically, not the bloodline, not the marker, you. And I am trying to be very careful about what I do with that. Abriel looked at him in the pre-dawn light of Midnight Street. Stop being careful, he said. A pause. For 3 weeks, he amended. Stop being careful for 3 weeks, and then after, he stopped. After, when the seal is renewed and the ritual is done and I'm still here, then we can decide what to be careful about. Orion looked at him for a long time. The light was changing at the edges of the sky. All right, Orion said. He took 2 steps, closed the distance between them, and put his hand on Abriel's jaw, cool and steady, the specific steadiness, and kissed him. It was brief, careful, even in the decision to stop being careful there was care in it, but real, present, not a dream contact, not a resonance, not a magical signal across a distance. When he drew back, he looked at Abriel with an expression that was nothing like control. 3 weeks, he said. 3 weeks, Abriel said. He walked away down the pre-dawn street. Abriel stood there for a moment in the cold, feeling the city around him and the warmth in his hair, and the specific sensation of something that had been possible for a long time and had now happened. And thought about Abriel Goodwill's journal. I am still Abriel. The transformation does not erase you, it adds to you. He walked back to Delia's house. He was smiling, which he hadn't expected. Chapter 16, The Capture. Lev Crane was not in his office. When Orion arrived that evening with Vera and 2 other assembly members, all of them in the specific kind of formal tension of people performing a necessary action, Lev's office was empty. His files were in disarray. His desk had been cleared of the things that a person clears first when they are leaving in a hurry: personal items, photographs, the things that are yours specifically. He had been warned. Orion stood in the empty office for a long moment. Someone told him, Vera said from the doorway. Yes, Orion's voice was very controlled. Someone in the assembly told him we were coming. The implications of this sat in the room with them. Not just Lev, someone else. Another turn. Another person who had decided that Lev Crane's alternative solution was preferable to the ritual. He called Abriel. He's gone, he said, and someone warned him, which means... There are more than one of them, Abriel said. Yes. Where would he go? Abriel asked. I don't, Orion stopped. The places I know are compromised. If there is someone else in the assembly involved, any location I'm aware of, he paused. There are underground spaces in Midnight, below the Nocturne level. I haven't been to all of them. Lev has been with me for 30 years. He knows the city as well as I do. Then we need someone who knows it differently, Abriel said. He thought about the city's voice, about the lee lines visible to him, about the way Midnight had opened to him since his arrival. I can find him, he said. Abriel. Not alone, come get me and bring a listener. He hung up and put his hand on the wall of Delia's library and said to the city, Where is he? The city answered, not in words, still not in words, it was never quite in words, but in the spatial sense that had been developing, a direction, a pull, a warmth in the stripe that pointed like a compass needle. Southeast, of course, southeast, the direction of the oldest damage, and down, which meant underground. When Orion arrived, Abriel was waiting at the door with his coat on. I know where he's going, he said. They went through the city, the 3 of them, Abriel and Orion and a listener who had been reached by some faster means and arrived already. And Abriel followed the compass of his own magic through streets that the city arranged cooperatively, through alleys he'd never walked that opened and closed, and led them deeper into the older part of Midnight. They found a door in a wall that had no business having a door. He's inside, Abriel said. Orion looked at the door. He put his hand on it, his blood key, and it resisted him, not locked with a mechanism, locked with something blood-bound that was keyed to someone else. A listener, he said. She came forward. She looked at the door with that focused, non-visual attention. She put both hands on it and the door opened. Inside was a room that was immediately and obviously wrong in a way that had nothing to do with its physical properties, which were straightforward. Stone walls, a low ceiling, 4 people, and an arrangement on the floor that Abriel recognized from his research as a ritual diagram of a type he had not seen in any of his family's documents. The 4 people, Lev Crane, a woman he didn't know, Lev's companion, clearly looking at the magical signature in the room, the specific trace he'd learned from the seal, and 2 people he hadn't seen before, he didn't know them, who had the specific quality of people who were very deep in something. And behind the diagram, in a corner of the room, something that was not people. Something that was not quite present, not quite here, but was more present than it had been yesterday. Something that had been patiently pressing at a door for 243 years and could feel the door getting thinner. He felt it in his chest, in his hair, in the part of him that was connected to the seal. Not yet, the city said in the not words voice. They are not finished. Stop them. Orion moved. He moved the way very old vampires moved when they stopped bothering to look human. Instantly, precisely, without the intermediate stages. He was across the room before Lev's companion could complete the gesture she'd begun, one hand on her wrist and the other at her throat, not harming, containing, and Vera was behind her and the 2 unknown people were being managed by a listener in a way that did not require a listener to move particularly quickly. Lev did not move. He stood in the center of the diagram, which had not been completed. The interruption had stopped it short, and looked at Orion with an expression that was, above everything else, sad. "This will work," Lev said. "That's what you need to understand. Curia has." "Curia is not interested in saving Midnight," Orion said. His voice was the controlled voice, but the thing behind it was fully, entirely present in the way it had been getting more present in recent days, not because control was slipping, but because control was becoming unnecessary as something else settled into place. "Curia is interested in destruction. She has always been interested in destruction." "She believes in renewal," Lev said, clearing the way for something new. "She believes in the fire," Alessina said from across the room. She was holding both unknown people still with something that required no physical force, and her voice had the quality of someone saying something they have said many times before. "She believes in the ash. What comes after, that is not her interest." Lev looked at her. His expression, the good intentions, the genuine love, the desperation, was all visible and real and complicated. "The renewal ritual will kill him," Lev said. He looked at Abriel, not unkindly. "I've read the records. I know what happens to the air, I know." "The air changes," Abriel said, "not dies." "There's no guarantee." "There's no guarantee of anything," Abriel said. He stood in the doorway. He'd been at the doorway this whole time, watching, not going to the diagram, and looked at Lev Crane with the specific clarity of someone who has organized a lot of competing feelings into something that can be spoken. "You love this city. I understand that. You've watched it suffer for 2 years and you couldn't find another way. I understand that too." He paused. "But you chose an option that you don't fully understand. And if you'd succeeded tonight—" "I know," Lev said. He looked at the floor. Something in him, in the set of his shoulders, had collapsed. Not the love was still there. The certainty was gone. "I know, I thought," he stopped. Curia said. "Curia lied to you," Orion said quietly, "because you were useful." A silence. Lev looked at Orion, at the face that he'd worked beside for 30 years, with an expression that was grief, precisely. The specific grief of someone who has done something that cannot be undone. "I'm sorry," he said. Orion looked at him. Something moved through his composure that was not nothing. "I know," he said. They took Lev and the others to the night assembly holding facility, a thing that was not a prison, technically in any legal sense, but served the function under supernatural law. Not cruel, structured. Orion spoke quietly to Vera about procedure, and Vera spoke quietly to 2 other assembly members who arrived quickly, and the process was handled with the specific efficiency of a system that had dealt with internal failures before. When it was over, when it was just Abriel and Orion and Alessina in the street, outside the holding facility, Alessina looked at Orion with something that was very much like compassion. "You knew," she said, "before tonight, you knew it was him." "I suspected," Orion said. "You hoped you were wrong." "Yes." She nodded. She looked at the stripe in Abriel's hair and then at Orion, and then, with the particular wisdom of a woman who had been watching things happen for a very long time, she said, "The ritual, 2 weeks. She looked at Abriel. "You need to read the final journal section. The part your ancestor Opaline wrote in 1870. The section about what happened after." "I read it," he said. "The last page," she said. "The one your mother sealed." A pause. "My mother sealed a page of the journal." "Yes, I could see the seal on it, her signature. She read it when she was young and sealed it because she didn't want." Alessina tilted her head. "She didn't want you to be afraid, but you need to know what's on that page." She looked at him. "You are ready for it." He looked at Orion. Orion looked back at him steadily. "All right," Abriel said. "Show me how to break the seal." Chapter 17, What Opaline Said. The seal on the last journal page was not complicated. It wasn't meant to be unbreakable. His mother had sealed it against him as a child, and the seal was calibrated to young Abriel's power level, which had been significantly lower before he'd arrived in Midnight and started doing whatever he was doing. He put his hand on the page and pushed. The seal dissolved. The page revealed itself. To January 1870. "I want to write this for whoever comes after me, not as warning, as preparation. The ritual was 3 weeks ago. I have changed. I have written elsewhere about how the change feels, larger, stranger, connected to the city in ways that are difficult to describe, but this page is for the specific things I have not yet said. After the ritual, I died. Not for long, not permanently, obviously, since I am writing this now, but there was a period, 10 minutes, Orion told me, though he looked like the 10 minutes had taken 20 years from him, when I had no pulse and no breath, and he thought he had lost me. And then I woke up. I was different, but I was myself." Here is what I want to say. When I woke up, he was holding my hand. I have seen Orion Lightbringer be many things over the years I have known him. Steady, controlled, immovable. I have never seen him afraid until those 10 minutes, and I have never seen him relieved the way he was relieved when I opened my eyes. He loves this city the way you love a purpose. He loves people the way you love the things that survive you. Both loves are real, but they are not the same thing, and I think he sometimes forgets that. I am telling whoever reads this, the ritual risks your life. You may die. You may die and come back changed, as I did. You may die and come back as something that was not possible before. I cannot tell you what I became because I am still becoming it and I don't yet have the language. But I can tell you that what I am is not wrong. It is not monstrous. It is more. The city speaks to me now, not just in the sense that I can feel the lee lines or hear the seal. In the sense that when I walk midnight streets, I understand something about them that has no equivalent in any practice I was trained in. I am part of it in a way that is frightening only if you resist it. Don't resist it. One more thing. Orion will carry what happens in the ritual for a very long time. He is going to blame himself if you die. He will blame himself if you change. He will spend knowing him, probably decades organizing this guilt into something manageable. Tell him, whoever is reading this, whoever comes to him after, tell him. He was there, he held my hand, he didn't leave. For someone like him, that is everything. Oh, Goodwill. He sat with this for a long time. Then he texted Orion, "Can I come over?" The reply was immediate, yes, always. He went. Orion's house was quiet when he arrived. The housekeeper was long gone. The library was lit and the fire was going. Orion was there, not reading, just sitting with his drink, looking at the fire in the specific way of someone who is being with a thought too large for movement. He heard the story of Opaline without interrupting. He sat across from Abriel at the fire and listened with his hands very still and his face in its controlled configuration, which was the configuration that lived over the most significant things. She died, he said when Abriel finished, during the ritual. And came back. Yes, his voice was very controlled. She did. A pause. It was the 10 minutes she described. I didn't in the original record. I documented it as a period of circulatory disruption. He looked at the fire. I did not write what it felt like. What did it feel like? A long pause. Like losing the most important thing, he said, that I had not admitted was important until I lost it. Abriel looked at him, at the fire, at the controlled face and the thing behind it that was not controlled at all, had not been controlled since the test bond, since the early morning market square, since the moment 2 days ago in the street. He crossed the room. He sat beside Orion on the settee, closer than he'd sat before, in the space that was specifically intimate. Orion went very still beside him. She wrote something for you, Abriel said, in the sealed page. For me. She said. He stopped, remembered the exact words. She said, tell him he was there. He held my hand. He didn't leave. For someone like him, that is everything. Orion was very still. She knew I would still. He stopped. She knew I would still be here, reading it, 2 centuries later. She knew you, Abriel said. I think she knew you very well. Yes, the word was quiet. She did. A pause. He stopped, started differently. After she recovered from the ritual, she stayed in midnight for 4 more years. It was, he paused, the clearest 4 years I can remember, of all of it, the connection we had. After the bond, after what the ritual created, it was, he stopped completely. Tell me, Abriel said. It was the least alone I have ever been, Orion said. In all of it, all of this, he looked at the fire. And then she died in the normal sense eventually, years later, and he stopped. The quiet after, he touched his own chest, one brief, controlled gesture. I do not want to do that again. I am aware that this is, he looked at Abriel. This is irrational. You are not her. What you are to me is different, but the prospect of losing me, Abriel said. Yes, very quiet. Orion, he turned to face him fully. I've read what the ritual does, I've read what Opaline became, and I need you to know whatever happens to me, whatever changes, I am going to come back. He held his gaze, and if I don't, he stopped. If I don't, it won't be because you failed me, it will be because this is the thing I chose. Orion looked at him for a long time. The fire, the quiet house, the city breathing outside. I'm afraid, Orion said. I want you to know that I'm afraid. I know, Abriel said. I can see it. Good, Orion said quietly. I want you to be able to see it. He reached out and touched the stripe in Abriel's hair, lightly, the back of his fingers. He stopped. I want you to be able to see all of it, whatever I am, whatever comes after. He looked at Abriel. I meant what I said this morning. I'm tired of being careful about this. Abriel put his hand over Orion's, held it there, against his own hair. Then don't be, he said. Orion kissed him again, longer this time, with more of the not careful in it, more of the specific intensity of someone who has been patient for a very long time and has finally stopped. His hands, cool and steady, on Abriel's face in his hair, and Abriel felt the stripe respond, felt the warmth spread, felt the resonance that was something more than magic and something more than inheritance engage in the specific way it engaged when they were close. He kissed back. He was aware that it was the warmth in him and the city in him and the specific person in him, all of them at once, all of them adding to rather than erasing each other. He thought of Opaline's words, the transformation does not erase you, it adds to you. This was addition. When they stopped, not immediately, not for a while, Orion rested his forehead against Abriel's, and Abriel felt him breathing, which was not a thing vampires needed to do and which Orion was doing anyway, because some habits outlast 2 centuries. The ritual, Abriel said quietly into the space between them. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Orion said. And then after. And then after, Orion said, yes. Chapter 18, KUI. She arrived 2 days later. Not at Delia's house, not at the Nocturne or the Assembly or any place that was known to the people who were looking for her. She arrived at the old market at noon, an unusual hour for anyone in Midnight's supernatural world, the bright midday hour when most of them were indoors, and stood at the fountain and waited. Alessina saw her first, in the vision sense, not physically present at the market, but aware of the shape of what was happening before it became visible. She called Abriel. Don't go alone, Alessina said. I'm not. It's Orion. I know, he was already putting on his coat. I know, are you coming? I'll meet you there. Curea was not what he'd expected, which was probably the point. He'd been building her from the documentary record, ancient, terrifying, a woman who practiced the specific dangerous kind of spirit work that involved not just communication with the dead, but the active manipulation of crossing spirits, the kind of working that the living were not supposed to touch. He'd expected something that looked like threat. She was beautiful, strikingly, specifically beautiful, in a way that had nothing to do with current century. Her clothes were contemporary, but her bearing was ancient, and her face was the face of someone who had been doing what she did for so long that it had refined everything unnecessary away and left only what was most essentially, powerfully her. She was dressed in white, which she probably knew was remarkable against her dark skin, and her hair was natural and immense, and she wore no jewelry except for a single ring that he recognized from the archived documents as very old and very significant. She looked at him when he arrived at the market. Abriel Goodwill, she said. Her voice was warm, which he hadn't expected. Warm and very calm, the calm of someone in the deepest certainty. You are exactly what he said you would be. He, Abriel said. Orion was beside him. Alessina had arrived from the other direction, and the triangle they made around Curia was not accidental. Lev, she said pleasantly, he described you very well. She looked at Abriel with the specific quality of someone reading something layered. He said you were stubborn, powerful in ways you don't yet understand, connected to the city in a way that was unprecedented. She smiled. He was right on all counts. He was working with you to destroy the seal, Abriel said. Destroy is such a negative word. She looked genuinely thoughtful. Refine, clarify, the seal has kept something buried that was never meant to be buried, and it was always meant to be buried, Alessina said from her position at the market's edge. Her voice was entirely calm and entirely certain. The binding was a correction. The purifier is not a natural phenomenon. It is she paused. A cosmic imbalance made manifest. It should not exist. The seal is not a cage. It is a correction. Curia looked at her. Something in her expression was, not hostile, appreciative possibly. You have always been so certain, she said to Alessina with something that was almost affection, for as long as I have known you. We are not friends, Alessina said. No, Curia agreed, we have never been friends. She looked back at Abriel. I want to offer you something, a piece of information you don't have. She paused. I am not, despite what everyone in this city believes, purely destructive. I believe in the truth of things, and the truth of the situation here is, she stopped. The renewal ritual will work, but the version you know is incomplete. There is a version that is less costly, to you personally. He watched her. Why would you tell me that? He asked. Because, she said, I am tired of this particular argument taking so long. I have been in and out of midnight for longer than the assembly has existed, and every time the seal needs renewing, someone dies badly or changes catastrophically and everyone is traumatized, and then it holds for another century and the cycle repeats. She looked at him directly. I want to show you the complete ritual, the original version, not the version that was preserved by frightened people cutting corners. Frightened people who were saving the city, Abriel said. Yes, also that. She seemed untroubled by the contradiction. The complete version requires an additional element, a third blood source beyond the air and the vampire bond. She paused. Mine. A silence. He looked at Orion. Orion's expression was, doing many things at once, very controlled. Why would you offer your blood, he said carefully, to a ritual that preserves exactly what you've been working to? I have been working to accelerate the natural end of the current cycle, she said easily. Not because I want the purifier to run free, that has never been the goal. She looked at Abriel. The goal was always to force the issue before the seal simply collapsed on its own in an uncontrolled way. The controlled awakening. She stopped, reading his expression. I know, Lev believed the same thing. He was wrong about what controlled awakening meant. A pause. I was wrong about Lev being capable of executing it. I underestimated his sentimentality, his unwillingness to commit fully. So your plan failed, Abriel said. My plan was always a backup, she said, for the scenario in which the renewal was not possible. But you are here and you are, she looked at his hair, at the stripe, substantially more than I expected. The renewal is possible, and if it is possible, I would prefer it succeed. He thought about this. He thought about all the documents he'd read, about Alessina's assessments and Orion's memories and Opaline's journals. He thought about what Curia was, and what her motivations might be, and whether any version of trusting her was rational. We'll consider it, he said. Her eyes were amused, a diplomatic answer. A true one, he looked at her. If we use your blood, what does it cost you? She seemed surprised by the question. The surprise was brief and genuine, the surprise of someone not asked this often. Less than you might think, she said. My relationship with blood magic is, she paused, extensive, the cost is managed. That's not an answer. She looked at him, something in her expression shifted, a very small shift, the kind that meant something was being reassessed. Pain, she said, and a period of recovery. I will be less for some time afterward, less powerful, less connected to the spirit channels I use. She paused, weeks, possibly months. And you'd accept that? If the city survives, yes, she looked at him. I have been in midnight for a very long time, Abriel. Whatever I am, whatever I've done, this city is. She stopped. I don't want it to die. A pause, however it may have appeared. He looked at Alessina. Alessina was looking at Curia with an expression that was complex, long history, something that was not trust but was not entirely distrust. I'll verify the ritual she describes, Alessina said. If it's genuine, if the additional element is what she says, we'll know. She looked at Curia. If you're lying. I know, Curia said pleasantly. You'll know. They separated. Curia walked away from the old market in the direction of the older city, unhurried, in her white clothes in the December sun, and Abriel watched her go with the specific quality of watching something he wasn't sure how to categorize. Do you trust her? Orion asked beside him. No, Abriel said, but I think she's telling the truth. Those aren't the same thing. No, he agreed, they're not. He paused. What does your instinct say? My instinct says, Orion was quiet for a moment, that she has been operating in this city for longer than I have, with a set of motivations I have never fully understood, and that this offer is either the most genuinely helpful thing she has ever done or the most dangerous. He looked at Abriel. My instinct says ask Alessina. Alessina, Abriel called. I already know, she said from across the square, without looking up from wherever her attention was directed. Give me tonight. Chapter 19, The Confession. He found Orion in the garden that evening. Not in the greenhouse, not tending, just standing at the wall where the clematis climbed, in the dark, in the cold, without a coat. He was looking at the dormant vine with the expression of someone who isn't seeing what they're looking at. You're going to freeze, Abriel said. I don't get cold, Orion said without turning. I don't, temperature affects me differently. Right, he pulled his own coat tighter. He stood beside Orion and looked at the vine. What are you thinking about? A long pause. 1868, Orion said. The original renewal, the 10 minutes. You didn't know if she'd come back. No, he was quiet. He paused. I was sitting on the floor of the ritual space holding her hand, and she was not breathing, not moving, nothing, and I was. He stopped. I am 2 centuries old. I have seen more death than I can properly quantify. I have seen people I loved in the abstract way, the way you love the people you've been responsible for, die in more ways than most people know are possible. He looked at the vine. I was not prepared for that moment. Because you loved her specifically, Abriel said, not in the abstract. Yes, very quiet. It was the bond. What the bond creates, the depth of knowing. I had not understood before her what that would feel like. And then he stopped. She was gone, briefly, and everything I had spent 2 centuries becoming, the control, the management, the deliberate narrowing of what I allowed to matter, came apart in about 30 seconds. Abriel looked at him in the dark garden, the winter air, the dormant vine. And then she came back, he said. And then she came back, Orion said. And in the 30 seconds of falling apart, I reconstructed it. I filed it away. I spent the next 4 years being grateful she was alive and not letting myself. He stopped. I didn't tell her what those 30 seconds felt like. I thought it would complicate things. She knew anyway, Abriel said. I expect she did. He paused. She was very perceptive. He looked at Abriel. He stopped. She would have found you remarkable. Based on the journals, I think she did. Find me through time. In the sense of the air she was writing for. He paused. She told you through me to stop blaming yourself. I know. He looked at the vine again. I'm trying to. Abriel stepped closer. The cold garden and the dormant clematis and the city around them, breathing. Orion, he turned to face him. I need you to hear something. Orion looked at him. If the ritual is what Curia says, if there's a version that's less likely to cost me what the current version costs, then the 10 minutes might not happen. He paused. Or they might happen anyway, I don't know. But either way, whatever happens during the ritual, I need you to know, I'm not afraid of you seeing it. All of it. The bond, what the full bond will be. I want that. Orion was very still. Abriel. I know what it is, he said. I felt it in the test. I know it's total. I know you'll see. He paused. Everything, the hiding, the years of being made to be small, my mother's face when she looked at me, the 3 a.m. moments I've never told anyone. He held Orion's gaze. I want you to see it, not because I need you to know it, because I want you to, because you've been seen by so few people for so long, and he stopped. I want us to have seen each other, completely. Before we do this. Orion looked at him for a long time. The dark garden, the city, the winter. I have in 2 centuries, Orion said slowly. I have shown people what they needed to see from me, authority, control, competence, occasionally the strategically placed vulnerability, but I have never, he stopped. Not since Opaline, not since those 4 years. I have not allowed anyone to, he looked at Abriel. If you see everything, if the bond shows you all of it, 2 centuries of it. I won't judge you, Abriel said. I said that before. I know you said it, he looked at his hands, but I have done, a long pause. There are things I did in the 1st century that the man I was before would not have recognized. The things you do when you have more power than you know what to do with and fewer constraints than are good for anyone. He looked up. I was not evil. I don't believe I was evil. But I was less than I should have been in some critical moments. And you've been carrying that, Abriel said. For a very long time. Abriel looked at him. The cold air, the controlled face and the entirely uncontrolled thing behind it, which had been visible for weeks now, growing more visible each day, as if proximity to the city in its current state of openness was dissolving the layers. Then I'll carry it with you, he said. After the bond, whatever I see, I'll know it and I'll still be here and he stopped. We'll figure out what to do with 2 centuries of things that need carrying. Orion looked at him. The thing in his expression was not something that had a name in any language he knew. It was the specific thing that very old, very isolated people produce when they are given something they have stopped expecting. A kind of stunned grief that is also relief. The feeling of a door opening that you had stopped believing would open. He reached out and put his hand on the side of Abriel's face, the same way he always did, palm at the jaw, thumb at the cheekbone, and held it there, steady, cool. After, he said, when you come back. When I come back, Abriel agreed. Chapter 20, Preparation. The 2 weeks were not quiet. Midnight, as if sensing what was coming, became progressively less stable. Maury spirits crossed into the living world, harmless, mostly disoriented, looking for anchors that weren't there. There were nights where the gas lamps went out all at once on certain streets. There were cold spots that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the seal. People disappeared. Not many, 5 in the 2 weeks, which was 5 too many, and all of them with the same markers as the earlier disappearances. Proximity to the oldest parts of the city, proximity to the ley line intersections, the physiological signature of extended contact with something that should not be contactable. Abriel spent the 2 weeks in concentrated study and the specific kind of preparation that had no name, not physical, not quite spiritual, but somewhere between them. Opaline's journals, the original binding documents, Orion's notebooks. The complete ritual that Curia had described, which Alessina verified was genuine, was accurate, was the original version that had been simplified out of the record by terrified people who hadn't wanted to involve an additional element they didn't understand. Curia's blood in the original had served as the spirit anchor, distinct from the psychic anchor Alessina would provide. It had fed the binding at the spirit level, the place where the purifier was not physical and not quite psychic but something between. It had been a Goodwill woman who brought the blood to the original working. It had been not lost from the record exactly, but deliberately obscured. Why obscured? Abriel asked Alessina when she confirmed the completeness of Curia's account. Because in 1780, Cecilia Goodwill made the decision to work with Curia and didn't want the record to show it. Alessina set down her verification tools. Curia was even then not someone you openly associated with, and the ritual worked without her blood. It was simply less stable, less complete. She looked at him. The proof is in the seal's failure rate. Every renewal that included the spirit anchor has lasted longer than the renewals that didn't. And none of them included it after the first. No, because after the first, the knowledge was obscured, and because the first renewal without it still worked. She paused, worked well enough for a century. And now we have Curia's actual cooperation. Apparently, Alessina said, with a tone that was complex, she has been in the years since the first working, consistently on the wrong side of things in various ways, but I believe she is sincere about this. A pause. I don't think she has ever wanted the purifier loose. I think her methods have been, she searched, misguided for a very long time. He thought about Curia at the fountain, her beautiful, ancient face, the genuine tiredness in it, not the bodily tiredness, but the tiredness of someone who has been wrong for a long time in ways they are only now allowing themselves to see. He told Orion about the decision to include Curia. They were in the archive, surrounded by the organized evidence of 2 centuries of Midnight's survival, and Orion listened without interrupting with the specific quality of someone who had already processed this possibility and was now hearing the confirmation. "All right," he said. "You're sure?" "No," Orion said, "but Alessina confirms it is genuine. Alessina's confirmation is sufficient for me." He paused. "And you believe her, your instinct?" "I do," Abriel looked at him. "I know that's not the same as proof." "No," Orion said, "but I have been finding your instinct trustworthy, as a data point." Something moved across his face briefly, as more than a data point. He also talked to his mother. She was recovering well, faster than expected, the surgeon had said, which had made his mother's expression sharp and suspicious in a way he recognized as magical sensitivity. She would be in Midnight in a week. "I don't want you to wait," she said. "Mom, you shouldn't wait the timeline," she paused. "I want to be there. I want to be there more than I can say, but the city matters more." She sounded like someone who had spent 20 years running from this conclusion and had finally stopped running. "Do the ritual when it needs to be done. I'll be there as soon as I can." "I'll come back," he said, "whatever happens." "I know you will," she said. She said it with the specific certainty of a mother and the specific fear of one too, both at once, neither cancelling the other out. He spent the last 3 days before the ritual in the old market every morning, standing at the fountain, his hand on the stone, talking to the city. Not asking for anything, just being with it, learning the feeling of the seal more completely, the way you learn a place by being in it at different hours and different conditions, until you understand it the way you understand your own house in the dark. The city talked back. It was warmer in its communication than he'd expected, less formal than the voice of an ancient thing. He understood eventually that the city had a quality that was almost fond, that 200 years of a single person's committed care left something in the stone, and that stone had qualities. One morning, sitting at the fountain in the pre-dawn dark with Orion beside him, not touching, just present, which was how Orion was present, fully, without excess, he understood something. "The city loves you," he said. Orion looked at him. Not in the human sense, in the way a place keeps the impression of the person who has shaped it. He looked at the square. "I can feel you in Midnight, in the way the ley lines are organized, in the warding on the old buildings. He paused. "In the way it feels like someone has been tending it, like your garden." He looked at Orion. "You've been tending it." "For 200 years, Orion said. "Yes," he looked at the fountain. He stopped. "That's going to be in the renewal. when we do the bond, when I channel the magic through the seal, I'm going to be channeling through your care too, because it's in the structure. He looked at Orion. Do you understand what that means? Orion was very still. Tell me. It means the renewal isn't just mine. It's everything you've put into this city. Every morning you've tended the things that needed tending. Every decision you've made to keep people safe. He paused. The seal runs on blood, but it holds because of, he searched, because of the intention behind the blood. He looked at Orion. 200 years of intention. That's what the renewal has to work with. Orion looked at him for a long time. I've never thought about it that way, he said quietly. I know, Abriel said, but I can feel it. The city told me. He smiled briefly, in the not-quite-words way. And for the first time in what felt like a very long time, Orion smiled back. Not the controlled not-quite smile, the actual one. A small, specific, real thing that changed the geography of his face in the best possible direction. The ritual, Abriel said, 2 days. 2 days, Orion said. Chapter 21, The Ritual Night. The night of the renewal came in the second week of December. Midnight was cold, colder than it had been, a cold that had a specific quality, the quality of something that was not weather but was adjacent to it. The old market had been warded by a lessener in the days before, working quietly with the efficiency of someone who had done preparatory warding many times and understood what details mattered. The wards were not visible to most people, but to Abriel they were bright, lines of protective intention drawn precisely in the pattern Cecilia Goodwill's original documentation had specified. He stood at the center of the market at midnight. Of course, at midnight. Orion stood to his left, Alessina stood to his right. Curia stood at the northern edge of the square, which was the spirit quadrant, the direction from which the dead crossed. She had come as agreed, in her white, without ceremony, with the specific quality of someone who had decided to do a thing and had no remaining ambivalence about it. There were no other observers. Orion had made this clear to the assembly. The ritual was not a spectacle. What remained of the assembly after the removal of Lev Crane and his associate was shaken but stable. Vera had taken the operational lead with the efficiency of someone who had been waiting for the opportunity for decades. The square was quiet. Midnight breathed. Ready, Alessina said. He looked at Orion. Orion looked back at him. The controlled face and the thing behind it, and the 2 centuries behind that, all of it present and visible in the way it had become consistently visible in the last 3 weeks. Yes, Abriel said. Yes, Orion said. Alessina closed her eyes. The anchor formed, he felt it when it did, a steadying of the ambient energy that was not a physical sensation but a magical one, the way you feel when something that was unmoored finds its fixed point. Alessina held the intention of the working in the space of pure attention, all of it, the seal beneath them, the power that would be channeled through it, the 3 of them in Curia, the city above and below, the 2 centuries of care in the stone. She held it with the focus of someone for whom this was not a performance, but a life's work. He felt her dimly, losing something even as she held it, the cost that had no visible form. I'm sorry, he thought, toward her, thank you. She didn't respond, couldn't respond, was somewhere between here and elsewhere, but the anchor held. He put his hand on the fountain. The seal answered immediately, with more strength than it had before, recognizing him fully now after 3 weeks of daily contact. It poured through him like current through a conductor, the enormous, damaged, ancient power of 2 centuries of binding, looking for the bloodline frequency to tune itself against. He let it in. It was not painful, not yet. Big, enormous in the way the ocean is enormous when you are in it, bigger than your comprehension, bigger than any frame of reference you have, pressing against every surface of you. Now, he said to Orion, his voice was calm, which surprised him. Orion came to him. He put one hand on Abriel's jaw, cool, steady, and turned his head slightly. His other hand was at Abriel's wrist. I'll make the bond first, Orion said quietly. Then you take mine. The exchange creates the channel. I know, Abriel said. Do it. He drank. The full bond was nothing like the test. The test had been a window. This was a door blown off its hinges by a storm. The memories hit simultaneously from both directions, and they were everything. Everything Orion had experienced in 200 years. The full color and smell of 1780s midnight, the brightness and grief of the original ceiling, Cecilia Goodwill's face, the decades, and then the centuries of tending and managing and slowly losing pieces of himself to the work. The specific moments of loss, the ones that had left structural marks, the way broken bones leave marks. And underneath all of it, running through it like a thread through beads, the recurring frequency, the bloodline resonance, reaching him through dream and distance, finding, always finding. And from his own side, his entire self offered completely, the dying hair year after year, his mother's frightened love, the 3 a.m. silences, the magic that was too much and too unstable and his, all of it his, nothing he needed to apologize for, the moment he found the box, the moment he stepped off the train into midnight and the city caught him like someone who had been waiting with open hands. The 3 weeks, the archive, the garden, the greenhouse, the dawn conversation at the fountain where Orion had smiled, actually smiled, and it had reorganized something in Abriel's chest permanently. He felt Orion feel all of this. He felt what it meant to Orion, every fragment of him received, not judged, not organized or managed or filed into something more convenient, just held, with the specific tenderness of someone who had stopped expecting to be given things and did not know how to not be moved by the receiving. He drew back, he was supposed to draw back, the bond required the exchange. He reached for Orion's wrist, felt the cool skin, felt the pulse that was not the rhythm of a living thing but was present, was real, and he pressed his mouth to it. He tasted iron and something older than iron, something that had no name in any catalogue of flavors, something that was 2 centuries of life concentrated in a single sense impression, something vast and specific simultaneously. The magic moved. Through both of them, through the bond they'd just made, full, complete. Electric in both directions, and then threw him into the seal. He was the conduit. He'd understood this conceptually, he understood it now as experience. He was not doing the magic. The magic was moving through him the way water moves through a pipe, the way current moves through a wire. His bloodline was the specific configuration that made the channel possible. He was the key. The seal responded. It opened in a way that was not a breaking. The cracks were suddenly clear to him. He could feel all of them, every fracture, every place where deliberate damage had been done, and he moved through them the way water moves through cracks, filling them with the current that was moving through the bond and the bloodline and 200 years of Orion's care embedded in the city's stone. The cracks filled. And then, something changed. The seal, as it was being renewed, as the first major cracks sealed and the energy stabilized, disturbed something. He had expected this from the documents. The renewal would register as an event to what was below. The thing in the ground would feel the door being reinforced and would push back. It pushed back. He was not prepared for the force of it. It hit the seal from below like a fist through a wall, not breaking through, not entirely, the renewed sections held, but finding the unfilled cracks, the sections not yet reached, and pressing. And through the pressing came a quality of attention that was. He couldn't breathe. Not physically, magically. The attention of the thing below was directed at him now, specific. It had found the bloodline frequency, found the conduit, found the air who was renewing the seal, and it was looking at him. Not the way a person looks at another person. The way a surgeon looks at a problem that needs to be removed. Contamination, it said in a voice that was not a voice. Corruption, all of this, you are what I am for. He held on. He pushed back. He was also enormous, it turned out. He hadn't known that about himself. He'd spent 22 years believing himself dangerous and unstable and too much. And now, with the bond open and the city behind him and a listener's anchor holding the intention of everything they were doing, he was enormous. The magic that had been surging and unstable and uncontrollable was, in this context, with this structure, correct. Precisely the right size for what was needed, a key in its lock. He felt Curea at the northern edge. Her working was different from anything in his operational experience. It was the spirit layer he couldn't directly access, the in-between, the crossing place where the dead moved and the living weren't supposed to go. She was there in it, and the pain it cost her was visible to him somehow through the expanded perception the bond and the seal and the city had given him. Real, significant, a cost she was actually paying. She pulled the spirit layer closed at the northern fracture. He felt the fracture seal. He pushed the current through the remaining eastern cracks. They sealed. The purifier pressed harder. He lost the sense of his body for a moment, not in a frightening way, not in the way you lose something essential. More in the way you lose track of time when you're completely absorbed in a problem, where the physical self becomes less important than the task. He was everywhere in the seal at once. Every fracture, every weakness, every place where someone had deliberately pushed. He filled them all. The seal solidified. The pressure from below changed, not went away, but changed from active assault to the resigned pressing of something that understood the door had been reinforced. The thing below settled. The specific quality of a presence that has decided to be patient again. He came back to his body. He was on his knees at the fountain. He didn't know when that had happened. His hand was still on the stone, and the stone was warm in a way stone was not supposed to be warm, and the white stripe in his hair was burning. He could feel it burning, not with pain but with something that was its own category of sensation, the feeling of something being rewritten at a fundamental level. Orion was beside him, had been beside him the whole time, his hand on Abriel's back, grounding steady, cool and real. "Abriel," he said, very quietly, very specifically. "I'm here," Abriel said. His voice was strange in his own ears, different, not broken, larger than it had been. "You're," Orion paused, "the seal is." "Renewed," Alessina said from somewhere to his right. Her voice was different too, quieter, more distant, as if some of the sharpness had gone. "The bond is complete, the fractures are sealed." A pause. "You did it." He sat back from the fountain, let himself see the square through the sense he'd developed, the lee lines, the seal, and saw it whole. Solid, bright, 2 centuries of cracking and deliberate damage, sealed in the space of an hour. He looked at Orion. Orion was looking at him with an expression that was, all of it, every layer, nothing controlled. The relief was enormous. The care was older than Abriel's life. He understood that now he'd felt it in the bond, the thing that had been there in the frequency for 200 years, finding the shape of the Goodwill bloodline and caring for it from a distance. That thing, now that the distance was gone, was. He understood what it was. He understood it completely. "You're here," Orion said. His voice was very quiet and not quite controlled. "I'm here," Abriel said. He stopped. He was aware of something changing in him. Not dramatically, not immediately, but beginning. The magic that had moved through him, the enormity of what had just happened, it was settling, rearranging. He could feel it like a slow tide coming in. He stopped. "What?" Orion said. He was very alert, the physician's alertness, still present under everything. "I don't know yet," Abriel said. Honestly, he put his hand on the cobblestones. He felt the city below him, the seal below that, the thing below the seal, quiet now, patient, receded. "But I'm all right." He looked at Orion. "I promise." "I know," Orion said. He put his hand on Abriel's face, the same gesture, the consistent one. "I know you are." Curia walked past them, unhurried, in the direction she always walked, the direction of the older city. She looked at Abriel as she passed with an expression that was tired and real, and something that was almost respect. "Thank you," he said to her. She looked at him for a moment. "Don't waste it," she said, and continued walking. Alessina sat down on the fountain's edge beside him and did not say anything. He looked at her. She was present, but there was something different about her too, a quality of fog at the edges, a slight distance in the sharp eyes, something she'd given that wouldn't come back. He put his hand over hers. She looked at him. "You're still here," he said. "I'm still here," she agreed. Her voice was warm. "Some things changed. Some things are. I'll tell you which ones later when I know." She looked at the square. "The seal is beautiful." He looked at it. He could see it now, not the absence of damage, but the presence of renewal. The bright solid structure of it, running through the bedrock, holding the door. It was beautiful. It was enormous and careful and built with intention, and it was going to hold. He was going to change. He could feel it beginning, not dramatically, not the death and resurrection of the documents, not immediately, but beginning, the magic settling differently in him, the city speaking to him in new registers, something in the fundamental structure of what he was, slowly rewriting itself toward what it was becoming. He let it. Chapter 22, The Days After. He slept for 18 hours. He was aware of this later, Delia told him, with the specific satisfaction of someone who had been watching over a sleeping person and was relieved about it. He slept from 3 am until 9 p.m. the following evening, which was the longest he'd slept since childhood, and when he woke he was different. The stripe was not different in color, it was not visibly changed, but when he stood at the mirror in Delia's guest room and looked at it, he could see, not with his physical eyes, the change in what it was, not just a marker now, not just an inheritance. Something alive, something that was part of him the way his blood was part of him, that moved with him, that had its own quality of response to the world. The lee lines were permanently visible, not faint now, not the subtle phosphorescence he'd been developing, but clear, bright, a constant presence in his perception like a second geography overlaid on the physical one. He could hear the city with a clarity that had no quiet. He went downstairs. Delia looked at him over her reading glasses with the expression of someone who sees something remarkable and is trying to assess it calmly. "How do you feel?" she asked. "Different," he said, "and like myself." He paused, both simultaneously. She nodded. She made tea. She sat across from him at the kitchen table and looked at him in the specific way that was looking through to what he was, which she could do in a way that was distinct from a listener's way, more personal, less vision, more love. Orion called, she said, 3 times. He wanted to know when you woke up. He smiled. I'll call him. He also came by, she said. He sat in the front room for an hour and then I asked him politely to go home and he did. A pause. He was, she chose the word carefully, attentive. Good, Abriel said. She handed him his tea and went back to reading, which was her way of giving him privacy in a shared space. He called Orion. You're awake, Orion said without preamble. I'm awake. He wrapped his hands around the mug. Are you all right? A pause, the pause of someone who has been asked this question less often than they should have been and is not certain how to answer. Yes, Orion said. Better than all right. A pause. I can feel the seal. From here, he stopped. Solid. I know, I can feel it too. He paused. Can you come? I'm not ready for the assembly or any of the formal things yet, but I'd like to see you. I'll come now, Orion said. He came. They sat in Delia's library, Delia absenting herself with the tactful efficiency of a woman who understood exactly what she was tactfully absenting herself from, and Orion looked at Abriel with the same quality of attention he'd brought to the garden and the archive and the greenhouse, but different, more direct, less managed. The bond, Orion said. Yes, Abriel said. I need to tell you, he stopped, what I felt during the bond, what you showed me. You don't have to. I want to, he looked at his hands. You showed me the years of hiding, your mother's face, the 3 a.m. moments. He paused, the specific quality of loneliness that comes from being too much and too hidden simultaneously, being the thing people don't know how to be with. He looked at Abriel. I know that quality, I have it, I have had it for, he stopped, most of 2 centuries. I felt that in you too, Abriel said, in the bond. I know you did, he met his eyes. I want to tell you what I felt from you was, there is no version of what I felt in which what you are is too much. There is no version of what you showed me in which I would want you different. He paused. I've spent weeks trying to find the right way to say this, and I think the right way is simply, you are not too much, you have never been too much. Abriel looked at him. Something very old and very complicated in his chest received this. The thing that had been built up over 22 years of being made smaller, it shifted, not completely, not all at once, but it moved in the direction of something different. I know, he said, and then, I'm still learning to believe it. Yes, Orion said, I know. He looked at the stripe in Abriel's hair. It's brighter since last night. It changed, Abriel said, I can feel it. He touched it. I'm still figuring out what I am now, what changed. Opaline wrote that it takes time. It does, Orion said, with the specific authority of someone who was there when it happened the first time. It's gradual, not frightening if you don't resist it. I know, he looked at Orion. Will you be there while I figure it out? Orion looked at him. The question settled over him like something he was allowing himself to take in. Yes, he said, if you want me to be. I want you to be, Abriel said. Orion reached across the space between their chairs and took his hand, held it, cool and steady, the way he always was, the specific quality of steadiness that was not absence but presence, the kind of constancy that 200 years of intention accumulates. They sat in the library while midnight moved around them, renewed and solid beneath its streets, breathing steadily in the particular way of something that has just exhaled after a very long time of holding its breath. Chapter 23, The Arrival. His mother arrived on a Thursday morning, 2 weeks after the ritual. She came off the train at midnight central, in the way of someone who has been absent from a place they know well, recognition and estrangement in equal parts, the body adjusting to geography that the mind has been away from. She walked through the station with the stripe visible. Her hair was dark and there was no white in it. The marker hadn't manifested in her, but she had the quality that all Goodwill women had, the specific bearing, the particular way of occupying space that said I know what I am and what my line has been. He was waiting on the platform. She stopped when she saw him. Something moved through her face, not surprise because she'd known he would be changed. But the reality of it in person was different from knowing it abstractly. He saw her register, the brightness of the stripe, the quality of his eyes which had changed, he knew in a way that was subtle but consistent. There was a depth to them that hadn't been there before, something that looked like the city was in them, the specific new quality of how he occupied space. Abriel, she said. Mom, he went to her. She hugged him, the same fierce grip as Delia's family grip, the grip of women who loved things they were afraid of losing, and he held her for a long time. "You're different," she said into his shoulder. "I know, but you're still you." "Yes," he said, completely. She drew back and looked at his face with the eyes of someone who had been looking at this face since it was born, and had spent a great deal of that time afraid of what it was becoming, and was now, finally, allowing herself to see what it had become. She stopped, started again. "You're so much like her," she said, "like Nana, like the photographs." He thought about his grandmother's letter. "I love you more than you will ever know." "Good," he said. She touched the stripe, briefly, just with her fingertips, a gesture that was acknowledgement after 22 years of covering it. "I'm sorry," she said, "for all of it." "I know," he said, "I know you are." He took her to Delia's house. She and Delia had the reunion that people have when they've been separated by one person's fear for 2 decades, careful and warm, and laden with things that needed to be said slowly, over time. He left them to it and went to find Orion. Orion met his mother 4 days after she arrived. They were in Delia's front room, which was the room that somehow always ended up being where important things happened. Abriel and his mother and Delia and Orion, with tea and the particular quality of a gathering where everyone is being very careful with the weight of what they all know about each other. His mother looked at Orion with the specific eyes of a woman who had been afraid of this man, or what he represented, for 2 decades, and who was now, for the first time, looking at him in person. Orion looked at her with the specific quality of someone who understood exactly what he represented to her, and who was not going to minimize it or make it easier than it was. "Ms. Goodwill," he said. "Mr. Lightbringer," she said, and then after a moment, in a voice that had complicated things in it, "He's all right. I wanted you to know I see that. She stopped. "He's more all right than I've ever seen him." Orion looked at her for a moment. "I know that's not," he stopped. "I know it would have been better if he'd grown up here with all of it. I know," he stopped again. "I understand the choice you made. I don't need you to defend it." "I'm not defending it," she said. "I'm telling you I can see what he is now. And she looked at Abriel briefly with something that was grief and pride and love in a combination that only a parent's face has room for. "I'm grateful that he's all right, that she stopped, that you were here." It was not a warm endorsement. It was not a reconciliation. It was something more honest than both, an acknowledgement of what had happened and what it had cost and what it had produced. It was the most she could give, and she gave it fully. Orion received it with the grace of someone who knew the difference between what he deserved and what he was given. "Thank you," he said. Chapter 24, The Quiet After. The city was quiet for a month. Not the frightened quiet of the weeks before the ritual, not the quality of breath being held. A genuine, recovered quiet, the quiet of something that has been in pain for a long time and has had the wound addressed and is beginning, slowly, to recover. Spirits stopped crossing uninvited. The older vampires, the ones who had been volatile, unpredictable, their nature destabilized by the seal's deterioration, settled. The gas lamps burned steadily. The streets were full at the right hours and empty at the right others. Midnight breathed. He walked through the city every morning, because the city was part of him now in a way that required tending, daily presence, daily attention, the way any relationship requires. He was learning the new vocabulary of what he was, the permanent visibility of the Lee lines, the city's voice which was never quiet but was getting easier to listen to without being overwhelmed, the way the magic had reorganized itself inside him into something that was stable rather than surging. He was more, as Opaline had written, but himself. He was also, apparently, remarkable in ways that were beginning to attract attention. The supernatural population of Midnight had known, broadly, that the renewal had happened, that the bloodline heir had returned and performed the working, and the seal was solid. But in the weeks after, as he walked through the city and the city responded to him, as the Lee lines visibly brightened in the places he stood, and the older buildings seemed to lean slightly in his direction, and the things that were connected to Midnight's magical infrastructure acknowledged him in ways that were subtle but consistent, people began to understand that what had happened was not quite the same as what had happened before. He was not what Opaline had been. He was not what any previous heir had become. He was something new, and Midnight knew it. The whisper moved through the city in the way that information moved through Midnight, which was to say, it moved through the walls. He was walking past the Nocturne one evening when he heard 2 vampires inside, clearly unaware of his presence, saying, "They say the old market responds to him. The fountain lights up when he touches it. They say the city follows him." He thought about that. He thought about a listener who was herself still but different, who had lost some things she'd promised she would lose and was learning to be without them. He thought about Curia, who had disappeared after the ritual in the way she always appeared and disappeared, present and absent with equal unconcerning ease. He thought about Orion, who was every evening, reliably, waiting for him at the library or the garden or the archive, and who had been gradually, and then all at once becoming someone who smiled more easily, and controlled less and leaned against Abriel's shoulder in the garden, with the specific trust of someone who has stopped being afraid of leaning. He went to the Nocturne himself, that evening, sat at the bar, ordered the Harvest in something with ice. The barkeep placed the drink in front of him without asking. He watched the amber liquid settle. The two vampires who'd been talking about him were still there. He could see them in the mirror behind the bar, having realized who he was, and now performing the specific studied casualness of people trying not to be caught having said something. He looked at them in the mirror. "It's a fair description," he said. "The city does respond to me. I'm not sure I'm still figuring out what it means." The vampires looked at each other. One of them, young as vampires went, still in the adjusting period, said, Does it frighten you?" He thought about this honestly. "No," he said, "but I think I'm going to have to be very careful about it. Power that large," he paused. "Power that large requires paying attention to what you're doing with it, all the time." He picked up his drink. "That's the thing my family didn't always manage." He drank. The Harvest did its clarifying thing. The Nocturne moved around him. "Are you," the young vampire paused, "are you going to stay, in midnight?" He thought about Orion's garden, the clematis on the wall that had been trained for 60 years, the library, the archive with its organized memory, the city's voice in the morning. "Yes," he said, "I'm going to stay." Chapter 25. What Aliasina forgot. She told him at her shop, 6 weeks after the ritual. He'd been visiting regularly since. She hadn't asked him to, he just found himself going, the specific pull of someone who matters and who is changing in ways you want to witness carefully. She was different in the ways she'd predicted. Some of her vision was gone. Not all of it, not the core capacity, but the range had narrowed and some of the specificity was blurred. She couldn't always remember what she'd seen in the last year. The visions were there as memory, but the context for them sometimes wasn't. She'd look at a piece of information she'd gathered in August and be uncertain whether she'd told anyone or how it connected to what came after. He sat across from her, and she looked at him with the sharp eyes that were still sharp, even blurred at the edges, and said, "I want to tell you something while I know it clearly." "All right," he said. "The betrayal I predicted," she said. "When you arrived, I told you someone close to you would betray you." "Lev," he said. "Yes, Lev, and through him his companion, and through them Curia in the indirect way she always operates." She paused. "But what I want to say is what I didn't tell you then because I couldn't see it clearly enough to say it with confidence." She held his gaze. The betrayal was not simply political. It was Lev genuinely believed he was saving you, that by accelerating the collapse, by bringing the issue to crisis before you were ready, he was giving you less time to be at risk. He loved midnight, yes, but she paused, he also believed that the renewal ritual was very likely to kill the heir. He wanted it not to have to happen. He wanted to find another way specifically because, she paused, he cared about you, in the abstract sense of caring about what you represented. Abriel absorbed this. "I'm telling you," Alessina said, "because the truth is better than the comfortable version. He was wrong. His methods were wrong. His alliance with Curia was catastrophically wrong, but he was not," she stopped. "He was not purely self-interested. He was a man who loved something so much he lost his judgment." He thought about Lev Crane's face in the ritual room, the sadness in it. "What will happen to him?" he asked. "The night assembly's process," Alessina said. "Orion is managing it, as he manages things." He thought about Orion's expression in the empty office, the specific grief of trusted betrayal. "He forgave him," Abriel said, "not a question." "Not forgave," Alessina said. "Orion never forgives quickly, he understands first. Then he carries the understanding alongside the wound for some time. Eventually the wound heals around the understanding." She looked at him. "He has always been like this. It is one of the most genuinely good things about him that the understanding comes first." He thought about what the bond had shown him. 2 centuries of Orion's understanding first, carrying first, healing slowly and thoroughly in ways that left no bitterness but left permanent marks. "I know," he said. Alessina looked at him, with the sharp, blurred, differently sharp eyes. "I also want to tell you," she said, "that I don't remember." She paused. I don't remember some of the specific visions I had before the ritual, some of what I gathered in the months of preparation. The details are foggy. She paused. I know there was something about the long-term trajectory, about what you might become. She met his eyes. I can't remember the specifics, but the feeling of it, the emotional core that I still have. What was the feeling? He asked. She was quiet for a moment. Extraordinary, she said, and possible. I remember feeling that what you were becoming was the thing this city needed in a way that went beyond the seal. She paused, like you were not the solution to the current problem, but something that would matter for a very long time afterward. She looked at his hair, at the stripe that was brighter and different now and was still becoming. I don't know what that means specifically, but I wanted you to have the feeling of it. Even if I've lost the detail. He sat with this. He didn't ask her what she'd given up specifically, what memories were gone. He didn't ask because she told him she didn't always know, that the loss was like a room where you knew something had been but couldn't recall what the furniture looked like. He didn't ask because asking would make her look for something she couldn't find. Thank you, he said, for everything. She looked at him. Her expression was warm in the way of someone who has given something significant and feels the rightness of the giving even through the loss. Don't thank me, she said. She paused. Come back, keep coming, she smiled briefly. I remember you clearly, you specifically, whatever else goes, you stay clear. He stayed for 2 more hours. He drank her tea and looked at the photographs on her walls and told her about his morning at the fountain, about the specific quality of the city's voice that morning, about the things it was saying that he was only beginning to learn to translate. She listened with the focused attention that was still entirely intact, and laughed at the parts that were funny, and asked questions that were still, even blurred, exactly the right questions. He walked home through the city that was his, now, in all the ways that mattered. Chapter 26, 3 months. Spring came to midnight the way spring came everywhere. Gradually, then suddenly, the grey of winter giving way to something else over weeks that felt like days. The clematis on Orion's garden wall put out its first white flowers in late March. He was in the garden when it happened. He was there most mornings now, because Orion's garden was a place where the city's voice was clear without being overwhelming, and because the garden itself had a quality of accumulated care that was calming, in the specific way of things tended by someone careful for a long time. He saw the first flower open. He sent Orion a message, "Your clematis bloomed." The response came after 3 minutes. "I know, I've been watching it for a week." He smiled at his phone. He put it in his pocket and sat on the garden bench with his face tilted toward the morning sun and thought about nothing specific for a long time, which was new. The ability to think about nothing specific. He hadn't been able to do that before midnight, before the ritual, before any of this. His mind had always been moving, always organizing, always managing the surplus of magic and feeling that had no structure to contain it. Now it had structure, the city, the seal, the new vocabulary of what he was. He could just be in his own skin, in midnight's morning. Orion came out at around 9, later than Abriel, who kept the early hours now that they had a purpose. He was carrying 2 cups and wearing the dark sweater, and his hair was not quite in order yet, which was still, 3 months later, remarkable to Abriel every time he saw it. The small evidence of domestic reality, of someone being themselves in the morning. He handed Abriel a cup and sat beside him on the bench. They looked at the clematis. 60 years, Abriel said. 61 this spring, Orion said. They sat in the morning sun and drank their tea, or Abriel drank tea and Orion held his cup and did not drink in the way that had become familiar, and the garden was full of the small sounds of spring beginning, a bird in the climbing rose that had also woken up, the particular quality of air moving through new leaves. My mother called last night, Abriel said. She's coming back. To midnight, Orion looked at him. To midnight, he said. She said, he paused. She said it's time. She and Delia have been talking, a lot apparently, and she's been reading the family records, the ones we brought from home. He paused. She wants to know what she missed, the full version. Orion was quiet for a moment. She'll be welcome, he said, when she's ready. She's ready, he looked at the clematis. She's been ready for longer than she knew. She just needed, he paused. She needed to see me all right first. She needed to know I could come back to her as myself. And can you? Orion asked. Yes, he said it with the certainty that had been building since the ritual, since the morning after, since the first time he'd walked the city and the city had been his and he'd been himself. Not what anyone needed him to be, not the air performing a function, but a person who was the air and also all the other things simultaneously. I can, he paused. I've been, he stopped, organized what he wanted to say. I've been thinking about what comes next, for the city, for the seal. 4. He looked at Orion, for us. And, Orion said, and I think I want to do the work, not the emergency work, the daily work, the tending. He paused. There's things the city needs that aren't about crisis management. There's history to recover, connections to rebuild between factions that have been distant since the seal started deteriorating. He stopped. There's the spirit layer that Curia worked in. That layer needs attention. Regular attention, not just during crises. You can hear it, Orion said, the spirit layer. Since the ritual, yes, he paused. I think I can work in it. Not the way she does, not the full spirit work, not the crossing places, but the connection between the living city and he stopped. I'm still figuring out the vocabulary for what I can do. You have time, Orion said. I have times, he agreed. He looked at Orion. We have time. Orion looked at him. The morning light on the garden, the clematis in its first flowers. We have time, Orion said, and he said it with the specific quality of someone who has been waiting to be able to say that for a very long time. Not urgently, not desperately, with the quiet weight of something real. Abriel put his head on Orion's shoulder. Orion adjusted slightly to accommodate, to settle, and put his arm around him, and they sat in the garden in the spring morning, while the city breathed around them and the clematis opened its white flowers in the warm light, and nothing needed to be done immediately, and everything was. Not finished, not resolved. Life in a city like Midnight was never finished or resolved. There were always spirits slipping and politics simmering and old wounds working toward the surface. But tended, cared for, held. Chapter 27, What the Seal Holds. He went to the old market alone at midsummer, at midnight. Not for any ritual purpose. Not because anything was wrong. The seal was solid, had been solid for 7 months, was stronger than any previous renewal in the documented record, which he knew because he could feel it the way he could feel his own blood. He went because he needed to think, and the fountain was where he thought best. The square was quiet, a few people in the bars on its edges, humans who lived in Midnight not knowing what it was built on, which was exactly as it should be, the gas lamps burning, the night warm, the first true warmth of summer. He sat on the fountain edge. He put his hand on the stone. Abriel, the city said. I know, he said, I'm here. The city spoke in its not-quite-words voice, warmer now than it had been when he first arrived, which he understood was not the city changing but him learning its language better. He sat with it and let it say what it needed to say, which was, solid, held here. Beneath the city, the thing that the city was keeping, was quiet. He could feel it even now, the presence of it, the patient, terrible patience of something that had been waiting since before Midnight existed and would wait long after he was gone. He didn't find this frightening anymore. He found it informative. The existence of the purifier was information about what supernatural life meant, what it cost the world to have it, what had to be maintained to justify the cost. He found it clarifying. He thought about Opaline's words, the transformation does not erase you, it adds to you. He thought about what had been added, the city in his hearing and his perception and his care, the seal that he could feel like a second heartbeat, the understanding of what he was and what that meant, not destiny, not a fixed path, but a specific capacity in the world, the freedom, finally, to be exactly what he was without apology. He thought about Orion. He thought about what the bond had created between them, that complete, total knowledge of each other, 2 centuries of Orion against 22 years of himself, and the specific thing that lived in that imbalance, which was not incompatibility but something that required more than one word, something that was still becoming. He thought about his mother, who had arrived in Midnight 2 weeks ago and was slowly, painstakingly, learning to be here, who was staying at Delia's house and reading the family records and walking the city with an expression that was part coming home and part grief and part something that was starting to resemble peace, who had sat across from him at Delia's kitchen table last week and said, I want to stay, for a while. I think I've been running from home for 20 years, and I want to stop. He thought about what home meant. He thought about Orion's garden, the clematis, the lemon tree in the greenhouse, the morning tea on the bench in the spring light. He thought about the city that breathed and spoke and knew his name. He looked at his hands on the fountain stone. He was different from what he'd been. He would be more different. Still, Opaline had written that the transformation continued for years, that the becoming was not an event but a process. He didn't know what he would be when the process was further along. He didn't know what powers would settle or what would continue to develop. He didn't know what it would mean to be the first of something, not a witch and not a vampire, and not anything that had existed before. He knew that it was his, entirely, specifically his. He felt the seal beneath him, solid, renewed, the cracks filled with 7 months of new intention layered over 2 centuries of old. He felt the city around him. He felt the lee lines, bright and organized, running beneath the cobblestones in patterns that he now knew as well as he knew his own face. He felt in the distance, through the bond, through the thread that lived between them now, Orion, not urgently, not in need, just present, the specific warmth of someone sleeping in a house a few streets away, steady and familiar and real. "All right," the city said. "All right," he agreed. He sat at the fountain until 2 a.m. Then he walked home through midnight summer night, and the city moved around him, and he was all of it, all at once, himself. Chapter 28, The Long Winter. The letter from the Council of the Outer Assembly arrived in October. He'd been expecting something like this, had in fact mentioned to Orion that it would probably come. The supernatural political world was larger than Midnight. Midnight was the oldest supernatural city, the most complex, but it was not alone, and what had happened in the old market was not something that stayed contained within city limits for long. The Council of the Outer Assembly was the closest thing the wider supernatural world had to an international governing body, loose, voluntary, frequently contentious, but real. They governed the relationships between supernatural populations across 7 countries. The letter was addressed to him specifically. It said, in the formal language of people who had been formal for centuries, "We are aware of the renewal and of the emergence of a new category of supernatural being in Midnight. We would like to request a meeting at your earliest convenience to discuss the implications for the broader community and to..." He put the letter down. Implications for the broader community. He was an implication. He brought the letter to Orion that evening. They were in the library, which was where they spent most evenings, in the specific domestic way of 2 people who have found, gradually and then completely, that each other's company is what they prefer. Orion read it with the focused attention of someone who has dealt with the Outer Assembly before and is already calculating. "They're not hostile," Orion said. "The phrasing is observational. They want information." "They want to know if I'm a threat," Abriel said. "Yes," Orion agreed. "That's what implications for the broader community means in Outer Assembly language." "Am I?" he said. Orion looked at him over the letter. "Are you?" He thought about it honestly. He thought about the lee lines and the city's voice and the seal he could feel, and the magic that was enormous and stable now but was enormous. He thought about what it meant to be the first of something, in a world that had rules built around categories that didn't yet include him. "Potentially," he said, "if I'm not careful, if I don't pay attention to what I'm doing with what I have." He paused, "But I'm paying attention." "Yes," Orion said, "you are." He set the letter down. "I'll respond. We'll arrange a meeting, neutral ground outside Midnight, a delegation." He paused. "Will you go?" "Yes," he said, "of course." He paused, "but not for a while, not until..." He stopped. "Not until I'm more certain of what I am. I want to be able to answer their questions accurately, and some of the answers, I'm still figuring them out." "That's reasonable," Orion said. "They can wait," he said. "The Outer Assembly has been waiting for unprecedented situations before. This is one more." Orion looked at him with the specific expression that was the expression Abriel had come to understand was personal, the one that lived underneath the managed composure and came out when the composure was not required, when they were in the library or the garden or the early morning of a city day, when they were themselves. "You are," Orion said, remarkably calm about being unprecedented. "I've been practicing," Abriel said. "Since when?" "Since I found the box in the closet," he said. "Since I read my grandmother's letter. Since..." He paused. "Since I got on a train to a city I was afraid of." He looked at Orion. "I've been practicing being calm about things that are too large to panic over." "Does it work?" Orion asked. "Sometimes," he said, "and sometimes I go to the fountain at 2 a.m. and sit there for 2 hours. He paused. "It depends on the day." Orion stood up from his chair and came to where Abriel was sitting, on the settee, legs folded under him, the letter in his lap, and sat beside him in the space they'd stopped pretending wasn't specifically for each other. He put his arm around Abriel. "The 2 a.m. days," he said. "Tell me, I'd like to come." "To the fountain at 2 a.m. "Yes." He thought about the fountain, about the city's voice at its clearest, about sitting alone in the dark square with his hand on warm stone while Midnight breathed. "All right," he said, "you can come." And the fire burned and the library was warm and outside. Midnight moved through its autumn night, solid beneath and alive above, and the seal held, and the city breathed, and everything that had been broken was healing. Part 2, The Purifier Stirs. Chapter 29, The Second Winter. It happened in January. The first sign was the cold, not ordinary winter cold, but the specific quality that Abriel had learned to distinguish, the cold of proximity to the thing below, not breaking through, not the seal failing, but pressing again with an urgency it hadn't had since before the renewal. Something had changed in the nature of the pressure. The second sign was the dreams, not his this time, not Orion's. Midnight-wide the way they'd been in the year before his arrival, except different in character. Not visions of the city burning, visions of white light, of something clean in the way that surgical instruments are clean, precise, sterile, terrible. He woke at 3 a.m. with the city's voice in his ears, urgent in a way it hadn't been since the renewal. Something changed, it said. He put his hand on the wall. "Tell me," he said. It showed him not in vision, not exactly, but in the spatial, seismic sense that had become his primary perception of the city's interior. Something in the seal. Not damage. He looked immediately for the cracks, for the fingerprints of deliberate interference, and found nothing. The seal was intact, but below the seal. The thing below had changed its approach. It was not trying to break through. It was seeping, finding the microscopic spaces between the binding's elements, the places where different types of magic met and left the smallest gaps, and moving through them in the way that gas moves through a membrane. Not dramatically, slowly, terribly slowly, but moving. He called Orion. "I'm awake," Orion said, answering on the first ring. "The seal is intact," Abriel said, "but there's something is seeping through, not breaking, seeping. Can you feel it?" A pause. "Yes," Orion said. His voice was very controlled. "Yes, I've been feeling it for about an hour. I need a listener. I've already sent word." A pause. "And Curia, I've sent to Curia." "How do you contact Curia?" "She gave me a method," Orion said, "after the ritual. She said," a pause, "she said she had interests in Midnight now that she preferred to be notified about." They went to the old market. A listener was already there. Curia arrived 15 minutes later, in the dark, in her white, looking neither hurried nor unaware. He put his hand on the fountain. The cold was distinct, not the cold of the winter night above, the cold of something older than weather. He could feel the seeping, slow and very cold and horribly purposeful, moving through the seal's smallest gaps like mist. "The spirit layer," Curia said from the northern edge. She was looking down at the cobblestones with an expression he hadn't seen on her before, something that was genuinely, specifically concerned. "It's moving through the spirit layer. The seal was bound at 3 layers, blood, psychic, and spirit. The blood and psychic layers are holding. But the spirit layer," she paused. "The spirit layer has a different relationship to what's below. What's below is partially spirit in nature. And the spirit layer, even renewed, fully excludes spirit." "Can you reinforce it?" Abriel said. "I can contain the seepage," Curia said. "Not permanently, but," she looked at him, "this is going to be a regular maintenance issue. Not a crisis, but maintenance." "How regular?" "Monthly," she said, "possibly more frequently in the first year." He looked at Orion. Orion looked at Curia with an expression that was assessments being rapidly recalculated. "We'll need to establish an arrangement," Orion said. "Yes," Curia said, "we will." She looked at the square. She paused. "I find that I have more interest in this arrangement than I expected to. A beat. Surprising." "Midnight has that effect," Abriel said. She looked at him, something in her expression, that evaluating, layered quality that never quite resolved, did something more specific, more genuine. "Yes," she said, "it does." She worked the spirit layer for the next 3 hours. He worked the blood layer alongside a listener, who was present and focused, less sharp than she'd been before the ritual, but not less capable in the ways that mattered. The work was detailed, painstaking, the kind of maintenance work that had no glory to it, that was purely the labor of keeping something intact. He had been a witch his whole life, without knowing what it was for. He knew now it was for this. Chapter 30, Winter Work. January became February, February became March. The maintenance became, not routine, because there was nothing routine about working blood magic in the bedrock of a city once a month, while a cosmic entity tried to seep through a 200-year-old seal, but familiar. He learned the specific requirements of the spirit layer and how it differed from the blood layer. He learned the vocabulary of Curia's working, Her methods were so different from anything in his training that they required a new framework to understand, and she was, surprisingly, with reservations, in the limited way of someone who did not trust easily, willing to teach him. Not everything, not the deepest spirit work, which she said was hers specifically, the way a voice is specific, but enough to understand the mechanism, enough to supplement where the gaps between their disciplines were smallest. His mother stayed through the winter. She was coming back to herself in midnight in the way that things come back to their proper conditions. She had a specific kind of magic that had always been suppressed, more than just the limited sensing she'd thought was all she had. The combination of being back in midnight and being in close proximity to Abriel's working-level magic seemed to be waking things up in her that had been dormant. Small things, but real. He watched this happen with the specific feeling of someone who is seeing something be given back that was taken away. "It's not too late," he told her, one evening when she was sitting in Delia's garden trying to trace the lee line she could just barely feel running under the back wall. "It's late," he amended, "but not too late." She looked at him, her eyes, his grandmother's eyes, his eyes, were wet in a way she wasn't trying to hide. "No," she said, "I suppose not." Delia stood in the garden doorway and watched them both with the expression of someone whose patience has been rewarded. And Orion. Orion watched him do the work those winter months, not always at the fountain, sometimes from a distance, from the edge of the square, in the way of someone who is learning how to be a witness to something rather than the primary agent of it. 2 centuries of being the primary agent of Midnight's survival, and now, watching someone else hold the line, learning how to let that be. He found this more difficult than anything else he'd watched Orion navigate. The generosity of it was enormous. 2 centuries of carrying and now, specifically, deliberately stepping back. "It's not," Abriel said to him, one evening in the library when he'd been watching Orion watch the fire with the expression of someone managing something complex. "It's not that I don't want your help, with the maintenance, with any of it." "I know," Orion said. "It's that it's mine to do, the blood layer specifically, and I want to do it." "I know," Orion said again, and then, I don't want to take it from you. He paused, the honest kind of pause. "I'm learning to be something other than the last line. That's not as simple as I expected." "What are you?" Abriel asked, "if not the last line?" Orion looked at him. "I'm trying to figure that out," he said. "What it means to have something I didn't have before. Someone too," he stopped, "to be the last line with, rather than being it alone." He crossed the room and sat beside him. "You're not alone anymore," he said. He said it simply because it was simple. "You haven't been for more than a year now. You can stop bracing for it." Orion looked at him. The fire lit his face. The old eyes and the exhaustion that was, less since the ritual, since the month since. Not gone, but less. He started, stopped. "You say things directly," he said, "all the time, without managing the delivery." "Is that bad?" "No," Orion said. He searched. "It's what I needed most, I think, for a very long time." He looked at the fire. "I've been surrounded by people who managed what they said to me, who were careful, because I was the authority and the position required." He stopped. "You don't do that." "I noticed early on you didn't want it," Abriel said. "The managing." "How did you know?" "Because every time someone was direct with you, you looked." He searched for the word. "Relieved," he said. "Every time a listener said something difficult, you looked relieved. Every time I didn't cushion something, you looked relieved." He paused. "People who want to be managed look irritated when they're not. You never look irritated." Orion looked at him with the specific, uncontrolled expression that Abriel had stopped being surprised by and had started, deliberately, with awareness collecting. Each time it appeared was its own thing. "Abriel," he said. "Yes." "I love you," Orion said, simply, directly, in the way of someone who has been organizing this knowledge for a long time and has finally decided to stop organizing it and say it. The fire, the library, the winter city outside. Abriel looked at him for a moment. Then, "I know," he said. "I've known for a while." He paused. "I love you too." A silence, the fire, Orion's face doing the thing it did. "You've known for a while," Orion said. "Since," he thought about it, "since the test bond, maybe before, the morning you smiled in the garden." He looked at Orion. "That was the moment I knew it was real for me, not the resonance, not the magic, the smile." "A small smile," Orion said. "The best kind," Abriel said. Orion reached for him, not the controlled gesture, the careful placement of hand. Just reached, the way you reach for something you want to hold, and Abriel went to him, and they sat in the library in the winter night while midnight breathed, and it was Simple, real, two people who had found each other in the middle of a disaster and had stayed. Chapter 31, The Thing Below WKS. It happened in April. Not slow seeping, not the gradual patience it had maintained for 7 months. Something changed in the nature of the thing below, in the urgency of its purpose, and the change was felt across midnight simultaneously, the way a very large sound is felt as much as heard. He was in the garden when it happened. The ground moved. Not an earthquake, nothing physical, nothing the human population of midnight would register, but at the level of the ley lines, at the level of the seal, at the level of everything that was magical about the city's infrastructure, a shock. The ley lines flared, brilliant and wrong, like power surged through a grid. The seal, he felt it like a fist to the chest, shuddered. Still held, but shuddered. He called Orion before he was consciously aware of picking up the phone. "The market," he said, "now." He was running before he finished the sentence. The old market was changed, not physically, but the air above it was different. The specific wrongness of the place was visible now even without the seismic sense. The gas lamps on the square's corners were out, all 4 simultaneously, and the air above the fountain had a quality that was almost opaque, almost visible, the way heat shimmer is visible on summer asphalt. A listener arrived 30 seconds after him. Curia arrived, impossibly, at the same time he did, which meant she'd been in the area already, which meant she'd felt it coming before he did. "The spirit layer," she said without preamble, "it's breached." "Breached? How?" "The spring equinox was 3 weeks ago," she said. "The equinox is a transitional moment in the spirit layer. I should have anticipated this. The timing of equinox energy combined with the accumulated seepage." She looked at the air above the fountain. "The door has a crack, a real one, not seeping. A crack." He put his hand on the fountain. The cold that hit him through the stone was different from anything he'd felt before. Not the patient cold of something waiting, the active cold of something moving. "Can I see it?" he asked. "The crack, can I?" "Don't go in," Curia said sharp. "Not alone, not unprepared." He looked at her, he looked at the air above the fountain, at the quality of wrongness, at the density. Orion arrived at a run, which was the fastest he'd seen Orion move in months, and stopped at the square's edge. "Tell me," he said. "The spirit layer has a crack," Abriel said. "Physical breach. The thing below is, he felt it through the fountain stone, through the bond that lived in the seal, through everything. It's moving upward, not fully through," but he paused. "I can feel it, it's waking." "How long?" Orion said, and his voice was the assembly voice, the crisis voice, the voice that had handled 200 years of crises. "I don't know," he said. "Hours, maybe less." "If it gets through," a listener said, carefully from the edge of the square, "even partially, even a manifestation, the effect on the city will be," she paused, "significant. It doesn't need to be fully present to cause damage, its proximity alone." "Like what's been happening in the winter," Abriel said. "The disappearances, the spirit crossings, the vampires going unstable." He looked at the fountain. "But worse, much worse." "What can you do?" Orion said. He looked at the crack in the air. He could feel it, the edges of it, the specific geometry of the breach, in the extended sense that had become his perception. He could feel the thing pushing through, cold, purposeful, not malicious in the way that was personal, but in the way that a glacier is not malicious. Something that had a purpose and would fulfill it without anger, without cruelty, with the specific terrible calm of a thing that was fulfilling its nature. "You cannot stop me," it said, through the crack, through the bond thread in the seal that connected to his bloodline and would, apparently, connect to anything that touched the seal. "You have delayed me. You cannot stop me." "I know," he said out loud to the air above the fountain, "but I can make you wait longer." He reached into the crack. "Abriel," Orion said. "I know what I'm doing." He looked at Orion over his shoulder. "I need you at the blood layer anchor. Now, the same as the renewal, the bond connection. I need you to hold the blood layer while I close the spirit layer crack." "And if?" "It's the only way," he said. "The spirit layer crack needs to be closed from inside. Curia can't get there in time. She'd need hours of preparation. I can get there now." He looked at Orion steadily. "I can get there because of what I am, because of what the ritual made me." Orion was very still for a moment. Then he came to him. He stood beside him at the fountain. He put his hand on the stone beside Abriel's. "I'm here," he said. "I'll hold the blood layer." "Don't," he paused. "Come back." "I'll come back," Abriel said. He went into the crack. Chapter 32, Inside. The The space inside the seal was not a place in any physical sense. It was the accumulated intention of 2 centuries of binding, the specific quality of all the blood and grief and determination that had made it. He moved through it the way you move through something thick, not liquid, not solid, but dense in the way of concentrated purpose. He could feel the lee lines here in their source, the raw current of them, enormous and bright and running in all directions through the bedrock. The crack was obvious from here, a line of wrong, a place where the spirit layer had given way to the pressure from below and through it. He could feel the purifier directly, not metaphorically, not through the mediated sense of the bond and the seal and the extended perception. Directly, the way you feel a fire when you're close to it, the specific quality of a very large thing's attention, focused on the breach it had made, flowing through it in the way of something pouring through a crack. It was not what he'd built it into. He'd expected something terrible in the way of monsters, specific, threatening, aimed. What he found was impersonal, cosmic in the way that a star is cosmic, vast and old and operating on timescales that had nothing to do with him, fulfilling a purpose that had no cruelty in it because cruelty requires a relationship to the thing you harm. The purifier did not have a relationship to anything. It was not capable of it. It was capable only of its purpose, which was the removal of what it considered contamination. And what it considered contamination was everything that was supernatural. Everything that he was. He stood in the sense that could be called standing in this non-physical space, between the purifier and the breach, and he felt the city behind him, and the seal around him, and the bond thread connecting him to Orion at the blood layer anchor, and he thought about what Opaline had written. The transformation does not erase you, it adds to you. He had been added to these 8 months. He was more than he'd been. He was the heir and the witch and the thing the ritual had made him, the first of something, and he carried 2 centuries of Orion's care in the city's stone, and his grandmother's letter, and Alessina's teaching, and Delia's kitchen, and his mother's frightened love that had become, slowly, braver. He spread himself across the breach. Not a barrier, not a wall could be pushed against, battered, worn down with patience. He made himself the seal. He became, for the necessary moment, the thing between the purifier and the world above. He channeled the blood layer, Orion was there at the anchor, he could feel the bond thread blazing through himself and through the spirit layer, and he filled the crack the way he'd filled the cracks in the renewal, but from the inside with himself as the material. The purifier pushed. It pushed with the full force of its purpose, not desperate, not angry, but complete, absolute, the total weight of something that had been waiting for 243 years, pressing through the one breach it had managed to make. He held. He did not know how long. Time in the seal was not measured the way time was measured above. It could have been minutes, it could have been hours. He was aware dimly of his body at the fountain, aware of Orion at the anchor. The bond thread a line of heat in the cold density of this place, and he held the breach and filled it and pushed the purifier back. You are extraordinary for your kind, it said. You are still contamination. Yes, he said, and you're still locked in the ground. He sealed the crack. He felt it seal, the spirit layer closing, the bond thread burning bright at the moment of closure, the lee lines flaring and then settling. He felt the purifier's attention shift, not retreat, not give up, but recede back to the patience that was its essential mode, back to waiting. He came back to his body. He was on his knees at the fountain. Again, the cobblestones cold and real under his hands, the night air of the April market around him, the gas lamps slowly, one by one, reigniting. Orion was beside him, both hands on him, one at his shoulder, one at his back, steady, present, not speaking. Done, Abriel said. Done, Orion's voice was controlled, and entirely not controlled. Sealed, spirit layer is closed, the blood layer held, he paused. Thank you. Abriel, his voice, are you? I'm here, he said. He looked at his hands. He was changed again, not dramatically, not another fundamental shift, but something in what he'd just done, the direct contact with the purifier's purpose and the direct sealing of the breach had added, as things kept adding. I'm all right, he said. I'm more than all right. He looked at Orion. Orion's face was everything. Every layer visible, the composure entirely absent, the thing behind it enormous and bright. I told you I'd come back, Abriel said. Orion pulled him in, not carefully, not the managed, precise gesture, just pulled him in, arms around him, and held on with the specific force of someone who had spent a few minutes not knowing and was done with not knowing. He let himself be held. The market, the April night, the gas lamps burning, midnight exhaling. Chapter 33, The Question of What Comes Next. The spring after the April breach was a reckoning. Not a bad one, a necessary one. The breach had clarified something that the maintenance months had been working toward. The seal, however strong, was not self-sustaining. It never had been. It required regular intervention, active maintenance, a living connection to the bloodline and the vampire bond and the spirit layer that was not ceremonial but continuous. He sat across from Alessina in her shop and said, "Tell me what you see." She looked at him, the sharp eyes blurred at some edges, still sharp where it mattered, focused. "I see," she said carefully, "a long relationship between the city and the person who carries its frequency." She paused. "You." "How long?" he asked. "I don't see an end point," she said, which could mean a very long time. Or, she paused, or it could mean something else about your nature. He thought about what the ritual had made him. He thought about the months since, the changing, the adding, the slow becoming. "I'm not agging," he said. A pause. "No," Alessina said, "I don't think you are." He sat with this. "Did Opaline age?" he asked. "Slowly," she said, "very slowly. She lived to 92. Whether that was naturally long for her kind or whether the ritual," she paused, "I don't know." "And the heirs who didn't have the transformation?" "Normal lifespans," she said, "or close to it." He absorbed this. He thought about what it meant, what slowly meant, for a witch who had been transformed by the binding of a cosmic entity. What slowly meant for something that was now the first of its kind. "I need to tell Orion," he said. "He may already know," Alessina said gently. "He's very perceptive, about things involving you specifically." He went to Orion. Orion was in the library, as he usually was in the evenings. He looked up when Abriel arrived, not surprised, because Abriel had a key and arrived most evenings, which was the domestic reality of 7 months of 2 people finding each other's presence indispensable. "Something happened," Orion said, reading him with the physician's attention. Not, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he sat. "I need to tell you something I just understood." Orion waited. The specific quality of his waiting, full attention, no impatience, was one of the things Abriel had come to understand as a form of love. "I'm not agging," he said. "I don't think I'm going to, or very slowly, like Opaline." He held Orion's gaze. "I don't know exactly what I am, but whatever the ritual changed me into, I think it's something that lasts." Orion looked at him. The fire, the library, the accumulated weight of 2 centuries of books. "You're telling me," Orion said slowly, "that you may be long-lived." "Yes." A silence. "How do you feel about that?" Orion asked, and his voice was very careful, the care of someone who wants to be clear they're asking about the person's feeling and not their own. "I don't know yet," he said honestly. "It's large, he paused. "I've spent my whole life feeling like something that needed to be managed, contained, hidden, and now I'm something permanent, something that is going to be here for a very long time." He paused. "It's the largest version of adding to, the biggest addition." He looked at Orion. "How do you feel about it?" The careful face, the old eyes, the thing behind it that had been getting more visible every month, more present, less managed. "I have been," Orion started, stopped. "I've been aware that the differential between us was something I had to consider, that I would outlast you in the ordinary scheme of things by centuries, and I had made a kind of peace with that, the specific grief of it." He paused. "If what you're telling me is," he stopped. "I don't want to assume, I don't want to make your life into." "Into what?" Abriel said. "Into something that serves what I want," Orion said, carefully, "rather than what you choose." He looked at Orion for a long moment. "I'm not agging," he said. "That's a fact. What I do with it is my choice." He paused. "And what I choose," he looked at the library, at the accumulated evidence of Orion's tending, at the books and the fire and the garden beyond the window and the city beyond the garden. "What I choose is midnight," he said, "and what comes with midnight." He didn't say, he didn't need to. Orion looked at him. "Abriel," he said. "Don't make it complicated," he said. "It's not complicated." "It's quite complicated," Orion said. "We are between us, over 2.5 centuries old. What we are is unprecedented. What we are together is ours," Abriel said. "It's ours. We figure it out as we go." He met Orion's eyes, like everything else we've figured out. Orion looked at him for a long moment. The fire, the books, the spring night outside. "Like everything else," he said. He reached across the space between them and took Abriel's hand, held it. The grip was not the controlled, precise grip of the early months. It was something that had stopped trying to be careful, something that held because it wanted to hold and had stopped asking permission of itself. "I love you," Orion said. "I know," Abriel said. "I love you too." The fire burned. Outside, midnight moved. The seal held deep in the bedrock, renewed and solid and maintained by the first of something, by a witch who was more than a witch, by a person who had spent his whole life being told to be smaller and had finally, irrevocably, stopped. Chapter 34, 12 months. A year after the ritual. He stood at the fountain in December, the December after, the 3rd December since he'd arrived, and he put his hand on the stone and the city said, "Abriel." "I know," he said, "I'm here." He felt the seal, solid, maintained. The spirit layer clear, Curia's work from last week was holding. The blood layer bright with the bond thread, the Lee lines running clean. He felt Orion in the library, half a mile away, reading something old. He felt a lessoner in her shop, with a client who was a young vampire with a problem that was not a crisis but felt like one. He felt his mother in Delia's garden, doing something with the winter herbs that was more magic than she'd believed herself capable of 6 months ago. He felt midnight around him, all of it, alive and breathing and complicated and his. He thought about the girl on the train platform. A year ago, the city's been waiting. He hadn't known then what that would mean. He'd been standing on a platform at 11:47 p.m. with his white stripe visible for the first time and a duffel bag and a piece of paper with an address. He thought about Orion in his dreams. Find me before it's too late. The exhausted eyes and the controlled face and the enormous weight. He thought about the first meeting at the Nocturne, the harvest drink and the moment of recognition and the careful, particular way Orion had said, "Welcome to midnight." He thought about the archive, the test bond, the garden, the greenhouse, the clematis in its first flower, the fire in the library, the specific smile. "I am still opaline. The transformation does not erase you." He was still Abriel. He was more Abriel than he'd ever been, all of it. The white stripe and the magic and the city in his chest, and the person who loved a 200-year-old vampire and was loved back completely, without management or strategy. He was still Abriel, and he was more. He looked at the square, the gas lamps, the December night. He thought about what was still to come, the outer assembly meeting in spring, where he would have to explain himself to people who didn't yet have a category for him, the ongoing maintenance of the spirit layer, which Curia was, with complex and genuine investment, helping him learn, the long work of rebuilding the political relationships between Midnight's supernatural factions that had been damaged by the Lev Crane situation. The new generation of witches in the city who were, Delia had told him, beginning to come to her door asking about the heir who had come home. The long, specific, daily work of keeping a city alive. He thought about his grandmother's letter, the city recognizing its last chance. He'd been afraid when he read that it meant something final, something that would use him up. It hadn't. He was not the city's last chance. He was its ongoing one, its continuous one, not emergency maintenance, the difference between a last hope and a long relationship. He was a long relationship. He took his hand off the fountain and walked back through midnight toward the older district, toward the library and the fire and the person who had been dreaming about him since before he was born and who was, now, fully, specifically his. Chapter 35, The Outer Assembly. Spring, the meeting that had been scheduled and rescheduled, and finally happened on a Thursday in April, in a city that was not midnight, a neutral city, older than most and less specifically magical, the kind of place that served as Switzerland for supernatural political purposes. There were 9 of them at the table, he was one. The other 8 were various. He'd done his research. 3 witches from major covens, 2 vampire representatives from other ancient assemblies, a psychic of Alessina's approximate generation, a spirit worker who was not Curia but who knew Curia and regarded her with the specific wariness of a long professional acquaintance, and the chair of the outer assembly, a woman whose name was ancient and whose actual nature was debated. She was not strictly any known category. She was very old and very careful, and looked at Abriel across the table with the specific quality of someone who is genuinely uncertain what they are looking at, which was unusual for someone of her apparent experience. Orion was there, not at the table. There had been a conversation about that, a long and specific conversation about independence and the perception of it and the reality of it, and Orion had said, clearly and without drama, "I'll be in the building, not in the room." He'd added, "You don't need me in the room," which was true and which Abriel appreciated specifically. He sat at the table and looked at the 8 faces looking at him. Thank you for coming, the chair said. I appreciate the rapport, the willingness to meet. I've been looking forward to it, he said, which was partially true. He'd been looking forward to it in the way you look forward to a difficult conversation you've been preparing for. You are, the chair said carefully, the heir of the Goodwill line. Yes. And you performed the renewal ritual approximately 4 months ago. Yes. And the ritual, she paused, produced an outcome that was not previously documented. Yes, he said, I am not the same category of being I was before the ritual. He paused, but I'm still the heir. The bloodline is still active. The seal is still renewed. In terms of functional outcomes, Midnight is stable, the entity below is contained, the maintenance regime is established. He paused. The thing that's new is what I am, and I understand that requires explanation. What are you? The chair asked. Directly. He liked her for the directness. He thought about how to answer this. He'd been thinking about it for months, and he had an answer, but it was an honest answer and not a reassuring one. I'm the first of something, he said. I don't know the full scope of it yet. The transformation is ongoing. What I can tell you with certainty, I am connected to Midnight's magical infrastructure in a way that is permanent and deep. I can hear the city. I can feel the seal. I can maintain it in a way no previous heir could because I am, he paused. I am not just the bloodline's carrier. I am the bloodline now in a more direct sense. It lives in me actively, not dormantly. And the implications for others, the spirit worker asked, for the broader supernatural community. Depends on what you're worried about, he said, which was not a deflection. If you're worried that I'm a threat, he looked around the table. I'm not interested in power over anyone. I'm interested in Midnight, in keeping it stable, in the work that the seal requires. He paused. If you're worried that what I might spread might create others like me, I don't think it works that way. The transformation was specific to the ritual, to the bloodline, to the specific circumstances of the seal. It's not communicable, he paused, I think. You think, the psychic repeated. I'm still learning what I am, he said honestly. That's the most accurate answer I can give you. I'll tell you more when I know more. The chair looked at him for a long time. She had the quality of someone who had been watching extraordinary things happen for an extraordinary length of time, and was adding this to the catalogue, with the equanimity of a scholar adding a new case study. What do you need from the outer assembly? She asked. He'd been waiting for this question, which was either an opening or a formality, depending on how she meant it. Recognition, he said, of what Midnight is and what it does. The seal is a service to the entire supernatural world, not just to Midnight's residents. What is contained beneath that city is something that would not stop at Midnight's borders if it got through. He paused. I want the outer assembly to understand that what we're maintaining in Midnight is not a local concern. And I want, he paused, I want resources, information sharing. If there are other sealed entities, other binding rituals, other places where this kind of maintenance is happening, I want to know about them. The chair looked at him. You want to understand if there are others like you. I want to understand if what happened to me could help others do what I'm doing, he said. Yes. A silence. We'll discuss, the chair said. Give us some time. He went out, found Orion in the hallway outside the meeting room, leaning against the wall with the casual quality of someone who was not as casual as they appeared. How did it go? Orion said. Well, I think, he stood beside him, they're not afraid of me. No, Orion said. They're curious, he said, which is better. Frightened people make bad decisions. Curious people ask questions. Orion looked at him. You were very measured, he said. In there, I was listening. He looked at the closed door. You were exactly what was needed. I've been practicing being measured, Abriel said, since my mother's closet. Orion smiled, the actual one, the small specific one, and put his arm around Abriel's shoulders, and they stood in the hallway of a neutral city while the outer assembly discussed their future, and everything was not settled, not resolved, still in motion, still becoming. But held. Chapter 36, The Voice of the City. He learned, eventually, to sleep through the city's voice. Not to silence it, it was never silent, would never be silent again, but to sleep through it the way you sleep through familiar sounds, rain on a window, traffic in the distance, the specific rhythm of a breathing person beside you in the dark. The city became background in the way that home becomes background, not less present, but safely present, not requiring constant attention. He slept in Orion's house now. This had happened gradually, over months, in the way that two people who spend every evening together and whose daily lives have become inextricably connected eventually stop, pretending there's a reason to maintain a formal separation. He had a room, he had a key, he had, slowly and then all at once, a home. The guest room at Delia's was still nominally his. He went there for breakfast sometimes. Delia made better tea, and there was always something happening in her library that was interesting, and his mother was there. He went there for family dinners, which had become a weekly thing, him and his mother and Delia and sometimes a listener, around Delia's kitchen table. His mother was staying in Midnight. This had become not an announcement, not a formal decision, but a fact that accumulated itself into reality over months. She was in Delia's second bedroom. She was learning the city from Delia, the practical knowledge, the day-to-day, the locations and relationships and minor political landscape of a place that was complicated. She was, slowly, tenderly, practicing the magic that was waking up in her. She and Orion had an understanding. Not warmth, not yet, though Abriel thought it might come eventually, but an understanding. The acknowledgement of two people who were both essential to someone's life and who had both, at various points and for various reasons, let that person down and were both trying to do better. She called him Orion, he called her Kegatu. This was progress. He was at the fountain one evening in summer, the second summer, the hot July evening that smelled like flowers from the market stalls and something older from the cobblestones, something the heat released that was part stone and part history, when the city said something new. Not the usual tone of reassurance or warning or simple presence. Something that had the quality of offering. He held still. "Mori," the city said. "Mori what?" he asked. The city showed him, not in vision, not in words, but in the spatial, seismic living intelligence that he'd been learning to read for over a year. It showed him depth, the full depth of what was stored in the city's accumulated memory, not just the visible history, not just the documented record, but everything that had been in Midnight in 2 centuries. Every person who'd been born here or died here or worked magic here or loved someone here. Every spirit that had passed through. Every moment that had been so significant it had left a permanent impression in the stone. All of this, the city said, if you want it. He understood what was being offered. The city's memory, its full, complete, extraordinary accumulated knowledge was accessible to him, not already accessed, being offered. He would need to choose. He thought about a listener, losing her memories to the working. He thought about the city holding them, the city preserves. He thought about 2 centuries of Orion's care in the stone. "Not yet," he said to the city. A questioning tone. "I'm not ready," he said. "Not theirs, I'm still learning what I already have. The city's knowledge on top of that," he paused. "It's too much right now, let me grow into what I am first." "When you're ready," the city said, the tone of something with absolute patience. "When I'm ready," he agreed. He sat at the fountain in the summer evening, and felt the city offering him everything it knew, and felt himself saying not yet, and felt the correctness of that answer. He was learning to be enormous without being overwhelmed. That was the work now, the daily, specific, ongoing work. Chapter 37, What Orion Keeps. He found it by accident. Orion's library had a section he hadn't catalogued, the far wall behind the medical texts, where the shelves were narrower and the organization was different. Not the Assembly Archive's formal organization, and not the library's associative organization. Something more personal than either. He was reaching for a book on the upper shelf, a natural history of the city written in the 1820s that he'd been meaning to read, when he noticed the ledger. It was unremarkable, dark leather cover, no label on the spine. He would have passed it over, but it was angled differently from its neighbors, as if it had been replaced in haste or replaced often. He took it down. He opened it. It was Orion's handwriting, the controlled, precise, slightly leftward-leaning handwriting he knew well. Not notes, not documentation, dates on each entry spanning. He looked at the earliest entry, 1782. He looked at the latest, last week. He flipped to the middle, 1868. The renewal was complete before dawn. Cecilia's granddaughter, Opaline, performed it with more power than anyone expected. The seal is solid. I have been sitting in this room for 2 hours trying to understand what I feel. She died briefly, 10 minutes. I held her hand. I was not able to maintain anything. For 10 minutes I was the person I was before any of this. She came back, she is sleeping now. I am grateful is not the right word for what I am. I should make note of this in the assembly records. The renewal was successful. The seal is renewed. The heir survived. I should also make note of this here for no one. I am afraid of how much I felt in those 10 minutes. I am afraid of what it means that one person, for 10 minutes, undid 2 centuries of careful management. I am afraid of what I will do with this information. I suspect I will do nothing with it. I will file it here and resume and continue. She is sleeping in the next room. I am going to go check on her. He looked at the date, December 1868. He flipped forward, further. 2002. The seal is weakening. I feel it, the first signs. There is no air in the city. There is barely a Goodwill line anymore. I don't know. 2018. I've been reaching in dreams. The bloodline has left midnight entirely. There is a woman, Kegatu, daughter of Opaline's great-granddaughter, who is the closest connection, but she is not here and the marker hasn't manifested in her generation. I have been dreaming about an absence, an empty space where the frequency should be. 2020. Something changed. A surge uncontrolled, enormous, the signature of someone who doesn't know what they are. The frequency found its form. The marker is active. I followed it. I found. He stopped. The entry was one line. I found the person I've been looking for. He looked at the date. He did the maths. He had been 16. He sat down on the floor of the library. He hadn't meant to. His legs had just arranged it, with the ledger in his hands. He sat there for a while. Orion found him like that when he came in from the garden. He stopped in the doorway, looked at the ledger, looked at Abriel's face. I should have put that on a higher shelf, he said. You've been keeping this since 1782, Abriel said. Yes. 243 years of. He looked at the ledger. What do you call this? A record, Orion said. He came and sat across from Abriel on the floor, because Abriel was on the floor, so Orion sat on the floor, which was not the kind of thing Orion did without intention. Of the things that aren't in the official record. The things that aren't in the official record, Abriel repeated. He looked at the entry from 2020. You found me and you wrote. He stopped. The person I've been looking for. Yes, Orion said. Orion, he looked up, met the dark eyes. You've been looking for me since before I was born. I've been looking for, he paused. The frequency, the bloodline, I have told you this. You wrote the person, Abriel said. Not the bloodline, not the heir, the person. Orion looked at him. Yes, he said quietly. When I found you in the dream, when I followed the surge and found you, what I found was not an abstraction, not a bloodline, a person, 16 years old, standing in a destroyed kitchen, absolutely furious and absolutely terrified and absolutely, he stopped. Determined, completely determined to be all right despite everything. He paused. I had not expected to find a person. I had expected to find the heir. And instead you found me. And instead I found you. He held his gaze. And everything I told you about the dreams being urgent and the seal being critical, all of that is true. And so is this. From the moment I found you in that dream, the urgency had a second element. Not just the city, you, the specific person. What would happen to you, whether you would be all right. Abriel sat with this. 2020, he said. I was 16, we have been, he stopped. You have been for 6 years. Watching over you, Orion said, at a distance. In dreams I didn't send very often because you were young. Feeling the frequency of you across, he stopped. Abriel. Yes. What you are, Orion said. Whatever you are becoming, whatever this is between us. I want you to know that what I felt in those 10 years before you arrived was not. I was not waiting for you to be the heir. I was waiting for you to be yourself, old enough, ready, not because the city needed it, because he stopped. The control, always present, always working, slipped entirely. Because I had found something I had not expected to find, and I was afraid of what it meant, and he looked at the ledger in Abriel's hands. I kept this, I keep it, everything that does not go in the official record. Everything personal, Abriel said. Yes. He looked at the ledger. At 243 years of the personal record of a man who had managed to keep it and the official record entirely separate, who had filed the personal things in a dark leather journal and the official things in the archive, who had managed to be the city's custodian, and also, underneath it, in the private space of an unlabeled spine, a person who kept records of feeling things. He handed the ledger back to Orion. Tell me, he said, what you wrote about me, the parts from before I got here. Orion looked at the ledger. They're embarrassing, he said. I know, Abriel said. Tell me anyway. Orion opened the ledger to 2020. He read. He read until Abriel put his hand on his and said, enough, not because it was too much, because it was enough, because he had what he needed, the evidence of the person who had been looking for him across the distance of years, who had been keeping the private record of something that didn't fit in the official one. I love you, he said to Orion in the library on the floor. I know, Orion said, and something in the way he said it was learning to receive it, learning that it was real and permanent and not a thing that would be taken back. I know. Chapter 38, Midnight Ongoing. 2 years after the ritual. He walked through midnight in December, the 3rd December since his arrival, the 2nd December of the renewal, and the city walked with him. He was aware of it more clearly than he'd ever been, not the conscious awareness of paying attention, but the ambient awareness of carrying something, the city in him, his in the city. He turned down Vesper Street. The cathedral on the corner of Vesper and the lane with no name was lit inside tonight, not unused, not abandoned as it had appeared when he arrived. There was a gathering of some kind, which is, he could feel, a younger generation, people who had come to him in the last year not with crises but with questions. He had been learning to answer questions, learning what it meant to be the person in a city who had access to the deepest knowledge of it, and how to make that useful rather than overwhelming. He stopped at the cathedral door. He could hear the gathering inside, voices, the specific quality of concentrated practice, young practitioners learning the vocabulary of what they were in the city that had always been for people like them. He didn't go in, not tonight. Tonight he was walking. He continued down Vesper, past the Nocturne. The bar was full, the sound of it audible in the street, the specific mixed sound of a gathering that included every kind of supernatural being midnight sheltered, past the old buildings with their carved stone and their mysterious proportions. Past the long way round, where Alessina's shop was dark now but not empty. She was inside somewhere, doing something that was private and hers. He arrived at the old market. The fountain, the cobblestones, the gas lamps burning. He put his hand on the stone. Abriel, the city said. I know, he said, I'm here. Below the seal, solid, maintained, renewed and renewed. He could feel it like breathing, like his own breathing, as automatic and essential. The thing below, patient and cold, and waiting with the eternal patience of something that has no urgency because it has no relationship to time. It would always be there, he would always be here. That was the arrangement, the ongoing one, the long relationship. He thought about what the city had offered him, the full depth of its memory. He'd said not yet, he wasn't sure when yet would come. Maybe it never would, maybe not yet was the right answer indefinitely, maybe there was wisdom in not carrying everything the city held. Or maybe eventually he would be large enough for it and it would happen naturally, the way all the other additions had happened. He was still becoming. He would be becoming for some time. He had made his peace with this. You didn't need to be finished to be all right. He heard footsteps behind him. He didn't turn. He knew the sound of those footsteps, the particular, careful precision of them. Orion stood beside him at the fountain. He didn't say anything. He put his hand on the stone beside Abriel's, the way he had in the months of preparation, the way he had during the renewal, the way he had in every significant moment at this fountain. The two of them, the stone, the city. Good walk, Orion asked, eventually. Good walk, Abriel said. The cathedral is busy. The young witches group, Orion said. I know, Vera has been monitoring, not intrusively, just watching. She says they're serious, committed. A pause. She says they keep asking about you. I know, he said, I'll go talk to them. A pause, soon. They stood at the fountain. The December night was cold, the ordinary cold of winter, not the terrible cold of what was below. The gas lamps burned. Somewhere in the city, music was playing, from the Nocturne probably drifting up through the streets. The assembly is meeting next week, Orion said, the outer assembly's second quarter review. I know, he paused. The chair wants to discuss the spirit layer maintenance formally. I think she's going to propose a broader protocol, other sites, if there are other seals, other binding points. There are, Orion said, 6 by the most conservative count, probably more undocumented. Then it's a worthwhile conversation. He paused. What time does the meeting start? 2 p.m., Orion said, my least favorite hour for a meeting. You find every hour the least favorite hour for a meeting. This is accurate, Orion said. Abriel almost smiled. He did smile. The cold air and the gas lamps and the specific, domestic reality of standing at a mystical fountain in a supernatural city discussing the logistical inconvenience of meetings. Come home, he said, it's cold. You keep saying that, Orion said. I don't feel cold. I feel cold, Abriel said, and I'd like to go home. Orion took his hand off the stone. He took Abriel's hand instead. They walked away from the fountain, back through the old city streets in the December dark. The city watched them go. The city which was alive, which breathed, which was ancient and complicated and alive in the ways that mattered, watched the two of them walk through its streets. The heir and the custodian. The first of something and the last of several things. Two people who had found each other across years and distance, and the specific geography of a city that had been calling one of them home for a very long time. The city exhaled. Not relief, it had passed relief months ago. This was something deeper. The exhale of something that had been afraid for a very long time and had found that what it feared most, losing everything, losing itself, losing the careful structure of the world it was trying to keep, had not happened, had been prevented, would continue to be prevented as long as the people who were responsible for it were here. And they were here. They were walking through Midnight's December streets hand in hand, and they were going home, and the seal was solid beneath them, and the city was alive. Abriel, it said, very quietly, in the way of something speaking to something it trusts. He felt it, he didn't stop walking. Yes, he said back, I know, I'm here.